The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 11th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Brandon Williams to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, the time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address an issue that may not be on the top of the agenda for most politicians in Washington, but could very well be the greatest ongoing environmental disaster in the United States today. And I'm referring to the billions of gallons of raw wastewater sewage, industrial waste, and other pollutants that flow from Mexico down the Tijuana River into San Diego and onto our beaches. These flows sicken our communities, they shutter our local businesses, they harm our tourism industry, and they threaten our service members and Border Patrol agents stationed in San Diego. And the solution is simple. The United States owns and operates a wastewater treatment plant on our side of the border that in the past decades has not been maintained and is in desperate need of repair and expansion to handle the flows. President Biden included $310 million in his supplemental funding request that would make those repairs and upgrades possible. It's not a small price, but is there any more worthy investment than in the health of our constituents? Air quality monitors that were recently installed in the region have confirmed what residents have felt for years, that unhealthy levels of pollution are present not only in the ocean, but sewage that washes up on land, dries up, and is sending dangerous levels of hydrogen sulfide into the air around people's homes. Many of the communities hit hardest by this are low income and communities of color, and I can't help but think that if this was happening somewhere that wasn't 3,000 miles from here, like the Chesapeake Bay or even the Great Lakes, it would already have been taken care of. The public health disaster alone should be enough to force action. The harm it causes our local small businesses alone should be enough to force action. But in addition to all of that, the cross-border pollution poses a grave national security threat. Coronado, in my district, is home to the Naval Special Warfare Command, where Navy SEALs train in waters polluted with human feces. I'm proud to represent these brave warfighters, but I'm ashamed that we have not done more to protect their health. Everyone expects this training to be tough and uncomfortable, but it should not pose potential long-term health problems. Some former SEALs who now serve in Congress, all Republicans, by the way, have told me about the disgusting waters they had to train in, and I'm thankful to have their support to get this funding. Now, we know that Mexico must also do its part, and much of their infrastructure has also fallen into disrepair. The good news is that Mexico is bound by a treaty we signed in San Diego in 2022, to spend nearly $150 million to fix their pipes and their treatment plant. And that's on top of the $2 million plus that Mexico pays the United States annually to treat these contaminated waters. And Mexico, to its credit, has made great strides in the last year on their side of the border. They have repaired and replaced key infrastructure like sewage pipes that redirect the contaminated water. And just today, July 11th, they are breaking ground on replacing the wastewater treatment plant on their side of the border that has been broken as well. We should be embarrassed that Mexico is acting with more urgency than we are. Mr. Speaker, in closing, this is an urgent public health, business, and national security disaster. The more we delay in addressing cross-border pollution, the more costly and difficult it will be to fix it in the future. I urge all my colleagues to support this funding and ask the congressional leadership and appropriators include this funding in any upcoming spending package. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank the farmers and ranchers whose work does not stop. Even in the face of extreme freezing temperatures and abnormal snowfall, Kansans are standing strong and getting the job done. The Big First District of Kansas is one of the most productive agriculture areas in the country. It is home to more than 60,000 farms and ranches that is made up of farmers, ranchers, feedlot managers, nutritionists, ethanol producers, ag lenders, millers, and agribusiness owners who feed, fuel, and clothe the world. I grew up in the Big First and spent thousands of hours on a tractor in fields and on horseback doctoring cattle in our family's feed yard. I know well agriculture's working conditions are demanding on a good day, but especially so when our business partner, Mother Nature, is as unforgiving as she's been lately. In the past few days, parts of Kansas have seen 15-plus inches of snow, electricity outages for days, and road closures that stretch from every corner of the state. But those who stand with snow up to their knees in the depths of winter or haul water in the drought of summer know agriculture does not take days off. In fact, in weather like this, producers work even harder to keep livestock and commodities safe and secure. No matter the temperature, they go to work long before most of us are awake and stay out until many of us have already laid down our heads at night. They're the people volunteering their time to move snow at nearby feedlots so cattle can continue to be fed and watered. They're the people hauling new calves on the truck floorboards, out of snowbanks and onto dry ground. They're the people breaking ice at all hours of the day. They're the men and women staying up throughout the night so a baby animal gets a shot at life. A piece of equipment is ready to go early the next morning. The neighboring producer has the help they need to milk their herds, and so people like you and I have a safe and secure food supply. As many across the country have learned in the past few years, our food does not come from a grocery store shelf. The importance of agriculture in the food supply chain cannot be overstated. This supply chain represents millions of people working every day in the U.S. It begins with farmers, ranchers, and growers, and includes food processors and manufacturers, millers, shippers, transportation workers, and finally, those working in grocery stores and restaurants all across the country. Each of these people are vital in ensuring that we have food on our plates. While most of us in the Big First of Kansas know how important agriculture is, I know that message can sometimes get lost on the way to the grocery store. So, on behalf of all of Kansans and Americans, I share a sincere thank you to the farmers, ranchers, and producers who supply our food, fuel, and fiber. Thank you. Thank you for pulling the baby calf out of the snowbank and nursing it back to life. Thank you for busting ice early and feeding hay late. Thank you for putting the needs of your livestock before yourself. Thank you for your never-ending, back-breaking days. Thank you for, especially on cold days, working so hard for the extra hours and extra strength. Your efforts keep all of us warm and fed. It's an honor to represent you in the House of Representatives and on the House Agriculture Committee. May God bless you and keep everybody safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to recognize Martin Luther King Day and honor Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. This is an important day to Michigan's 12th District Strong. It's a reminder of the legacy of a man who dedicated his last breath to the pursuit of equality and justice for all. I'm honored, Mr. Speaker, to represent the most beautiful blackest city in the country, the city of Detroit, where we birth movements, where every corner reminds us of the civil rights movement, of the labor movement. Dr. King knew the struggles to end racism, poverty, and war, were all interconnected as well. And 2 weeks before he was assassinated, Dr. King, speaking to sanitation workers on strike, said, quote, "All labor has dignity. You are reminding the nation that it is a crime for people to live in this rich nation and receive starvation wages. As we strive to make Dr. King's dream a reality, may we continue to fight for justice for all." Today, Mr. Speaker, South Africa will present its case against the Israeli government at the International Court of Justice. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the case.
Without objection.
It is incredibly powerful to witness people who defeated apartheid in their own country hold the Israeli apartheid regime accountable for its crime of genocide in Gaza. Today, I'm thinking of Nelson Mandela's powerful words, quote, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians." In the past 3 months, Israeli forces have killed over 23,350 Palestinians, including more than 9,600 children. They have injured more than 59,400 Palestinians. More than 8,000 Palestinians are still missing under the rubble. This week, Secretary of State Blinken called the case meritless. So let me read directly from the case file, starting on page 59. Quote, expressions of genocidal intent against the Palestinian people by Israeli officials, so you can hear directly from the Israeli officials in their own words, not mine. President Herzog said, quote, it is an entire nation out there that is responsible. It is not true, this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved. It is absolutely not true. And we fight until we break their backbone. He's one of the many Israeli officials that have handwritten messages on the bombs to be dropped on the children of Gaza. Netanyahu said in his own words, quote, a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness, between humanity and the law of the jungle. And quote, he continues to say, this is a battle not only of Israel against these barbarians, but it's a battle of civilization against the barbarism. Israel's Minister of Defense, quote, said, imposing a complete siege on Gaza, no electricity, no food, no water, no food, everything is closed, he says. We are fighting human animals. Again, direct quote from the Minister of Defense. He continues on to say, Gaza won't return to what it was before. We will eliminate everything. Israeli Minister for National Security, again, an official within the Israeli government, speaking of those living in Gaza, he said, quote, they're all terrorists and they should all be destroyed. Israeli Minister of Energy and Infrastructure said, quote, all the civilian population in Gaza is ordered to leave immediately. They will not receive a drop of water or a single battery until they leave the world. Israeli Minister of Heritage said, quote, the north of Gaza Strip more beautiful than ever. Everything is blown up. It's flattened. Simply a pleasure for the eyes. We will hand over lots to all those who fought for Gaza over the years. I'm not done. The Israeli Minister of Agriculture said, quote, we are now actually rolling out the Gaza Nakba. Deputy Speaker of the Knesset said, quote, we all have one common goal, erasing the Gaza Strip from the face of the earth. Those who are unable will be replaced. Israeli Army Coordinator of Government Activities in the territory, speaking of the Palestinians living in Gaza, said, quote, human animals are dealt with accordingly. And the Israeli Army Reservist said, quote, don't leave anyone behind, erase the memory of them. Erase them, their families, mothers, and children. These animals can no longer live. Let them drop bombs on them and erase them. Mr. Speaker, I would like to submit for the congressional record, as you know, the entire South African genocide case against the International Court of Justice. There is simply time to save lives, to stop the Israeli government from carrying out the genocide in Gaza. This body and the Biden administration are complicit in this genocide. Congress must stop funding the genocide of the Palestinian people with our American tax dollars. If not,
the gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, sir.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, 3,400 students at James Madison High School in Brooklyn, New York, were unable to attend their classes in person. Instead of learning in their classrooms, being with their fellow students, eating lunch in the cafeteria, these students were forced from their own school in order to make room for 2,000 illegal immigrants who recently came to New York City. This crisis has reached a boiling point, and action must be taken to address the impact that it is having on our communities. We know the historic learning loss that occurred with school lockdowns during COVID. Now, instead of using the proven and effective Remain in Mexico policy, President Biden has thrown open our doors to a record number of illegal immigrants in the past year. It is time to secure our border. It is time to stop making American families pay the price for President Biden's weak leadership and failed policies. It is time for President Biden to join us and demand that the Senate pass the Secure the Border Act and finally address this catastrophe impacting American families because of the porous southern border. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in rural communities like those in South Central and Southwestern Pennsylvania, millions of patients rely on Medicare to see their doctors, fill their prescriptions, and live healthy lives. Now, if Congress fails to act, those patients will be in jeopardy of Medicare pay cuts when compiled with a 4.6% medical inflation, which will ultimately result in higher costs for Medicare beneficiaries. When I first came to Congress, I pledged to support Medicare and pledged to support the patients who rely on those Medicare benefits. These cuts will make it impossible for rural providers to keep their doors open. These cuts will mean longer travel and wait times for patients to see family doctors, to see surgeons, and to see specialists. Right now, thousands of Medicare patients are in need of a primary care physician. These Medicare cuts will drive further consolidation and force patients into higher cost settings of care that will both increase their wait times and increase their out-of-pocket expenses. Congress must step in and address these cuts before they do irreversible damage to our health care. America and our patients are relying on us to make the right choices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Jackie Wallen, a beloved figure in Laughlin, Nevada, and the architect of so much success across our community. Jackie is retiring her position as the president and CEO of the Laughlin Chamber of Commerce after dedicating 36 years of service to Southern Nevada and the tri-state area. She has been instrumental in promoting small businesses, tourism, and philanthropic work for families, veterans, and seniors across the community. Just last week, I had the pleasure of meeting with Jackie during a roundtable conversation with the Chamber. We discussed issues that face small local businesses and how I can better help them here in Washington. We're working together to make sure that life is more affordable and to cut through red tape, but notably I got to see Jackie's work in action. Not only her persistence in fighting for the interests of her community, but also the genuine care and charisma she brings to every interaction. Throughout the day, I had the pleasure of touring the beautiful riverfront and downtown area in Laughlin, where I witnessed the incredible community development that would not have been possible without Jackie's decades of hard work. I wish Jackie the best of luck as she moves on from leading the chamber. Laughlin's a tight-knit community that looks out for one another, and rest assured, Jackie will never stop looking out for her neighbors no matter where she is, and I expect to see her riding a motorcycle in the future. Thank you, Jackie, for all that you've done for our community. Laughlin and all of Southern Nevada are better off because of you. And with that, I yield my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize a newly retired public servant from Central Washington, Mr. Mike Hull of Pateros. Mike has been an educator for 42 years and has taught some of the most important subjects that engage our students to become better informed on the democratic process. It is more important than ever to instill this in our young people, and Mike has done so by fostering an environment of inclusion, curiosity, and learning. In fact, it was not uncommon for former students to return to his classroom, to visit with him, and to speak about the positive impact that he has had on their lives. His work in education extended well beyond the classroom. As those of us living on the West Coast know, wildfires significantly impact our daily lives and our safety. During the 2014 Carlton Complex recovery, Mike was the principal of the Pateras School, the central location for food distribution and temporary shelter, and was instrumental in coordinating recovery efforts and volunteer work. Mike led his community even when his own home was at risk from the flames. He is truly deserving of an honorable public service recognition, and I wish him the best in his well-deserved retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to enter the comments in the record that I would have said today because I am sad and I am angry. I've been working for 50 years leading the effort to end the failed, unfair, cynical, dangerous war on drugs that targeted black people, that discouraged the legal use of a therapeutic good, something that could have enriched our economy, instead criminalized behavior, had unintended consequences, and continues to fail us today. You've been reading comments lately about the problems we have in terms of the use of cannabis for some pregnant women who are unaware of the impact that that can have on the developing fetus. We're looking at impacts on our children, on a cannabis that is much more potent than it used to be. But we don't have a system that regulates it, that taxes it, that keeps it out of the hands of children. No neighborhood drug dealer looks for identification. And they're perfectly happy to sell kids other more dangerous and potent drugs. We don't have to do this. The House of Representatives has passed a number of items that would remedy this situation. We passed the Comprehensive MORE Act that would put it on equal footing. Frankly, we've got legislation that would stop the unfair practice of taxing cannabis, state legal cannabis businesses 2 or 3 times higher than regular businesses. No wonder they can't compete with the black market. We have a situation now where the state legal cannabis companies have to pay their taxes with shopping bags full of $20 bills because we still deny them access to banking services. That's not just unfair, it's insane. It promotes money laundering, and it inhibits the opportunity of enterprises that are legal now for most of Americans, for either medical or adult use. It's time that the federal government got its act together and stopped making these problems worse. The Biden administration has taken some halting positive steps, pardoning people who didn't need to be caught up in this in the first place. And they're looking at rescheduling cannabis to make it easier to do the research, and it would overnight end the unfair taxing situation. They would be able to deduct their business expenses. How novel. It's time for Congress to stop making this problem worse. The federal government created the situation with the failed war on drugs, unfair to millions of Americans, and denied an opportunity for something that the American public has demonstrated time after time they want to happen by their state votes legalizing it. It's not too late for this Congress to take the legislation that we have in the process to solve this problem, to be fair in the failed war on drugs, be able to allow state legal businesses to not be at a disadvantage to the cartels and the cheaters, and get this right. After 50 years, it's time to finally end the failed war on drugs and be fair to the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the honorable gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Mr. Speaker, I seek to address the House for 5 minutes and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to pay tribute to a remarkable individual whose impact on Western New York and the Southern Tier and our educational system is immeasurable. Paula J. Troutman, the beloved principal of Fredonia Middle School, left us unexpectedly on New Year's Day at the age of 60. I've had the honor to know Paula Troutman and her beautiful family since the late 1990s when I was a student at Pine Valley High School. Her passing has left a void that is deeply felt by her family, her friends, her colleagues, and the thousands of students whose lives she touched. Paula Troutman was a lifelong educator, a coach, a school administrator, a proud alumnus of Pine Valley Central School who went on to teach young people in her hometown. She ultimately went to be the principal of Fredonia Middle School. In our small towns in the Southern Tier, our schools are the epicenter of our communities, and Paula Troutman was a community leader that touched many, many lives. Her ultimate legacy is her beautiful family. Married for 40 years to her husband, Dan, they operated a family farm. They have 4 amazing children, Danielle, Courtney, Justina, and Cody, all of which have followed in their mother's footsteps in education or coaching. And Paula was a loving grandmother to 6 beautiful grandchildren. A shocked community is mourning her sudden passing and expressing their love and support for her family, also reflecting on the leadership role she played for many in the community. Fredonia Central School Superintendent Brad Ziliak aptly captured Paula's essence, stating, "It's Paula's impact on fostering relationships, a work family that our staff is leaning on as strength to be there for our students and for each other." Colleagues and friends have shared heartwarming stories from Paula's unwavering support and genuine care, from reassuring a worried mother about a school transition to coaching with passion and dedication. Paula left an enduring mark on the lives of those around her. As we mourn the loss of Paula Troutman, we remember her not only for her professional accomplishments, but for her kindness and understanding that made her a cherished figure in the lives of many. In one of her very last social media posts, Paula Troutman said her New Year's resolution for 2024 was to love more. I think that is a resolution that we could all strive for. In her passing, it's clear that she gave her community and those around her a lot of love, and those people that she touched truly loved her back. In closing, my thoughts and my prayers go out to Paula's family during this very difficult time. May her legacy inspire us to embrace the values that she held dear, values of compassion, dedication, and the unwavering belief in the transformative power of education. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Manning, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with a heavy heart that I rise today to honor the late Sergeant Philip Dale Nix of the Greensboro Police Department. On December 30th, Sergeant Nix, while off duty, was at a gas station where he saw 3 young people stealing several cases of beer. When he approached the robber's car, the 18-year-old thief shot Sergeant Nix 5 times, killing him over less than $100 worth of beer. Dale Nix's loss is a tragedy that has been a terrible blow to Greensboro and the Triad. Our entire community is grieving, from his fellow officers and emergency responders to those he helped at the Guilford County Family Justice Center, to people across the city who, like me, are shocked and saddened over the loss of this fine man. Sergeant Nix joined the Greensboro Police Department in 2001, where he served our community with distinction for 22 years. As mentioned at our recent community vigil by so many of his colleagues, Sergeant Nix was a standout leader. He went above and beyond in all his roles on the force and was dedicated to justice and helping others. In his 22 years on the force, Sergeant Nix served as a Criminal Investigation Division detective, a patrol corporal, patrol sergeant, team leader for the peer support team for 12 years, assistant team leader of the GPD Honor Guard, and his latest assignment was as detective sergeant of the Family Victims Unit, where he worked closely with the Family Justice Center, helping victims of crimes, particularly women and children who were the victims of domestic violence. As Catherine Johnson, who runs the Family Justice Center, said at the vigil, Dale Nix had an extraordinary ability to connect with people, especially people in pain. He was able to work so well with the victims of crimes because he listened to them. He gained their trust. They knew he would fight for them because they knew he cared. The impact Sergeant Nix made on families in Greensboro is incalculable. The stories have poured in from people he impacted, stories that have been both heartwarming and heartbreaking. Here was a man who was devoted to others, a man who made a real difference, whose ability to help those in need was cut far too short. In addition to his valiant service to our community, Dale Nix was a beloved husband and father, a true family man. At this difficult time, my heart breaks for his wife, son, parents, his entire family. I share my condolences with the Greensboro Police Department, the Fire Department, the 911 Emergency Center, those at the Family Justice Center, and all who served with him. Sergeant Nix was a man of integrity, family, and service. He protected the innocent, advocated for victims, and made a difference in countless lives. It is truly tragic that while Sergeant Nix dedicated his career to preventing crimes and helping victims, he lost his life to violent criminals. As a member of Congress and a member of the Greensboro community, I am outraged by the act of senseless violence that stole Sergeant Nix's life. I will continue to use my role in Congress and in my community to work towards solutions that will stop this painful cycle of violence that has claimed far too many innocent lives. I know that Sergeant Nix's legacy will live on. He will long be remembered as a father, a husband, a man of integrity and service, an advocate, a true hero, and a pillar of justice in Greensboro, North Carolina. May his memory be a blessing to all.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to call on this body to champion fiscal responsibility. It's no secret that the U.S. is steamrolling its way to fiscal ruin, rapidly barreling toward economic collapse and unfairly burdening future generations. Yet few here in Washington seem to notice this fiscal calamity, let alone care enough to fix it. Far too many have not only become numb to our ballooning national debt and out-of-control deficit, but completely addicted to spending money that we simply don't have. The U.S. national debt climbs higher every second, swelling at such an alarming rate that hitting a new trillion-dollar milestone has now become routine. In fact, in June, just 7 months ago, the national debt reached $32 trillion. This figure surged to $33 trillion 3 months later in September. And just days ago, our national debt surpassed $34 trillion, another just 3.5 months, amounting to roughly $100,000 for every American for our constituents. Folks, racking up more than $2 trillion in national debt in just 7 months' time is not a historic milestone. It's a historic failure. At this rate, we're adding roughly $1 trillion to our national debt every 90 days. Think about that, $1 trillion every 90 days, setting us up to hit, if not exceed, $37 trillion by the end of the fiscal year. Unsustainable is an understatement. Every solitary member should be enraged by this ill-fated trend. But despite all the warning signs, it's business as usual here in Washington, as evidenced by the recently announced agreement on the overall price tag for fiscal year 2024 appropriations. Make no mistake, the bipartisan spending deal is a total sham. No amount of smoke and mirrors can hide the swamp's irresponsible, wasteful, and reckless spending agenda. While leaders from both parties claim that the top-line spending level matches the $1.59 trillion statutory cap set last year by the Fiscal Responsibility Act, the true total of programmatic spending is actually more than $68 billion higher at $1.658 trillion. The statutory FRA cap, which in my opinion is already far too high, should have been the ceiling, not the floor, to hide this excessive spending. That's right, new year, same uniparty. I vehemently oppose this sham bipartisan spending deal, and I'm deeply disappointed that yet again, at President Biden and Senate Leader Schumer's pleasure, critical leverage and key policy wins were abandoned. My constituents didn't send me here to greenlight more of the swamp spending as usual, exacerbate our national debt, or concede in conservative policy battles. They sent me here to change the course of Congress, to change the status quo. I'm fighting to do just that. But if we're ever going to save our nation, economy, and future generations from financial failure, we need more Republicans in both chambers to join the fight. After all, we should be far more afraid of fiscal calamity than fighting the swamp. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to take our rapidly approaching financial ruin seriously by rejecting this irresponsible deal. Let's champion fiscal responsibility and return to fiscal sanity. To Washington, by cutting spending, not carrying on business as usual, while our fiscal house falls into a sinkhole of skyrocketing debt. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to be recognized for 5 minutes.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, now that we're back in Washington and starting some very serious conversations, I wanted to make clear where I stand on an issue that I think most Americans, certainly most members of Congress, believe is of urgent importance, and that's on the issue of immigration. Immigration is now part of a larger negotiation that's going on largely in the Senate, in addition to funding things like Ukraine, the Middle East conflict, support in Taiwan. It's all in the mix. Truth be told, since becoming a member of Congress, I have never seen an issue more politicized than the issue of immigration. I think most of us, regardless of party, would agree that our immigration system is broken. It is not working for anyone. Not the communities struggling to handle thousands of migrants, not our own economy where we actually really need immigration, not the migrants themselves who are walking in some cases 1,000 miles with their children to get to our border. Both Democrats and Republicans share blame on this situation. We have had chances to reform this totally broken system in the past, but we have fallen short over and over again. It does not have to be this way. I think as rational, practical people, we should be able to come together and have a conversation about how we think this most American of issues should go. And as we do, we should follow what I consider the 5 core pillars to address this comprehensive crisis. Number 1, immigration in the United States should be based on the needs of the U.S. economy and the employers in the United States. Right now, every single employer that I know is looking for legal labor, and our economy can take new people coming into the workforce. We should key our immigration numbers to the economy. Immigration numbers, visa numbers are set by Congress, not by the White House, but by this body that I sit in. So if we want to raise the caps of legally allowed visas in the United States, that is on this body. Number 2, we have to change the system so that immigrants can come to this country by applying from their home countries. Have it be faster to get a legal work permit from your home country rather than walking, as I said, 1,000 miles, making this dangerous journey to the border, paying a whole bunch of unsavory people to get themselves over. This is how it works on the northern border. I'm from Michigan. You don't have border agents making decisions about whether someone gets to come into our country or not. They are checking the visas and the paperwork, stamping approved or unapproved, and moving them through. Number 3, we need to invest in border security. Every country in the world deserves to know who's coming inside their borders. I'm a national security person. I spent my entire life trying to make sure to protect our homeland. Every country has the right to know who's coming in. We need strong border security, and there are plenty of bipartisan proposals, including ones that I have presented, that can accomplish this. Number 4, we have to address the root causes of migration. Why are people risking their life to come to this country in the first place? It's poverty, it's violence back home. We've got to help those countries improve their situation so we don't have such a flood of people feeling desperate to come to the United States. That's in their interest and ours. And lastly, we need to live up to our values and morals as a country of immigrants, as a nation of immigrants. I'm guessing everyone in this room right now owes their lives in America to an immigration story, and we always should remain a place where people fearing persecution and death can come to at a chance to live. I am willing to talk with anyone, Democrat or Republican, who wants to uphold common sense conversations. I'm willing to make progress, even if it's not popular, even if plans are imperfect. And the truth is, there's a lot of bipartisan ideas out there. They're just not sexy. They just don't get attention. I'm the co-sponsor of something called the Dignity Act. It's a comprehensive reform plan. It's bipartisan. It was put together by folks in the Problem Solvers Caucus. But to be honest about those future negotiations, we have to be honest that our immigration system is broken because of that partisanship, because all sides, members of the House, the Senate, and the White House pointing fingers at everybody else. There is a way out of this mess. It's the same thing our constituents do every day. They go to work, they have negotiations. Not everyone is happy, but they come up with a compromise. As we kick off 2024, we know that this issue of immigration is on the top of all of our news feeds. It's being discussed in the Senate right now. I'm willing to work with anyone who is actually focused on getting something done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor SUNY Cortland's football team for winning its first ever national championship. In a thrilling showdown at the 50th Amos Alonzo Stagg Bowl, the Red Dragons defeated the previously unbeaten and top-ranked North Central College by a narrow 38-37. This victory marks the culmination of a phenomenal season where Cortland's junior quarterback, Zach Boyes, showcased brilliance with 349 passing yards, 5 touchdowns, and 123 rushing yards. The championship game, a showcase of 2 prolific offenses, unfolded in dramatic fashion, featuring 3 lead changes and 3 ties, and in the closing moments, North Central sought a comeback, narrowing Cortland's lead to 38-37 with a 60-yard pass. But the Red Dragons held firm, stopping the 2-point conversion and securing the win. This triumph is not just a win for the team, but a testament to their resilience, defeating a program that held a 29-game winning streak and the defending Division III national champions. Cortland's journey through the playoffs with 5 consecutive wins against top 25 opponents underscores their exceptional prowess. As we applaud this victory, we also acknowledge the broader significance. This is the first New York school to reach the Division III title game since 1991. In a season that saw them ranked 11th nationally, the Red Dragons soared to unparalleled heights, achieving their 26th title overall. Today, let's recognize and celebrate their hard work, dedication, and the indomitable spirit that defines champions. On behalf of the people of the 19th Congressional District, congratulations to SUNY Cortland on this historic and well-deserved win. May their success inspire future generations to strive for greatness on and off the field. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a cherished member of our community, Mr. Jim Dunham of Kinderhook, New York. Jim passed away on December 18th, leaving behind a legacy of selfless dedication and a profound impact on the Kinderhook community. Jim's early life was shaped by the support of his family, and he went on to become an exemplary son, husband, father, and grandfather. A devoted public servant, Jim volunteered for over 5 decades, ultimately serving as a village trustee and mayor. This summer, Dunham Park in the village square was named in his honor, recognizing his extensive service and lasting impact. Jim's commitment to family, community, and public service extended to his roles in the Kinderhook Reformed Church as a volunteer firefighter and a Little League coach. An avid baseball fan, he found joy rooting for Cleveland and his hometown Kinderhook Robins. In addition to his civic contributions, Jim earned a BS in civil engineering and had a 35-year distinguished career with the New York State Department of Transportation. Today, as we express our condolences to Jim's family and friends, let us also celebrate the life of a man whose humility, sincerity, kindness, and love for his community were the hallmarks of his character. May Jim Dunham rest in peace, and may his memory inspire us all to serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to proudly announce that 2 of my communities in very rural parts of southern New Mexico will receive $63 million in federal investment to construct 2 medium and heavy-duty commercial electric truck charging stations along Interstate 10, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law. Lordsburg in Hidalgo County is home to only 2,300 people, and Vado in Doña Ana County is home to nearly 3,000 people. This type of investment in these small rural communities will spur economic development in these places for generations to come. While we talk about these new electrification opportunities across the country, I'm always asking, what jobs will this bring to rural communities like mine? This $63 million award coming to New Mexico is the largest award in the United States and will go a long way to not just helping us transition to cleaner trucks and transportation, but also boosting economic development in rural communities. Larger metropolitan areas continuously benefit from federal investments. So this is why I fight to make sure that towns like Lordsburg and Vado are not being left behind by the decisions here in Washington. The construction of these new charging centers will provide critical resting places along the I-10 corridor, a route that facilitates the transportation of millions of dollars in goods from the ports of Los Angeles through New Mexico and through the rest of the country. Along with this project comes new jobs and other investments like lodging, food services, fuel stations that will serve the truckers who are utilizing the new center. This critical funding is also helping grow American manufacturing, including in my district in New Mexico. In fact, in September, Hoda, an auto parts maker, announced that they are opening a factory in Santa Teresa that will support 350 new jobs building these parts for electric vehicles. I'm committed to growing the rural economies in my district, whether that's supporting new manufacturing jobs or establishing new charging hubs along I-10. This shows that we can work together in a bipartisan way and deliver for the American people and for our rural communities. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Americans have had enough. I rise today to call upon the House of Representatives to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and for the Senate to convict and remove him from the office he has failed to uphold. Since being sworn in 3 years ago, Secretary Mayorkas has neglected his duty to secure the border. He's abused his power to exercise proper discretion over America's immigration process by refusing to enforce federal laws, and he has breached the public trust and put the safety of American people at risk. Secretary Mayorkas is the worst cabinet-level official in our nation's proud history, and he has subverted our nation's laws so many times. With respect to his impeachment and removal, I want to focus on 2 main points: the reassigning of Border Patrol agents away from the border and the lack of vetting of migrants paroled into our interior. First, Secretary Mayorkas continues to require Border Patrol agents be taken off of the border and instead sit behind a desk at migrant processing centers to process more and more dubious asylum claims and facilitate migrants' parole into our nation's interior. This is an abuse of power by the Secretary to exercise proper discretion over our nation's immigration process. The diversion of border agents away from the border leaves the already mostly unsecure border even more vulnerable to cartels looking to illegally traffic people and narcotics, including fentanyl. Fentanyl has been coming through legal and illegal border crossings, overwhelming our law enforcement. The open and agentless border can be tied to the death of 73,000 Americans who were poisoned by fentanyl in 2022 alone. In redirecting personnel away from the border, leaving it wide open for tens of miles in many places, Secretary Mayorkas has neglected his duty to secure America's southern border and to keep our communities safe. Second, Mr. Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas' scheme of paroling hundreds of thousands of migrants into the United States who have not and cannot be properly vetted undermines our national security efforts to keep America safe in a post-9/11 world. In just 2 years in office, Secretary Mayorkas paroled and allowed 541,000 migrants to enter the United States through Immigration Parole Authority, which gives federal officials the power to authorize the entries of foreigners who lack visas. And while this number on its own is objectionable, the impeachment-worthy part is Secretary Mayorkas has allowed these individuals into our communities without a proper understanding of their criminal backgrounds or national security intentions. According to the not-so-conservative New York Times, more than 24,000 Chinese citizens illegally crossed into the United States in a one-year time period under Secretary Mayorkas. Mayorkas then paroled a large fraction of them into the United States without any proper vetting whatsoever. This has brought us to this week, where the Homeland Security Committee opened impeachment proceedings against Secretary Mayorkas. This was not an easy decision, but it is necessary for the well-being of our nation. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans' calls for the Secretary's impeachment and removal from office comes after exhausting all other efforts. In May of this year, the House took action and passed H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, which, among other things, would counter Secretary Mayorkas' alternative immigration scheme by reinstating the Remain in Mexico policy and requiring the construction of more physical barriers at the border. Yet, this bill languishes on Senator Schumer's desk. Despite the inaction from our Senate counterparts, we House Republicans have hosted multiple public hearings to show the American people the failures of Secretary Mayorkas' alternative immigration process with the hope that he would change course. These hearings have been complemented by numerous trips to the southern border to allow members of this chamber to hear directly from border communities, local officials, law enforcement, and families affected by this crisis. House Republicans understand Americans want a more secure border, as is demonstrated by the staggering 68% disapproval rating on the president's handling of immigration. Mr. Speaker, to summarize, Secretary Mayorkas has 1, neglected his duty to secure the border, 2, abused his power to exercise proper discretion over America's immigration process, and 3, breached the public trust. Secretary Mayorkas is intentionally circumventing the immigration and border security laws passed by multiple Congresses and signed by previous presidents of both parties, and I believe he holds a partial responsibility for thousands of our children dying from fentanyl poisoning. So what are we to do when the majority of Americans want accountability?
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, during the first year of the 118th Congress, my focus was clear: ensuring the people of Eastern North Carolina were seen and heard in Washington, D.C., and not forgotten. It was essential to champion health care, and I'm glad North Carolina expanded Medicaid, securing over 3,000 jobs, making health care accessible for 95,000 residents, and saving rural hospitals in Eastern North Carolina. I voted to support our community health centers and twice to keep the government open, realizing the devastating impact a shutdown would have on Eastern North Carolinians. I'm proud to say our office resolved over 970 constituent cases. We held over 1,000 meetings, returned over $3 million to families, distributed over $260 million in grants, and submitted more than $16 million in community project funding. I crisscrossed our district and visited all 19 counties multiple times, hearing from constituents. We're working to create a brighter future in eastern North Carolina, empowering young people, young leaders, and that's why I visited schools in all 19 counties to talk to students as a part of our Live the Dream Down East tour. We honored Sierra Keys Evans, an American hero, highlighted the Aviation Sciences program at Elizabeth City State University, and Lady Pirate Marissa, the first live female pirate mascot at East Carolina University. We stood staunchly with our farmers, service members, veterans, and their families. Mr. Speaker, we must secure the border. So it was essential to travel to the southern border and speak with Border Patrol agents within my first 4 months of office to hear from those on the ground about their challenges. I made it clear that we must always stand with our ally Israel in their fight against Hamas terrorists and keep our F-15 Strike Eagles at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. I have proudly sponsored 17 bills, 12 bipartisan, and co-sponsored over 350 bipartisan pieces of legislation. As we now forge ahead in 2024, I will continue to provide hope and keep the American dream within reach for Eastern North Carolinians. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, trivia time. What year was it? Sanford and Son and All in the Family were the most popular shows on television. The top songs on the radio, The Way We Were and The Locomotion. And the top movie in America that year was Blazing Saddles. Gerald Ford was our brand new president. What year was it? 1974, 50 years ago. It was that same year, a group of forward-looking, caring citizens in Nassau County, Florida, that met, including George Crady, Elsie Harper, Edgar Lindsay, and Buddy Jacobs, fresh out of law school, met to establish the Nassau County Council on Aging. Today, I rise to honor the Nassau County Council on Aging for turning 50 years old. 50 years of service to Nassau's wise and seasoned residents. I think we can all agree they don't look a day over 29. From its inception, the council has selflessly met the needs of our senior citizens, providing meal delivery, household chores, and transportation needs in its early days. And then it launched its core mission of remaining steadfast to enhance the lives of older adults with compassionate care. Today, they are led by a young and dynamic CEO, Janice Ankrum. Under her leadership, the council has thrived. It's got a brand new headquarters and is poised for future greatness. Soon, there will be a fancy black tie gala in Nassau County to celebrate. Hopefully, there will be cake as we celebrate the selfless thousands of volunteers who have participated to serve the tens of thousands of residents who have taken advantage of the Council on Aging's services. Today, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating this significant milestone for the Nassau Council on Aging. I want to thank everybody that's been involved. I just want to say the future of Nassau County citizens is indeed bright. Mr. Speaker, can you guess how many times President Biden visited the border in 2023 compared to how many days he went on vacation? 1 versus 138. Maybe if President Biden spent more time at the border, he would understand the chaos his policies have created. This is my first term in Congress, and I just returned from my second visit to the border. I went with Speaker Johnson and a record number of other members to see firsthand just what's going on. And what I saw was shocking. Illegal immigrants simply walking across what was formerly known as our border, walking across assisted by Border Patrol, and then chauffeured to the processing center where they're been given free bus and airline tickets to cities all across America. Mr. Speaker, our porous border is open. It's an open wound being taken advantage of by bad actors, criminals, traffickers, cartels, and even terrorists from around the world. The massive caravans will not stop until we secure our border. No taxpayer funding shouldn't be going forward to continue our same old policies of processing more immigrants around our nation. This administration can deflect, deny, and detract, but President Biden cannot escape the fact there's an invasion going on happening at our southern border, the root cause of which is his senseless and reckless open border policies. In typical fashion, President Biden has attempted to shift the blame for the influx of illegal immigration to one of his favorite political targets, House Republicans. But, Mr. Speaker, here's the truth. It was President Biden who ended the Remain in Mexico policy. It was President Biden who ended Title 42. It was President Biden who stopped the construction of the border wall. It was President Biden who instructed Border Patrol to cut the razor wire to allow more to come in. And as a result of his policies, just recently in New York City, students, can you believe this, are being kicked out of a school in order to house illegal immigrants that have willingly broken our laws, and our taxpayers' dollars are funding every bit of it. Our southern border remains open for one reason and one reason alone, because President Biden refuses to shut it down. One question, Mr. Speaker: why? Why is President Biden keeping our border open? Why? It's time for President Biden to stop turning their backs on America and its citizens, the hardworking and taxpaying men and women who make this country great, and secure our border. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand before you with immense pride and a spirited "Go Chiefs" to introduce a resolution commemorating an historic moment in sports history. We gathered to recognize the 54th anniversary of the Kansas City Chiefs' first Super Bowl victory, a day that remains etched in the hearts of many. On January 11th, 1970, the Chiefs triumphed over the Minnesota Vikings in Super Bowl IV with a score of 23-7, with the late, great Lenny Dawson pictured here leading the way. By the way, you may not know this, Mr. Speaker, but the term Super Bowl was coined by the Chiefs owner, Lamar Hunt, who saw his kids playing with a Super Ball. He thought, hey, that sounds like a great name for a contest, so he named it the Super Bowl, and the rest is history. Well, this wasn't just any other Super Bowl. It was a historic moment, as it was the final game played at an American Football League franchise before the AFL-NFL merger. This resolution is a tribute to that victory, a celebration of the team's enduring legacy, and an acknowledgement of the joy and unity it brought to fans, our community, and our state. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution, and as we prepare to attend the Chiefs playoff game this Saturday at Arrowhead, which could be the coldest NFL game since 2016, a balmy 5 degrees, I say once again, go Chiefs! Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 202nd anniversary of the adoption of the Great Seal of the state of Missouri, seen right here, and above our very heads on the ceiling of this distinguished chamber. On January 11th, 1822, the Missouri General Assembly adopted an act that established a symbol of the state of Missouri for the people of Missouri. This seal symbolizes the bravery, strength, and unity of the Show Me State. Salus Populi Suprema Lex Esto, our state's motto, which means the welfare of the people shall be the supreme law. The great seal designer William Wells intended the motto to represent the very fabric of the state's government. The crescent moon symbolizes Missouri at the time of the seal's creation of small population and wealth, but would increase soon, just like the crescent moon. The two bears represent the strength of our state. There are 24 stars. 23 of them represent the states that were already in existence when Missouri became the 24th. And the clouds surrounding the stars represent the rocky process that led to Missouri's becoming a state. The seal itself declares and emphasizes, united we stand, divided we fall. Our founders knew that if we work together, we can accomplish great things for our state and our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to congratulate Jim Leyland on his well-deserved election into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. Jim Leyland was the baseball manager of the Clinton Pilots for 3 seasons and is now the first member of the team to enter the museum in Cooperstown, New York. During his time with the Pilots, Leyland took the team to the playoffs in 1973 with a 73-51 record. The Pilots impressively ended the 73 season in first place for the North Division. Leyland finished his 3 seasons managing the Pilots with a satisfying record of 189-189. Congratulations, Jim Leyland and the Clinton Pilots. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Madison Herring, a Girl Scout from Maquoketa, Iowa, who received the Girl Scout Silver Award. Madison collaborated with Vestas American Wind Technology on her sustainability project to construct a Gaga Ball Pit, a popular children's game. After visiting a Vestas facility and learning about wind energy possibilities, she pitched her idea to the city manager, Josh Bolt, to create this recreational area with recycled materials from wind turbines. With design and material support from both Vestas and Canvas, as well as assistance from the Maquoketa Parks Department, Madison's idea was brought to life. Congratulations, Madison, on your award for making our community in Maquoketa better and more beautiful, and for your sustainability efforts with your commitment to sustainability and our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 7th anniversary of the Quad City Veterans Outreach Center in Davenport, Iowa. The Quad City Veterans Outreach Center was founded by Lola Vandewally in memory of her father, Emerson Ted Walters, who served in World War II. The center is a nonprofit organization that provides various outreach services to veterans in the Quad Cities and the surrounding areas. With them, I have handed out and delivered food to over 1,000 veterans in line when they do their food drives. The center also helps with job placement, housing assessment, veterans benefit counseling, and provides monthly programming free of charge. Most importantly, it provides our veterans a place to go where there is no judgment, no questions, and I have seen remarkable recovery of veterans that are suffering from PTSD and have not had contact with their families. They recently have acquired a building in Davenport that they will be turning into a housing center for homeless veterans. Congratulations to Lola and the Quad City Veterans Outreach Center on your 7th anniversary. And thank you so much for all you do for our veterans and your continued generosity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the North Scott volleyball team for winning their first state championship since 1985. In true Cinderella story fashion, the Lancers beat out the top-ranked Clear Creek Amana in the semifinals. For their final match, North Scott defeated Indianola 25-12 in set 3 to secure the state championship title. What does this say about perseverance and tenacity? Congratulations, North Scott Lancers, for bringing the 4A state championship back to Eldridge. I'd also like to take this time to wish my sister Mary Ann, the oldest girl of the 8 children, a very good retirement, best wishes on retirement, and also Mary Ann, a very happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mary Ann. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and service of Commander Delbert Austin Olson. Commander Olson was born on January 4th, 1926 in Arthur, North Dakota. In 1943, while still in high school, Commander Olson enlisted in the Navy Reserve, listing Castleton, North Dakota as his home. Commander Olson was designated as a naval aviator in 1947. He served honorably in World War II, the Korean War, and then Vietnam. Commander Olson's service was one of distinction. He was a member of the Secret Observation Squadron 67, with his final mission declassified in 1998. In existence for just 500 days, the Observation Squadron consisted of 12 9-man crews that flew along the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos and Cambodia. The purpose of the mission was to place sensors along the trail to monitor hostile movements and to listen in on conversations. This strategy was named McNamara's Line after Defense Secretary Robert McNamara. These missions were dangerous, as they were required to fly close to the ground, making them prime targets. On January 11th, 1968, Commander Olson's plane went down. Commander Olson lost his life along with his other crewmen and their mascot, a dog named Skippy. In 1968, Commander Olson was first listed as missing in action, later changed to killed in action. While ground conditions made recovery extremely dangerous, we are grateful to that the U.S. military sent out multiple teams and that the remains of all the crew were recovered. Commander Olson was laid to rest at the Arlington National Cemetery in 2003. Commander Olson earned multiple awards for his service, including the Navy Commendation Medal with Valor, Purple Heart, National Defense Service Medal, Vietnam Service Medal, and the Republic of Vietnam Campaign Ribbon Bar. His name is inscribed on the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall on the National Mall here in Washington, D.C. I know I speak for all North Dakotans when I say that we are proud of Commander Olson's dedicated service to our nation. By honoring him today, we ensure that Commander Olson has a permanent place in our country's history and that his memory will live on forever. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. LaMalfa from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk to you about a proposal by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, often coupled with EPA as well, on this topic with corporate average fuel economy. This is a standard that was developed many years ago in order to increase the fuel efficiency of automobiles and trucks sold in America. And so they've been cranking up that standard over the years, including a giant leap during the Obama era, where the manufacturers basically came into hearings and acquiesced to these really far-reaching standards they would have. So this basically means the fleet of vehicles that the manufacturers would sell has to meet a certain level of average miles per gallon for cars and for light trucks. And so years ago when it was first established, these were within reach with work, with new technology, with the efforts modern manufacturers are making. During the Obama era, they wanted to raise it from the ultimate goal of, I believe, 27 miles per gallon by X year to 55 miles per gallon by, I believe, 2025 at the time. 55 miles per gallon. Think about that a minute. And this is before any of this electric car mess we're talking about right now being forced upon consumers. How many cars do you know of today that get 55 miles per gallon that are not electric assist or electric in total, which gets, I guess, infinite miles per gallon in that sense. Now, the electricity still comes from somewhere, whether it's a coal plant, a natural gas plant, or a windmill that runs only when the wind blows, or a solar plant that's taken up many hundreds of acres of land that only works when it's daylight or not cloudy or rainy or snow covering the solar panels. But I digress a bit. So the standard, basically the Obama era, they wanted to double it, 54. Now, there's not a lot of cars that most people want to drive day in, day out that get 54, 55 miles per gallon. Indeed, right now, the fleet, when you average the trucks and cars, at this moment is about 26.4 miles per gallon across the board. And this is after some years of fuel efficiency since this first came out. Consumers have voted with what they want. They vote with their wallets. And that's where the average is right now. Some folks want a high mileage car for their commute, or that's what they use every day, or what have you. Some folks want electric cars. So they think they're being part of a ecological solution. But a lot of Americans have shown already that they don't want to have electric cars forced upon them, the EVs. And indeed, we're seeing the manufacturers, after all this enthusiasm, the CEOs coming out, oh, it's the wave, it's the future. They're finding that after an initial jolt of people buying these vehicles, that market has more or less saturated for this moment. And it's taken a lot of incentives, a lot of government money thrown around to help manufacturers put these out, and then giant incentives to buyers to buy these electric cars. And so you have National Highway Traffic Safety Association trying yet again to push even harder on these fuel standards to be what might take 58 miles per gallon to reach the goals that they set out. You know, they say our goals, like whose goals are they? This is just government, this is not people goals. And so you're going to be even availed less choice of vehicle to drive and use. And it showed by sales. People are less inclined to want to buy an electric vehicle unless they're forced to. They like internal combustion engines. And what is not really given a whole lot of credit for is that the last 30, 40, 50 years, there's been incremental gain. When fuel injection, when electronic fuel injection really started hitting in the 90s on more and more and pretty much all vehicles, the efficiency jumped up. As far as MPG, it improved, and emissions dramatically improved as well. But nobody really gives credit for that. It's like, oh no, that doesn't count because we have California Air Resources Board in California just dreaming up a new regulation every month because that's what they do. They just grind them out. Then the other states follow along blindly, say, oh, let's be like California, you know, the so-called progressive states. And we find out we're going to have less choices. We're going to find out that we're going to have an issue where people can't buy what they need. You know, if a person needs an F-150, F-250 truck to do their job, it's not going to be solved by buying 4 Priuses, okay? And other people just like what they like. I personally am a car enthusiast. I like a Mustang with a V8. It feels good. It's fun to drive, you know? I don't want that taken away from me or even people that drive Camaros, all right? They may not have as good a taste. I'm kidding. But it's a deal where, you know, the car enthusiasts have this thing they like to do together, whether it's a rivalry, but it all works together. Car shows, the whole thing. That's an important part of Americana, including politicians that like to ride in these cars in parades. You know, who doesn't like a 1972 Cadillac convertible to use in a parade? No, but I'm going to go back to using my Prius, or acting like I am later on. This corporate average fuel economy is going to take away choices that people want, that people can afford. This forced mandate of electric vehicles by NHTSA, NHTSA, is basically what they're doing here. They're not even supposed to be using electric vehicles and calculating the corporate average fuel economy standard, yet they're sneaking that in there in this proposal. So
the gentleman's time has expired.
They take away consumer choice via this. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 5266 because the federal prison system is in a crisis. Overdoses have skyrocketed 600% in prisons and jails, with 65% of inmates suffering from active substance abuse disorders. The influx of fentanyl and contraband into the prisons through fentanyl-soaked mail and forged legal correspondence is a threat to inmates and our prison staff who risk exposure to tainted mail. The Federal Bureau of Prisons deployed successful pilot programs at 2 federal prisons, which digitized all mail for 1 year. During the trial, 100% of fentanyl was intercepted and no opioids or other drugs were introduced into the facilities via the mail. I introduced H.R. 5266 with Representative Cartwright to ensure the safety of staff and inmates in custody. The bill calls for stringent inspection protocols to halt the flow of illicit substances. We must reverse the dangerous trend of drug consumption and trafficking in our prisons. I urge the House to embrace this legislation and pass it. I thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Today, O Lord, may we hear your voice. Inspire us not to harden our hearts as we are so often inclined to do. Keep us from our quarreling when we find ourselves without answers, without direction. Save us from our anger when we are tested by demands and doubts and frustrated with misgivings and mistrust. Though we test your patience day after day, do not be angry with us nor abandon us, even when we turn away from you. But show us how to mend fences with one another, to turn disputes into discussions, to bridge impasses with compassion, and to set aside our irritation and yield to your direction. Today, O Lord, may we hear your voice and set our will aside and obey your own. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
The Chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Biden issued a statement in December falsely claiming job creation and reduced inflation as the American people have endured the highest inflation in 40 years. His war on energy independence has led to devastating fuel costs for cars and homes. The reality is much different, as American families know. As described by Stephen Moore of the Committee to Unleash Prosperity also last month, quote, "The economy is still creating jobs. The bad news is government spending and debt that continues to finance the job creation. This year, the largest employers have been federal, state, and local governments," end of quote. I'm grateful that last year, Republicans passed the largest deficit reduction package in American history, supporting job creation. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders for terrorists. It is sadly clear there will be more 9/11 attacks across America imminent as our country has been warned by the FBI. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Thanks. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
It is the new year. Congress is back in session, students are back in school, and parents are preparing for the year ahead. And for many families, that means figuring out childcare. I remember when I was a young mother running a small law firm with 2 other women. 2 of us were working mothers. We worked with our kids literally on our hip, and we were lucky to be able to do that. But this isn't the case for millions of parents, and it shouldn't have to be. 14 million parents rely on childcare and daycare. On average, costs $11,000 per year, and that's if parents can even find it. It's often an impossible cycle. Parents can't find work if they can't secure childcare and can't pay for childcare without working, which is why we need to bring bills to the floor like the Child Care for Every Community Act. Under this bill, half of American families would pay no more than $10 a day for childcare. High quality, accessible, and affordable childcare deserves our attention and commitment this year and every year, because it's good for our economy. It's good for parents and children. It's good for our future. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yet another California law forbidding residents of the state from carrying guns in most public areas has thankfully been blocked from taking effect, at least for now. It's good news for California and other states that tend to copy our bad ideas, and for the constitutional right to bear arms. This is not, however, Governor Newsom's first unconstitutional attack on our Second Amendment, and it's certainly not going to be his last. The law, SB 2, would increase California's requirements for trying to lawfully obtain their concealed carry permit, and also ban carrying concealed weapons from most public areas. Many county sheriff's offices throughout the state, including here in Northern California, oppose the law. Sutter and Yuba County made the decision to exercise their common sense and discretion to ensure the law is not enforced in a way that would violate the rights of our citizens. Good on them. As a member of Congress representing Yuba and Sutter County, I applaud their decision to stand up against the state's unconstitutional attack on the Second Amendment. Law-abiding concealed carry permit holders are not the problem. It's the criminals that are the problem. Start going after the bad guys, leave the good guys alone. And other states that are watching this, don't act like we do in California, okay? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to rise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to shed the light on a pressing issue weighing heavily on residents of Eastern North Carolina, the burden of high cost. One constituent shared on a retired educator's budget and as a part-time employee, it's impossible to keep up with rising costs. I can't win for losing. I find myself borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. Many are finding it extremely difficult to put food on the table. Another constituent shared groceries are extremely expensive. We're just a family of two and have to budget so much of our paychecks for groceries. In North Carolina, approximately 10% of the population is battling food insecurity. The need for good-paying jobs in eastern North Carolina is more critical now more than ever. I strongly encourage Congress to prioritize the Southeastern Crescent Economic Empowerment Act and broader access to healthy, safe, and affordable foods. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor the life of my dear good friend, Pastor Clarence Sexton, who passed away on December 12th at the age of 75. He was very kind to me through some very tough times, would often pray with me and congratulate me on tough wins and an occasional loss. Pastor Sexton loved the Lord, and everything he did was to serve him. He founded Crown College in 1991 to train students to serve Jesus Christ in local churches and all across our great world to help spread the gospel. Everyone who met him knew of his faithfulness, as well as the support for conservative ideals and family values, which is why he was given the opportunity to conduct the funeral of Robert Trump in 2020. My dad always used to say that preachers would just preach the gospel, that we would solve most of the world's problems. Pastor Sexton did preach the gospel faithfully and without any agenda except to serve the Lord. I want to offer my sincere condolences to his lovely wife, Evelyn, of 56 years, their two sons, Shannon and Matt, and everyone else who knew him and loved him. And Evelyn said her husband loved people, his country, and most of all loved his Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. She said he lived his life to advance God's kingdom on earth. We will certainly miss Pastor Sexton, but he's with the Lord now. We will never forget him. And on a personal note, I always remembered when I adopted my little girl, he came and prayed for us, and he will be missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, after the 2022 White House Conference on Hunger, Democrats, led by Speaker Pelosi and President Biden, established a program to provide eligible families $120 per child over the summer for nutritious food. Thank you to Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack and Deputy Undersecretary Stacey Dean for standing up the new summer EBT program. 35 states, including my own state, Massachusetts, 5 territories, and 4 tribes signed up to participate in 2024, helping 21 million kids across the country. I hope that the states that are working with USDA to adopt programs in 2025 keep at it. Hungry kids are counting on you. And to the Republican governors who rejected this program, like Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, who said it does nothing to promote nutrition, or Nebraska Governor Jim Pillen, who said, I don't believe in welfare. Oh my God, what the hell is wrong with these people, Mr. Speaker? I say to them, shame on you for taking food from hungry kids. Summer EBT will make a huge difference as we work to end hunger now. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize Parma Municipal Court Judge Kenneth Spinagle. Judge Spinagle served his community with distinction for 36 years as a municipal court judge. After graduating from Northwestern University and Case Western Reserve School of Law, Judge Spinagle ran his own law office until 1988, when he was first elected as Parma's municipal court judge. Over the 3 decades of service, Judge Spinagle has distinguished himself with his kind heart and community outreach, and he has received multiple awards and honors. He leaves a legacy of fairness and justice in Northeast Ohio. So on behalf of Ohio's 7th Congressional District, thank you, Judge Spinagle, for your dedication to our community, and we all wish you a happy retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the immense contributions of Korean Americans and in support of my resolution honoring Korean American Day. It's been 121 years since the first Korean Americans arrived to the United States. And over that period of time, they changed our country's history, from business to music to even the foods we eat. That's why I'm proud that we are developing the first Korean American National Museum in the United States in the heart of Los Angeles, Koreatown. I'm proud to have secured the first $7 million for it, and that will help not only design it, but get it off the ground. In our communities, Korean soldiers who serve alongside Americans in Vietnam were shut out for too long. With my colleagues, we secured veterans benefits for these heroes. And now I'm pushing to name a local post office in honor of Korean American leader Dosan An Chang Ho. This Korean American Day, let's celebrate these stories that are intertwined with the fabric of our nation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize Annette Lewis of Total Action for Progress on her retirement after 35 years of service. Annette began her career with TAP as a summer youth counselor and quickly rose to eventually become president of the organization with which she started. Since TAP's inception, Annette, with the help of donors and volunteers, has improved countless lives in our community, serving several cities in the 6th District of Virginia. The organization focuses on the most vulnerable citizens and families achieving sustainable, equitable, economic, and personal independence through education, employment, affordable housing, and safe and healthy environments. Because of her outstanding work, many folks in the Shenandoah Valley have been assisted by the organization and are now thriving, both personally and financially. Congratulations to Annette Lewis on her many years of success, and I wish her a wonderful retirement. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to observe the one-year anniversary of the devastating tornadoes of January 12, 2023 that struck Alabama's 7th Congressional District, including my hometown of Selma, Alabama. In the years since the disaster, my team and I have been working diligently with our federal, state, and local partners to coordinate an effort and a response to this disaster. We are immensely grateful to President Biden for his expedited approval of Governor Ivey's disaster declaration and for granting my request to increase the federal cost share for debris removal to 100%. Following the storms, I hosted our first community conversation so that our friends and neighbors could share their thoughts about our recovery. With that in mind, we were able to successfully secure a $500,000 federal planning grant from EDA to support long-term recovery efforts in Selma and Dallas County. Working together, we delivered more than $22 million in FEMA and SBA small business assistance to Greene County, Hale County, Sumter County, and Dallas County. We also secured $2 million from the Delta Regional Authority to repave Selma roads and $500,000 choice grant from HUD to build more affordable housing. While there is so much more work to be done, Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the progress we have made, and I want to extend my sincere thanks to every individual, every agency that has helped us. We are on the road to recovery, and we will build back better because of your efforts. Thank you, and I yield back your time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today my community is hurting. They're mourning the loss of Tarver Michael Braddock, a student athlete at Neville High School in Monroe, Louisiana, who left an indelible mark on everyone who knew him. Tarver was known for his contagious, positive attitude and his love of making people laugh. To know Tarver meant your life was made better just by being in his presence. As I look up into the House gallery at the faces of his classmates who are with us here today, I see you. My heart aches with you, and our prayers will be with you as you face the coming days and weeks ahead. Please know that Tarver will never be forgotten. And today we celebrate his legacy. I pray his loved ones find comfort in knowing that Tarver's life will have a ripple effect for years to come. As you experience the pain of losing Tarver, it is my prayer that the Lord will bless you and keep you. make his face to shine upon you, be gracious unto you, turn his countenance towards you, and give you peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remember a tireless champion for working people, a mentor, a dear friend, and a wonderful human being, Ed Smith, a native of Southern Illinois and a lifelong supporter of workers. Ed Smith made a difference and inspired so many, including myself. When I needed a place to stay during the Carrie Edwards campaign in 2004, Ed and his wife Betty took me in. I'll always remember Ed waiting up most evenings to have a beer and talk about the latest happenings on the campaign trail. He loved politics, and he had the best instincts of anyone I've met. I've leaned on him for advice in every step of my career since. When I got to Congress, and before in deciding to run, Ed was one of the very first people to be on board. You never forget the people that believe in you, especially when you have your own doubts. Ed was special to so many people because he himself was a special person. Always generous, smart, kind, dedicated, and full of wisdom. Ed was like a father to me, and I will miss him so much. Rest in power, my dear friend. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize Charlotte Davis, a 7th grader from Sonoran Science Academy East. Charlotte is the winner of the Congressional App Challenge from Arizona's 6th Congressional District for the app titled the Best Pets App. This app is used to assist people in selecting the most suitable pet for their preference while providing insight into the most popular pets. Charlotte told me she designed this app with the intention of guiding people towards a pet that aligns with their personality and lifestyle. As a dog owner myself, Louie, our corgi, having a well-suited pet is undeniably beneficial, offering companionship that can bring great joy to the whole family. The Congressional App Challenge was established in 2013 and involves middle and high school students from all over the country. Charlotte and her fellow winners from our other districts have been featured on the House of Representatives website. I am impressed every day by the students in my district and the potential of our young people across the state. Once again, congratulations, Charlotte. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the Supreme Court's recent decision allowing Idaho's extreme abortion ban to go into effect. The Idaho law will prevent women from accessing abortion even when the health of the mother is at risk. This dangerous decision rejects medical science, ignores established precedent, and imperils the rights and safety of women. I'm terrified that women will die and doctors will be treated like criminals. Unfortunately, this isn't the only case before the High Court with grave implications for our reproductive health care. As the Supreme Court reviews this disastrous decision from the Fifth Circuit restricting the availability of mifepristone, the future of abortion access nationwide now hangs in the balance. Mr. Speaker, women across America will not accept this assault on our basic rights. We won't do it without a fight, and we will make our voices heard this year. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week I joined Speaker Johnson and a group of my House Republican colleagues in Eagle Pass, Texas, where we witnessed firsthand the catastrophe that is ensuing at our southern border. Illegal immigrant encounters have reached an all-time high, and human trafficking and fentanyl smuggling are destroying our communities. We heard from local law enforcement, ranchers, community members about the catastrophic effects this lawlessness is happening in their backyard. And we spoke with Customs and Border Patrol personnel who shared the profound physical and emotional burden of working every day on the front lines of this crisis. These agents are ready, willing, and able to secure our border, but are being prevented from doing so by the reckless immigration policies of this administration. It is past time for us to secure our border, restore accountability, and bring back law and order in America. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we are all aware, we are living in a digital age where access to high-speed, reliable internet is a necessity. It's no longer a luxury. I've heard from so many constituents in urban and rural communities about the detrimental effect that slow, spotty, or non-existent internet connection has on them, whether it's trouble logging on for virtual school days, telehealth appointments, a job interview, or anything else. The Affordable Connectivity Program has allowed millions of Americans, including 1 in 7 households in my district, to access broadband internet and with it expand educational and economic opportunities, more easily access telehealth, and connect with loved ones. With 22.5 million Americans depending on this program, you would think that Congress would be acting to protect the funding for the ACP. But you would be wrong, because extremists in the GOP leadership have refused to bring a bill forward to extend the funding for the Affordable Connectivity Program, which runs out at the end of April. We must get this funding done. It's far too important to every American. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank over 4,700 credit unions across the nation, including 111 in my home state of Wisconsin, who are improving the financial well-being of Americans and their communities. Starting this month, these credit unions are represented by a newly launched America's Credit Unions, which will serve 3.8 million Wisconsinites who are members of a credit union now. This new organization will be headquartered in the great state of Wisconsin. I congratulate them on this new endeavor. I have recently introduced legislation to allow credit unions to provide their members with an expanded offer of loan products. My bill, the Expanding Access to Lending Options Act, will increase the cap on the maturity of a loan from 15 to 20 years, allowing the flexibility to offer longer terms with lower monthly payments for consumers, while offering greater competition for lending products, including products for small business, student, and agricultural loans. I look forward to working with my colleagues on this bipartisan bill to support Wisconsin credit unions and their members, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, among the cherished symbols of our Lahaina community burned and lost last August was the former King Kamehameha III Elementary School. If the historic banyan tree represents the proud roots and history of this community, then King Kamehameha III right next to it represents its future. Since the 1880s, generations of Lahaina residents went to school here. Our commitment and promise to Lahaina Keiki are that they and their children will one day go to King Kamehameha III Elementary again. Last month, while many of us took off for the holidays, I visited construction crews on Maui working around the clock to build a temporary school that will give some stability to the 600 students and staff displaced by the fires. This project is personal for every single person involved. Some went to school there. Others have family currently enrolled. Each person on the build site has a strong sense of kuleana to get this done right. So committed to their mission, crews worked even on Christmas and New Year's Day to keep on track. To the Army Corps, the crew of Pono Aina Management who worked so hard over the holidays and continue to do so, mahalo, and I cannot wait to walk through the new school again. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Alan Yovick, who passed on September 14, 2023, at the age of 77. Alan was born in Union City, Pennsylvania, and later on moved to Savannah, Georgia with his wife. Promptly after his high school graduation, he joined the Marine Corps and proudly served our country as an E-5 sergeant in Vietnam. Alan then became a pharmacist, receiving his degree from the University of Pittsburgh. Alan always enjoyed cars, boating, and travel. In his retirement, Alan was active with the Marine Corps League and served on the board of the Savannah Navy League of the United States. He was a role model for so many of the enlisted men and women. He will be remembered by many, including his family, his patients, and his friends, and his best buddy Dexter and his community and nation, which he served well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to adjourn the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Doña Adela Obregón, who passed away on December 14th. Adela was born in Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, where she met her husband and started a family. Eventually, they made their way north in search of a better life for their children. Like many Mexican immigrants in my district, Adela was undocumented for several years. After 2 of her sons served in the U.S. Army, she applied for residency and years later became a citizen. Whether it was fighting for better health care for seniors in our state capital or as president of the Harrison Park Seniors Club, she organized folkloric dance groups, legendary games of loteria, and much more. Adela became a pillar of our community. Throughout her life, Adela won many awards. Indeed, the list is far too long to mention in 1 minute, but they confirm what many of our community knew. Adela was the definition of service and activism. We are grateful for her life, and my heart is with her family as they mourn her passing. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans bought nearly 60 million guns between 2020 and 2022. And it's not hard to understand why. People are scared. Each day brings news of another gun violence tragedy, and most don't even make the headlines. It's natural to think that we need guns to feel safe, but the way to stop gun violence is not with more guns. The risk of homicide is 3 times higher when there are guns in a home. Women who own handguns are 35 times more likely to commit suicide than those who don't. Men are 8 times more likely. And to be clear, this isn't about taking away guns from responsible gun owners. We can live in a country with a healthy Second Amendment, but where we don't have multiple mass shootings or 68 gun suicides a day. Democrats want responsible solutions to get us there, and we stand ready to work with Republicans and gun owners on policies that will save lives. A few common sense steps: ban high-capacity weapons of war, expand background checks and red flag laws, increase access to mental health care, hold gun manufacturers accountable. This is the #1 cause of death for American children, so let's stop the denial. The crisis won't end until we take decisive action. We can't just shoot our way out of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on the motion to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or on which the vote incurs objection under Clause 6 of Rule 20. Any record vote on the postponed question will be taken later. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4768, the No Russian Agriculture Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 266, H.R. 4768. A bill to require the Secretary of the Treasury to instruct United States executive directors at the international financial institutions to advocate for investment in projects that decrease reliance on Russia for agricultural commodities.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, and the gentleman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4768, the No Russian Agriculture Act, introduced by the ranking member of the Financial Services Committee, former Chair Maxine Waters. Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, the global agricultural markets have been severely disrupted. Post-invasion, Russia withdrew from an agreement allowing Ukrainian grain shipments to pass through the Black Sea to international markets, thus eliminating a major competitor to Russian exports in the process. As a result, Russian agricultural exports have remained robust. Additionally, Moscow imposed export taxes and quotas have only further secured its own domestic food supply at the expense of the international community. Nearly 2 years later, Moscow continues to diligently weaponize its agricultural trade to ensure dependence on Russian exports. Russia's actions have not only impacted farmers in Ukraine and Europe, but across America as well. As with many things, the United States should never have to rely on foreign adversaries for our food supply. Diversifying agricultural supplies is imperative to our economic growth and our national security. International financial institutions like the World Bank and the IMF can play a critical role in providing financial and technical assistance to develop the agricultural sectors of poorer countries. Ranking Member Waters' bill is a critical step in the right direction. It will deter Russia's calculated acts by limiting the reliance of other countries on Russian agricultural commodities. The voice, the vote, and the influence of the United States is a powerful mechanism at the international financial institutions that we're a part of. And it will allow the world to continue to fight Russia in its path of destruction and injustice. I want to thank the ranking member of the committee, Ms. Waters, for her leadership on this legislation, and urge my colleagues to support it. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is
I
recognized.
rise in support of my bill, H.R. 4768, the No Russian Agricultural Act. And I would like to thank Chairman McHenry for his support of my bill and his efforts to get it to the House floor. I certainly appreciate the ability to start the new year on this bipartisan note. Over nearly 2 years, Russia's unprovoked criminal war against Ukraine, led by Russian President Vladimir Putin, his military, and his mercenaries, has inflicted tremendous harm to Ukraine's people and infrastructure. Among its many horrific acts, Russia has endeavored to strangle Ukraine's economy by restricting the country's exports, including those of its agricultural sector, which is critical to maintaining the world's food supply. Prior to the war, Ukraine was the world's 4th largest exporting country and the 5th largest wheat exporting country. Annually, 400 million people were fed with Ukrainian food products, with more than 50 nations receiving those goods. It's why Ukraine has been called the breadbasket of Europe. Russia previously agreed to the Black Sea Grain Initiative pledging to allow for Ukrainian commercial food and fertilizer exports from these 3 Ukrainian ports in the Black Sea. In July of last year, however, Russia withdrew from that initiative, causing global food prices to spike and hunger and pain around the world. Since then, Russia has attacked ports and grain stores in Ukraine, limiting the entrance of its agricultural products into the global market. Today, Russia is not only trying to unjustly seize Ukrainian land, but it is also trying to sell its own grain and stolen Ukrainian grain into the world's market to support its war efforts. This bill will help to push back on Russia while also increasing grain supply resiliency in the face of the shocks that Russia is causing in the world's agricultural markets. Specifically, H.R. 4768 would require the Treasury to press the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and other multilateral development banks to fund projects that decrease the reliance that countries around the world have on Russian agricultural commodities, particularly fertilizer and grain. Doing so will help to undercut the financing of Russia's war and will help to improve global resiliency to the food supply disruptions that are caused by Russian President Putin. So I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4768, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, so I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California.
What is this? Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from North Carolina has no further speakers.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield myself the balance of the time. The brutality that Russia has unleashed upon the Ukrainian people is having profound effects in Ukraine and around the world. This includes significant cuts to global food supply and steep prices for countless foods and fertilizers. This bill provides a novel way for the United States to further counter Russia, to stand with our fellow democracy, Ukraine, to reduce the world's reliance on Russian food, and to undercut Russia's use, that is Putin for sure, his use of food as a weapon. However, I would like to emphasize that this bill is not a substitute for providing additional funding for Ukraine so that it can stand up to Putin and his invasion. Congress must come together to stand behind Ukraine and to display U.S. strength in the face of injustice. So I urge my colleagues to support this critical bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I just want to reiterate that Ranking Member Waters' bill is a critical step in the right direction. It will deter Russia's calculated act by limiting Russia's calculated. What we're trying to do is deter Russia's calculated acts by limiting the reliance of other countries on Russian agricultural commodities. I would urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4768 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present. Make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
House be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. agreeing to the motion to reconsider the House Resolution 947 if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 947 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on the motion to reconsider the vote on the question of adoption of House Resolution 947. The clerk will designate the motion.
Motion to reconsider the vote on adoption of House Resolution 947, offered by Mr. Moore of Utah.
The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209. On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 201, with one voting present. The motion is adopted. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman?
Vote, please.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in favor of a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number have arisen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 209. On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 202. Present is 1. The resolution is adopted. Members are asked to take their conversations off the floor. The members are nicely being asked to remove their conversations from the floor. Now? Yeah. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 947, I call up the bill H.R. 788, the Stop Settlement Slush Funds Act of 2023, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 278, H.R. 788. A bill to limit donations made pursuant to settlement agreements to which the United States is a party and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 947, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-18 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. After 1 hour of debate, it shall be ordered in order to consider the amendment printed in House Report 118-342, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be considered read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for a division of the question. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material in H.R. 788.
So ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I rise in support of H.R. 788, the Stop Settlement Slush Funds Act. This legislation seeks to require a repair a loophole that has been exploited by the executive branch agencies to redirect funds from federal law enforcement settlements to outside non-government entities. Under this third-party settlement policy, agencies reach a settlement and include mandatory donation terms to externally divert these funds to third parties instead of either depositing them with the Treasury or exclusively using them to provide restitution to victims. Instead of depositing these settlements with the Treasury or compensating the victims, which should be the only appropriate use of these funds, agencies give sizable chunks to third parties, diluting the share of the victims and even cutting out the Treasury completely. Let me summarize this. Currently, the Department of Justice, when they reach a settlement, oftentimes we don't know where it goes. More often than not, they give favorable terms to whoever they're settling with and say, if you divert XYZ dollars, in many cases millions, to a charity of our choosing, then we'll call this quits. We'll let you off. You'll get out of here. What's happening, though, is 1, the people don't know where these settlements are going. 2, Congress has no oversight of where this money is going and how it's spent. And 3, the executive branch is going around Congress and spending dollars without going through the appropriations process, and that's wrong. What you'll hear from the other side today is that this is an essential tool, and I'd like to go back and forth and give you examples of failures of this policy. And to be fair, this is not just something that the Biden administration is guilty of. This has happened in prior presidential administrations. Fortunately, under President Trump's administration, this policy was stopped temporarily. Unfortunately, Congress did not end it because it was stopped. What we should have done when President Trump was president is ended this policy then. Unfortunately, here we are. The Biden administration has reactivated it, and millions of dollars that could have gone to victims or could have gone to the U.S. Treasury for this Congress to then appropriate are now going to special groups, often liberal groups that are pet projects of this administration. And it's my goal to end this policy once and for all. It's bad business for the American people. It's wrong, and it needs to be stopped no matter who the president is. And I will reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 788, the so-called Stop Settlement Slush Funds Act of 2023. This harmful legislation would prevent the Justice Department from negotiating settlements to include payments to third parties, primarily nonprofits and community-based organizations that are best positioned to remedy harms to society at large that were caused by a corporate wrongdoer's violation of federal environmental, labor, consumer, and financial protections. This bill is nothing short of a gift to large corporations that would leave victims of their misconduct out in the cold. No credible facts justify H.R. 788. This bill is based on the false premise that the Justice Department uses these types of settlements as illegitimate favors for an administration's political allies, with the bill's supporters describing such settlements as politically motivated slush funds. This is an outlandish attack on a perfectly legal and constitutional type of remedy, and is an argument that both the Government Accountability Office and the Congressional Research Service have thoroughly debunked. Yet House Republicans have spent countless hours and taxpayer dollars over several Congresses, going back at least a decade, chasing the conspiracy theory that the Justice Department is attempting to fund liberal activist groups and causes through negotiated settlements. This included the multi-year investigation of the settlements that the Justice Department entered into with several big banks following the 2008 financial crisis. Banks whose greedy appetite for mortgage-backed securities led to predatory lending practices that ultimately left millions of homeowners facing foreclosure. The big banks turned a blind eye to these practices while they packaged mortgages that they knew were of questionable value as securities and sold them to individual and institutional investors alike. Although the big banks' illegal conduct led directly to the 2008 financial crisis, it was difficult, if not impossible, for individual borrowers or homeowners to hold them legally accountable for the harms that they suffered from the bank's near implosion of the nation's financial system. In response, roughly 1%, a tiny fraction of the settlement monies and suits brought by the government, ultimately went to third-party organizations specializing in aiding private homeowners to obtain mortgage relief or other related community services, a perfectly reasonable way to help remedy the harm caused by these large financial institutions' irresponsible behavior. Unsurprisingly, the House Republican investigation into these settlements produced not one shred of credible evidence to support their allegations that this represented some sort of improper action, a common result when it comes to the majority's oversight priorities, it seems. Nonetheless, the majority seeks to enact H.R. 788, a bill that purports to address a problem that does not exist, while its proposed solution would create real negative consequences for the American public. Were Congress to pass H.R. 788, it would reward corporate lawbreakers and further victimize the families and communities suffering from the consequences of corporate misconduct, including injuries from civil rights violations, environmental justice harms, or harms caused by fraudulent lending practices. During the Rules Committee hearing earlier this week, my colleagues on the other side began to argue that these settlements are in fact a sweet deal for corporate lawbreakers at the expense of the taxpayer. Nothing could be further from reality. First, let us not lose sight of the fact that the majority of settlement funds go to the U.S. Treasury. Second, these settlements enable federal agencies to efficiently resolve enforcement actions. In many of the kinds of cases from which these types of settlements arise, litigation is complex, expensive, and time-consuming. It could take the government years to hold wrongdoers accountable if they are unable to reach a settlement. Justice delayed is justice denied. These settlements save the taxpayers millions of dollars in litigation costs, boosting the value of the settlement to the U.S. Treasury beyond the listed dollar figure, while at the same time providing more immediate relief for victims of corporate lawbreaking. H.R. 788 is simply a tired attempt by the majority to paint the constitutional veneer upon their unpopular anti-regulatory agenda, which includes enacting legislation that will undermine critical financial, environmental, public health, and safety protections for the American public. This anti-regulatory bill is a solution in search of a problem, designed to serve deep-pocketed corporate interests at the American people's expense. It is a shame that House Republicans have chosen this unjustified and harmful bill as one of their first measures to bring to the floor in this new year. We could have started the new year by considering bipartisan legislation to address the real problem. At the same markup where the Judiciary Committee considered this bill, we also considered legislation that would have addressed bipartisan concerns about federal civil asset forfeiture laws. That bill passed the committee by a 26-0 vote in favor, and I have no doubt that it would have enjoyed strong bipartisan support on the floor. But here we are, once again at the precipice of a possible government shutdown, and House Republicans have chosen instead to waste time on H.R. 788, recycling an unnecessary bill that has no chance of passage in the Senate at a time when the House should be working expeditiously to ensure that the government stays open. In short, rather than considering ill-conceived and harmful legislation, we ought to be devoting this first legislative week of the new year focused on serving the actual needs of the American people, the basic job that we were elected to do. I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 788, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to read this to you. This is from Bob LeClaire, head of the Hawaii Legal Aid Foundation and executive director of the Hawaii Justice Foundation. Quote, "I would be willing to have us build a statue to you, the Obama DOJ Associate Attorney General Tony West, and then we could bow down to this statue each day after we get our $200,000. Well, now what's that about? That is about one of these liberal groups getting money from the Justice Department in backroom settlements. And this is just one little quote that we found in an email that we were privy to, because at the end of the day, we don't even know about all these settlements. I want to show you all this. Let's assume that everything my colleague said was true about these settlements and how great they are. Let's just assume for a second that we all agree that all these groups that are getting settlements are good groups, and this is a worthy cause and a worthy use of settlements. Well, everything he just told you only relates to the 1.4% of where these settlements have gone, because the rest of the 99% of settlement funds, we got no idea where they went. We don't even know what groups got them, because the DOJ is making these backroom deals. One of the problems that I have with my friends across the aisle is saying that this is a gift to big business. Folks, what they're going for is to preserve the status quo. The status quo is giving breaks to big businesses. Let me give you an example. Bank of America settled with the government in exchange for getting to walk away from these charges. They were allowed to pay some money to some of these liberal groups to help with banking needs, etc. If they're not forced to admit guilt and write a check to the U.S. Treasury and say we're guilty, then we're letting them get away. And that's what Democrats want to do. Democrats want a corporate violator to be able to come forward and say, hey, I made this big donation to this great group, and don't tell anyone, but we actually pled, and we didn't have to admit guilt. So the shreds of evidence are actually much greater than just shreds. We've got so many instances of waste and corruption within this process, but unfortunately, everything I'm telling you and everything he's telling you only relates to 1.4% of it. We don't even know how bad the other 99% of it is. It's Congress's job to appropriate funds. It's the Department of Justice's job to carry out justice, and that's that. I would like to yield 3 minutes to my colleague from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman.
Thank you.
The lady from Wyoming is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It should come as no surprise that this administration, known for its reckless spending and misuse of congressionally appropriated money, has resumed the Obama-era practice of redirecting settlement funds away from the American people and to activist groups championing the radical left's pet projects. Instead of going to those harmed by a defendant or placing such funds into the U.S. Treasury to serve the American people, vast sums of money, literally millions and tens of millions of dollars, are instead being directed to Democrat Party-aligned groups by federal agencies, placing these newly acquired federal funds outside of Congress's purview while also funding radical progressive agendas to boot. These groups are then free to spend dollars on partisan priorities expressly denied by Congress or to fund their own sue-and-settle tactics against the federal government. Simply put, these funds are weaponized against the American people and are yet another way Democrats are abusing their power. Twice, the Trump administration limited this practice, only to have each attempt reversed by Joe Biden. Clearly, this is not a partisan abuse. It is coming from only one side. As a member of Congress, such actions are a blatant affront to our power of the purse in an effort to sidestep congressional oversight. These slush fund activities deprive victims of the proper restitution or justice system promises. H.R. 788 will end this unconstitutional, fraudulent, and immoral practice and provide Americans greater transparency into federal settlement practices. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Texas and the gentlelady from Wyoming are simply wrong, as they misdescribe the bill, and they misdescribe the situation, rather. In all of these settlements, the federal government is given money, the bulk of the money. Doesn't go to a third-party group. A small fraction then goes to a small group to help make the victims of the fraud or the malfeasance somewhat whole. But the federal government gets the bulk of the funds in the first place. So it's a two-part payout. Federal government gets most of the funds. A third party to help some of the victims gets a little part of the funds. It's now my pleasure to yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fouché.
For
3 minutes, I said.
3 minutes. The lady from North Carolina is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this bill that undermines our ability to hold corporate wrongdoers accountable for unlawful conduct. This bill would prevent federal agencies from entering into settlements that set aside funds for third parties, such as legal aid, housing or financial counseling groups, or community assistance. Settlements that provide some relief for victims of corporate misconduct. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permit it, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would have provided for exceptions in the case that a settlement agreement pertains to the abuse of opioids and that includes allegations of false claims against the United States related to a health care benefit program. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
The lady from North Carolina yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to my colleague from Texas, Mr. Moran.
The gentleman from Texas has 3 minutes, and he's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 788, the Stop Settlement Slush Funds Act of 2023. This act is one step in the reform process to return spending power back to the hands of Congress and ensure the proper use of every dollar that comes into the Treasury. This bill will help to ensure that damages owed to victims of wrongdoings actually reach them, rather than being used to support organizations that are friends of the executive branch, regardless of the party. For those who don't know, settlement slush funds result when defendants settle with government agencies and, based on the terms of that settlement, direct the settlement proceeds to politically favored third parties instead of victims or the U.S. Treasury for use in correcting the actual wrongdoing. In these cases, the victims often have little to no say in how the settlement will be structured and have certainly no redress when the government directs these monetary settlements elsewhere. In the past, these types of settlements have been used to support the pet projects of prior administrations or the friends of prior administrations, and this is simply unacceptable. Settlement funds should go to the victims and to remedy the actual harm created by these wrongdoers, not to help and support friends of the current administration, again, regardless of which party is in power. Reform is needed to end this practice, and Congress should enact H.R. 788, the Stop Settlement Slush Funds Act of 2023, immediately, because not only do we see that these funds are redirected in inappropriate ways, but these settlements amount to a form of executive branch spending that has not been approved or even reviewed by Congress. Accordingly, these settlement slush funds undermine congressional oversight and agency accountability and the power of the purse. The responsibility of the power of the purse falls solely on Congress, and we should have the authority to direct the funding of these settlement agreements, not the executive branch's special interests. Moreover, money from settlements with companies and individuals should benefit the harmed and remedy the underlying actual wrongdoing. Those funds should not be redirected to nonprofits supporting the political agendas of the administration. Let's stop this practice today. We can do it if we pass this bill. Let us pass the Stop Settlement/Funds Act of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The lady from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the ranking member of the full committee and the manager of this presentation on the floor dealing with H.R. 788. I rise to save lives. And it baffles me that when good work is being done, and it has been done over the years, and no one has complained about misconduct of the recipients of the settlement funds, helping people who have been impacted negatively, sometimes irreparable harm, to be able to be assisted by a number of organizations making a difference. Rather, we want to go forward with the Corporate Unaccountability Act, making this an unreasonable attempt, unconscionable attempt by members on the other side to stop protecting victims and protect wrongdoers, and a continuation of the dangerous behavior that has brought about this settlement. What do Americans look to their federal government? They look to the government to be their rock, their anchor in times of natural disasters, man-made and otherwise. They look to times of war and peace for us to defend this nation. And they certainly look to make sure that in the normal comings and goings of their work with their families, their communities, that someone is looking out for them. That's what the settlement opportunities give to our various agencies. This would allow the continued work rather than the taking away of these dollars away from legitimate groups that are helping to make life better. This weakens the federal government's ability to settle these issues. It takes away the idea of legal aid and legal aid organizations being able to help individuals without access to legal assistance. It helps develop community banking, financial institutions. It gives housing opportunities to those who have been taken advantage of. And of course, we know that we are in a condition of toxic air, toxic contamination in our neighborhoods. And what does the ability to settle the disaster that has been created do? It tells those offenders, this is how you make the community whole. This is how you save lives. I know it well in Fifth Ward, Texas, in the surrounding areas. For a long time, a corporate offender, it contaminated the soil. And out of that, growing plants and flowers and otherwise, whole neighborhoods had an epidemic of cancer, whole generations that lived around this particular toxic site. And it was only the federal government coming in, the EPA in particular under the Biden administration, that came in and got a handle on this and insisted that the health needs of these individuals, the cleanup needs of these individuals was going to be taken care of.
The lady has 30 seconds, or 60 seconds, excuse me.
I thank the gentleman from New York, the ranking member. This is not that S word. I don't even want to say it because it means that it's something wrong. This is a good settlement opportunity that will help the public in fighting against bad actors. And it will work on improving the criminal justice system, bankruptcies, environmental, civil rights laws, Fair Housing Act, Service Member Civil Rights or Civil Relief Act. This is a pathway to disaster. That's what H.R. 788 is. Don't be fooled to the American public. What we want to do is help you and eliminate the 788 that is going to take away the tools to be able to help you. Yes, I started out by saying we want to save lives, and that's what we want to continue to do in these dastardly conditions that have happened all over the nation. We want the federal government to be standing next to you and to be able to help you. Vote against H.R. 788. Don't take that tool away. Help the American people.
Lady
I yield
yields
back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield 5 minutes to my colleague from Montana, Mr. Zinke.
Gentleman from Montana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 788. First of all, we should ask what good governance looks like. I know in the House of Representatives today, perhaps we're not reflective of good governance, but good governance, I would say, should include transparency, I think fairness, rule of law, and defending the Constitution, which we all have sworn an oath. Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution says what? No money should be removed from Treasury unless by consequence of appropriations by law. It's in the Constitution. So let me share a small story about when I was Secretary. It's called Sue, Settle, and Seal. I'm sure that my good friend and gentleman from New York is aware of that. So let's say that administration writes a rule that is somewhat flawed. Let's say administration invites a lawsuit from, let's say, Center of Biological Diversity, let's say other nonprofits. Let's say that department then decides to settle. On what conditions? Well, those conditions are met by Department of Justice and not Interior in this example, but they're settled. And then the final act is, they seal them. So in one case, I asked the President of the United States, that would be President Trump, Mr. President, I have serious concerns about the conditions of this settlement. I would like you to ask the Attorney General to allow the Secretary of Interior to view those. Mr. President, his answer, I don't have the authority. So then I asked Congress, Mr. Speaker, you have the power of the purse by Constitution. I would like you, sir, to tell me the conditions of the settlement. Follow the money. Where did the money go? His answer, I don't have the authority. So when neither the President of the United States, the executive, or the House of the Representatives, who controls the purse, does not have the authority to look at sue, settle, and seal, something is wrong. That's what's called corruption. All of us should attain to the same thing, transparency. And whose money is it? I've heard today it's the federal government's money. It is not. The government does not have the money. It's the taxpayers. It's the citizens of this great nation whose money we allocate, and by Constitution, we should appropriate. I in strong support of this bill, and thanks the great gentleman from Texas for bringing it forward. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Montana yields. The gentleman from Texas reserves. And the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my Republican friends seem to be under a misconception about the bill. They keep saying that it unconstitutionally removes money from the Treasury without appropriation. It does no such thing. It removes not a dime from the Treasury. None of this money is the government's money to start with. The government sues some group or company for malefaction, for damaging people. A settlement is reached. Under the terms of that settlement, the bulk of the money goes to the Treasury, and there it stays. A small proportion of that money goes to an organization that attempts to make somewhat whole the victims of the corporate malfeasance that caused the lawsuit in the first place. But no money is removed from the Treasury. On the contrary, money is placed into the Treasury. Money from the corporate malefactor. And some money from the corporate malefactor, a small proportion, goes to an organization that tries, I should say, to help make not whole, but a little better the victims of the malefaction by the corporation in the first place. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
It's really not always the case that the government gets a cut of these settlements. Let me give you one example. A recent and shocking example involves the Epstein scandal. J.P. Morgan Chase entered into a $75 million settlement for its role facilitating Mr. Epstein's heinous practices. It's been reported, of course, we don't know all the details here, that of the $75 million settlement that they had in the Virgin Islands, $30 million went to charity, don't know which ones, $25 million went to enhance Virgin Islands infrastructure, I'm sure that was all appropriately spent, and $20 million went to attorney's fees. None of it went to the U.S. Treasury. We've now got reports of another settlement that they're working on with the Justice Department. We don't know where that went, but again, I will bring you back to this graphic I have. 98.6% of all the settlement funds, no one in this chamber, no one in this building, no member of Congress knows even where that money went. So whatever you're hearing about how great these settlement slush funds are by the other side, they're only talking about what they think they know of the 1.4%. And what they think they know is what they're told, because there's no accountability for these funds. Unlike federal funds, which Congress should be appropriating, where we hold organizations accountable. If you're receiving federal dollars, you have to account for it. When these settlement slush funds go out to whatever organization they go to, you don't have any idea how they're being spent. No member of Congress has any control over that money. Mr. Nadler's right, it doesn't belong to the federal government. But when it's deposited into the Treasury, instead of given to some aid group or whatever alleged great cause that the Justice Department is telling us exists, when it's deposited into the Treasury, then Congress gets to appropriate it because it's the people's money to do as they see fit. First of all, victims should be given restitution, not some slush fund that claims to do right by victims. Secondly, after the victims, the money, if we want to do right, if we want to go enhance the soils after a disaster in Congresswoman Jackson's district, that's something that the executive branch should oversee with federal dollars that this body appropriates. That's not something that we should outsource to some group at the direction of the executive branch. And so I share my colleagues' concerns about victims. I actually am disappointed that the other side would stand up for these big businesses who are actually getting great deals, unfair deals, where they get to write some slush fund check to some group that we have no way of showing any kind of accountability over. These big businesses are walking away. It's shocking to me that the other side is standing up for a process that actually lets big offenders walk away with a sweet deal and a good little PR press release. It's a shame. I do urge my colleagues to oppose this and to support this bill and oppose this practice. And I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
I'm here to rise in strong support of H.R. 788, the Stop Settlement Slush Funds Act of 2023. To be honest with you, I'm amazed we're even debating this. The other side, always takes the position there for the little man. We're talking about giving money to people who have been harmed instead of letting the federal government keep it. I heard my colleague from Texas cite how government is the gold standard, how government provides clean air, clean water, clean streets. The very state that she is from and Representative Gooden runs, Texas, is being overrun by illegals. Where is the government? Where is the government stopping this illegal invasion on the border? It's for pure power. It's for re-election purposes. They're putting the American people at severe risk. Congressman Gooden, let me give you some other examples of money that did not go to the victim. It went to a slush fund that was not revealed until people were asking about it. And it is an example of the Obama-era EPA settlement with Volkswagen, where billions were diverted to projects Congress explicitly chose not to fund. It went to projects Congress didn't even fund. We've got to restore accountability and order. This is not the way this bill will correct a horrible trend that's developing in government. And the people who support government now is less than 5%. They've lost trust in government. And Lance, I appreciate you bringing this up. great bill and hope we can get it passed. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve and I have no more speakers.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. Before I close, I want to give my friends across the aisle just a little gift. I want to be nice. I realize they think all these are great, so I'm going to, for the sake of being bipartisan, give you an example of a bad actor that was a Republican with respect to these slush funds. Back in 2005, then United States Attorney Chris Christie required a pharmaceutical company, Bristol Myers Squibb, to donate to his law school alma mater, Seton Hall University. In exchange for not charging the drug-making giant with securities fraud, Christie's office would require it to fund a professorship at Seton Hall University Law School, Christie's alma mater. Do we really think that's good policy, folks? It doesn't matter who's in the White House. It doesn't matter what party is controlling the executive branch. This is a wrong policy. And I hope this bill passes. And my colleague did say it's dead in the Senate. Let's just assume it is dead in the Senate. I pledge here before this entire body that if we have a Republican president someday, that I will carry this bill forward. And I'm willing to bet that someone across the aisle will join me because they won't like the conservative far-right groups that a Republican Justice Department is diverting slush funds to. So I hope that my colleagues will get on board now. If this bill should not make it to the president's desk, I'll be right back here in a year, God willing, if a Republican is president, and I hope my colleagues will join me then. And I close.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Excuse me. I reserve, yes.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would reiterate that H.R. 788 is a solution in search of a problem that, if enacted, would seriously hamstring the ability of federal agencies to hold corporate wrongdoers accountable to the American public. Given its potentially broad impact, H.R. 788 is opposed by a wide range of environmental, civil justice, labor, and consumer advocacy groups, including the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, the American Federation of Teachers, Earth Justice, the Environmental Defense Fund, the League of Conservation Voters, the American Association for Justice, the National Association of Consumer Advocates, and the National Consumers League. And if this bill, as my friends on the other side of the aisle say, were really a gift to corporations, were really a... If the underlying practice of corporations was such a gift, if the underlying practice was such a gift to corporations, why has the Chamber of Commerce come out in favor of this bill? With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 788, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is really bad business for the American people. These settlement slush funds are wrong no matter who is in power. And frankly, victims are being overlooked. Victims should be made whole. And any other kind of settlement the government wants to work out with wrongdoers should be a fine to the United States Treasury, because whatever good cause we may agree or disagree about for restitution for larger groups of victims perhaps, that's something this Congress should decide through the appropriations process. And so I would encourage my colleagues to join me in stopping this practice. We have seen abuses all the way from the Bush administration to the present, and it needs to stop. And I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 788, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. All time for debate on the bill has expired. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 118-342. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment printed in House Report number 118-342, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 947, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 788. Thank you, Representative Gooden and the Judiciary Committee for crafting this crucial piece of legislation that will further our mission of holding the executive branch accountable. The underlying bill is trying to fix an important issue. The Biden administration, or any administration, for that matter, should not be directing settlement funds to support their radical social agendas by financing politically favored third-party entities or programs, sometimes completely unrelated to the original litigation. This practice is just wrong. My amendment is simple. It creates transparency by requiring the annual violation audits conducted by the Inspector Generals in Section 2F of this bill to be made publicly available on an accessible website. The American people deserve to know what their government is doing. If the government agency in violation of a law is directing these settlement payments to support political agendas, the public should know. With that, sir, I am prepared to close unless there's counter.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves.
Mr. Speaker,
for what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Claim the time in opposition, though I am not opposed.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I will not take 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, for all the reasons I've stated here, this is a terrible bill. This amendment makes it no worse. Therefore, I don't oppose it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I am prepared to close. I'm glad he does not oppose it because it's transparency on a bill that's meant to create transparency, and I hope nobody opposes that. With that, I close, sir.
Gentleman from Georgia yields. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the bill and on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick. The question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
H.R. 788, a bill to limit donations made pursuant to settlement agreements to which the United States is a party and for other purposes.
For what purpose does a lady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mrs. Fushi of North Carolina moves to recommit the bill H.R. 788 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker,
for what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 947, I call up Senate Joint Resolution 38, a joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rule submitted by Federal Highway Administration relating to the waiver of Buy America requirements for electric vehicle chargers, and I'd ask for its immediate consideration here in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
S.J. Res. 38, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rule submitted by the Federal Highway Administration relating to waiver of Buy America requirements for electric vehicle chargers.
Pursuant to House Resolution 947, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, or their respective designees. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on Senate Joint Resolution 38.
Without objection.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to urge support for Senate Joint Resolution 38, which was introduced by Senator Rubio of Florida under the Congressional Review Act, which would invalidate the Federal Highway Administration's waiver of Buy America requirements for electric vehicle chargers. The joint resolution is intended to ensure our federal dollars support American-made products rather than products from foreign competitors like China. In November of 2021, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act created the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Formula Program and Charging Infrastructure Discretionary Grant Program, funding these programs at $5 billion and $2.5 billion, respectively. The Federal Highway Administration was quick to move a waiver of Buy America requirements for EV chargers to help achieve the Biden administration's very progressive policy agenda, citing a public interest need. There is no public interest need here, Mr. Speaker. Rather, there is just a desire for the administration to continue to push its woke agenda without fully considering the far-reaching ramifications. And it's not better for the climate, as China is the #1 emitter of greenhouse gas emissions around the world, and is certainly not better for American competitiveness or security, as China has already demonstrated that it will utilize infrastructure footholds, as it did with telecommunications and Huawei, to undermine America's national security. Simply put, a waiver undercuts domestic investments and risks empowering foreign nations. If the administration is going to continue to push for massive transition to EVs, it should ensure and comply with the Buy America requirements. This joint resolution received bipartisan support in the Senate, underscoring the support of Congress for ensuring that these dollars aren't funneled to China. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would urge support of the joint resolution and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the state of Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this resolution, and I ask to be recognized for as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. On the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, we know that investing in infrastructure means jobs for American workers and economic growth. Our goal is for taxpayer dollars to deliver returns at home, not just for those who travel on roads and bridges, but for the women and men who build our highway infrastructure. The Biden administration shares that goal and has made Buy America one of the centerpieces of its infrastructure policy as we build out modern transportation systems that are cleaner, greener, safer, and more accessible. There is strong bipartisan support in Congress for strengthening Buy America, rebuilding the U.S. industrial base, and creating jobs. We saw that result of this broad support with the passage of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or BIL, which included a new domestic content requirement for all federal infrastructure spending. Congress should be focused on supporting implementation of these new Buy America and domestic content requirements so we can maximize the return of our infrastructure investments and support job creation. Instead, we're here today debating a resolution that would undercut the BIL and the administration's aim to bolster a domestic EV charger supply chain. Federal highway and transit programs have had Buy America standards for decades. These standards have ensured that any investment in U.S. infrastructure is also an investment in U.S. workers. Since 1983, all manufactured products have been exempted from Buy America under the federal highway programs. Under this policy, EV chargers funded by the Federal Highway Administration would not have been required to be built in the U.S. Further, there would have been no requirements for those chargers to include any domestic content beyond the iron and steel components. If this policy had been applied to the $7.5 billion for EV charging included in the BIL, we would have supported jobs overseas instead of jobs for U.S. workers. But the Biden administration took action to make sure that would not happen. First, it deemed that the General Manufactured Products Buy America waiver would no longer apply to EV chargers.
Further, the administration created a new, stronger standard for domestic content in EV chargers. And under the new policy, and for the first time, all federally funded EV chargers must be manufactured in the U.S. The new policy also includes domestic content requirements for all components, not just those made of iron and steel. The domestic content requirements ramp up over time to allow manufacturers to expand their capacity in the U.S. The policy is working. Since 2021, private companies have announced $500 million in investments across the country in EV charging manufacturing facilities. That is according to the Department of Energy. The investment is creating jobs in an emerging and growing industry. This is exactly how Buy America policies are supposed to work. You cannot change course overnight on a 40-year-old policy. You need to give time to the private sector to prepare. That's exactly what the administration is doing. Beginning on July 1 of this year, all federally funded EV chargers will be assembled in the U.S. and will have at least a 55% U.S. content, consistent with the Build America, Buy America policy included in the BIL. This approach is a win for U.S. workers, the private sector, and all Americans who will benefit from a more sustainable transportation system. While this new standard is technically called a waiver, it meets the industry's current needs with greater precision and is a much stronger Buy America policy than the broad waiver it replaces. Unfortunately, this resolution before us today would erase that progress. If we repealed the new Biden administration approach, EV chargers would once again fall under the broad general manufactured products exemption from Buy America. We would lose the requirement that all federally funded EV chargers be built in the U.S. We would lose the domestic content requirements for components not made from iron and steel. And we would create uncertainty for the private sector, who have based their investments and job creation on the new Buy America standards. Many members of Congress share the same goal of strong Buy America standards. Repealing a Buy America waiver may sound great, but this resolution would actually weaken Buy America. Some may argue the Biden administration could just repeal the general manufactured products waiver. In fact, the administration is in the process of reconsidering that waiver as we required under the BIL. But it is a complex process to reconsider a 40-year-old policy that applies to hundreds of products, ranging from traffic cameras to the changeable message signs that we see every day on our highways. That process is going to take time to get it right and should not be used as a rationale for weakening Buy America standards that exist today. The reality is that this resolution would weaken Buy America at a time when we're making record investments in EV chargers. In fact, this week I expect the Federal Highway Administration to announce hundreds of millions of dollars in funding to strategically deploy publicly accessible electric vehicle charging infrastructure in communities and along vital travel corridors. EV charging investment is already paying dividends for our communities and creating jobs. After launching the first federally funded EV charging station, Mike DeWine, the governor of Ohio, said electric vehicles are the future of transportation, and we want drivers in Ohio to have access to this technology today. This resolution before us today would slow down similar investments across the U.S. and create incoherent industrial policy. That's just not my opinion. This resolution is opposed by the women and men of the U.S. Steelworkers, the AFL-CIO, the United Auto Workers, and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, those whose jobs will actually be affected by this policy. The U.S. Steelworkers said this resolution is, quote, short-sighted and misguided and would undercut American manufacturing both near and long term. The resolution is also opposed by the Zero Emission Transportation Association and the National Electrical Manufacturers Association, whose members include EV charger and component manufacturers. In a letter of opposition, these associations said that if this resolution were enacted, it would cause major disruption of major infrastructure projects across the country. We know infrastructure investment creates family wage jobs for U.S. workers, and the Biden administration approach to Buy America delivers on that promise. So I urge my colleagues to support Buy America and to reject this resolution. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Small Business Committee, Mr. Williams.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in full disclosure to everybody here, I'm a car dealer. And I rise today in opposition of the rule submitted by the Federal Highway Administration that waives the Buy America requirements for electric vehicle chargers built in the U.S. This allows for federally funded electric charging stations to be built in the U.S. without the use of American steel, iron, manufactured products, and construction materials, ultimately sending billions of taxpayer dollars to China. The $7.5 billion investment builds on Biden's mission to force his inefficient, expensive, and unreliable green energy agenda onto the American people. Now, I can tell you exactly what a government charging station is going to look like. It's going to have graffiti on it after the first week. It's going to be broken, and it'll never be fixed. That's what it's going to look like. Instead, we should allow competition, not government, to drive innovation. Let the private sector decide when and how much to invest in the charging infrastructure. When taxpayer dollars are spent, they should be used to invest in American businesses and quality manufacturing, not to line the pockets of the CCP. So I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the CRA and stop the Biden administration's America Last, China First policies. In God we trust. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the representative from Maryland, Representative Trump.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in opposition to Senate Resolution 38 and urge my colleagues to do the same. For months, my colleagues across the aisle have strongly opposed efforts to support clean energy jobs, fight climate change, and deliver investments in our future. The proposed legislation is no different. This resolution undermines efforts to expand our nation's electric grid by weakening Buy America requirements and reverting back to an outdated manufacturing guidelines of 1983, 40 years ago. This will allow taxpayer dollars, including $7.5 billion for the Infrastructure Investment Act, to be spent on competitor nations like China, instead of right here in the U.S. by American workers. This legislation will harm American manufacturing jobs and communities, worsen our economy's reliance on foreign supply chains. Currently, 44 manufacturing facilities in the U.S. are dedicated to making EV charger components. We've invested $313 million there, 6,000 manufacturing jobs. We must let American innovation technology protect good-paying jobs. I yield back.
Back. Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMoffa.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess the question here is, yes, is it going to be Buy American or not? Now, these components we're talking about are indeed being force-fed upon the public with the whole big push for electrifying vehicles. And as we're seeing, the market has softened dramatically since the additional influx of electric vehicles that have been pushed forward. We're seeing them sitting on dealers' lots. And so the chargers probably still need to be made to catch up to a certain point. We don't need to be in such a giant hurry that we have to instead send all this business to the manufacturing leaders in China. Let's let Americans catch up to this. And indeed, since we're going to spend the money that's in the trough anyway from the measure I did not vote for, and many of us did not vote for, at least spend it on American jobs and keep that spirit of that with producing electric vehicle chargers in the United States. We can catch up, we will catch up, especially if these artificial mandates to force electric cars are relaxed somewhat. Now, when we see the Biden administration setting a goal of 500,000 chargers by the year 2030, that their goal has been met so far, from a recent article, they've only built one charger under this program in the last 2 years. Long ways to go to 500,000. So instead, won't we realize the goals are unworkable and let the rules be what they have been on keeping the Buy America, Make it in America as a priority, and not force feed something in such a hurry that hasn't been thought out for a market that is dramatically softening after the initial wave of electric vehicles. So with that, let's instead let America work and not favor the Chinese Communist Party and their workers. Thank you. I yield back.
From California yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the representative from California, Representative Garamendi.
The The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, sometimes it's a mistake to listen to each other, and perhaps that's where we are right now. I'm hearing Mr. Larson present the legislation, which actually would repeal the Make It in America provisions into the future. I hear Mr. Larson talk that the president's rule would actually waive the Buy America requirements that we put into the infrastructure bill until July 1st, 2024, 5 months from now. So that waiver is for 5 months going forward, at which time the Buy America rules that we put into the law are back in effect. And I hear my colleagues who are proposing this CR say something quite different, that somehow this CR would reestablish the Buy America provisions. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Just the opposite. It would eliminate, going on beyond July 1st, the requirement to Buy America. Maybe I'm confused. I think not. I do know that in our T&I committee, we spent a lot of time on Buy America. But the CR not only eliminates the current federal regulation that delays until July 1st the implementation of the Buy America requirements. It goes beyond that. It also reinstates another provision. That's a 1983 waiver of the Buy America requirements. So if indeed we want to help American industry, if we want to help American labor, and if we want to really build out the infrastructure necessary for the electric vehicle, then we're going to need to have those charging stations. Those charging stations can be made in America if we stay with the current regulations that the administration has put forward, which only extends the Buy America waiver to July 1st, 2024. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Not the first time in my life. But read carefully what we're doing here. It's not just taking on the Biden administration, which is great fun for some. It's really about, are we going to have Make It in America requirements or not? I yield back.
From Washington reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for yielding me this time. I rise in favor of S.J. Res. 38 to rescind the Biden administration's careless rule which waives Buy America requirements for federally funded EV charging infrastructure projects. Instead of abandoning this crackpot environmental project that has wasted billions of taxpayer dollars with no tangible benefit, the Biden administration is now doubling down, waiving the Buy America requirements in a desperate attempt to save the floundering EV industry. Under this change, hard-earned taxpayer dollars will not be only wasted on useless charging infrastructure. No, now these funds will be squandered on useless charging infrastructure produced from foreign materials. Meanwhile, China continues to maintain an outsized hold on EV manufacturing and the critical materials required to construct them. In other words, rather than invest in domestic energy resources and infrastructure, the Biden administration will prop up a failed industry whose entire existence is dependent upon government subsidies while increasing our reliance on China and other adversarial nations. These actions will force millions of more Americans into a state of energy poverty and undermine American sovereignty, all to kowtow before the climate gods. Mr. Speaker, we must resist the Biden administration's forceful attempts to transition us to an electric future, whatever that means, while also advocating for solutions that empower America to restore its energy and manufacturing independence. It is for these reasons that I sought to defund one of these useless EV programs through an amendment amid our appropriations process. The fact is that this rule is wrong-headed at the wrong time and should not be implemented. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back.
Wyoming yields back. Gentleman from Missouri is reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recognize, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from California, Representative Brownlee.
The lady from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in opposition to this resolution. This resolution is nothing more than a stunt to obstruct the progress and the success of the bipartisan infrastructure law. Since the passage of this historic once-in-a-generation investment in our nation's infrastructure, we have seen strong economic growth and the creation of over 7 million good-paying American jobs. The investments in this transformative legislation are reaching communities across our country, including communities in my district in Ventura County in California. This week, the Biden administration announced the award of $12 million for the construction of countywide electric vehicle charging centers, off-grid EV charging, and solar battery storage, as well as fast charging ports. As a member of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, I have seen firsthand the critical need to not only complete long overdue repairs to our nation's infrastructure, but I've also seen the need to invest in clean energy and alternative fueling infrastructure in our country. It takes bold action to tackle the climate crisis and reduce our carbon footprint, and the bipartisan infrastructure law does just that. The law is working to help communities plan their growth, connect our cities, and significantly improve safety along our roads, bridges, and rail systems. The law is working to grow our local, regional, and national economy. The law is working to accelerate the Biden administration's efforts to grow our nation's middle class from the bottom up and the middle out. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is that the bipartisan infrastructure law is working for the American people, and this resolution is both bad for innovation, bad for job creation, and bad for America. That is why I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote no. And with that, I yield back.
The lady from California yields back. The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice.
The lady from Oklahoma is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since President Biden took office, he has not only waged a full-scale assault on American energy production, but also on widely used gas-powered automobiles in order to cater to the electric vehicles. Despite EVs accounting for only 14% of all vehicles sold in 2022, this administration is proceeding forward with its goal to install 500,000 EV chargers by 2030. While I oppose the continued push towards electrification, especially when America's baseload power is unable to keep pace with current demands, I was at least pleased that Congress put in place requirements for the IIJA that we buy American. However, even this is now being ignored. The Federal Highway Administration is attempting to issue new waivers to bypass the mandate. Instead of upholding the safeguards that are critical to protect taxpayer dollars, the administration decided to increase our country's reliance on bad actors like China, who already control the EV sector. Communities are already struggling with electric transformer shortages. Our grid is in need of major upgrades. And the last thing we should do is empower our adversaries by issuing these waivers to build charging stations for vehicles whose battery components primarily come from China. I find it incredible that President Biden, who pushed so hard for this legislation, now wants to completely ignore a key provision that was added to safeguard our nation from China and protect American jobs. This is wrong. I call upon the Federal Highway Administration to rescind this onerous rule and urge my colleagues to support the resolution of disapproval. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize the representative from California, Representative Desaulnier, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the ranking member. This pointless resolution would not only harm the advancement of EVs in the United States, but it would also allow more work to be offshored to other countries. I strongly oppose this resolution and urge my colleagues to do the same. Among its many historic firsts, the bipartisan infrastructure law invested $7.5 billion in EV charging infrastructure through the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. I'm proud of the work that we did on this landmark funding, and it stems from a bill that I introduced, the Clean Corridors Act, that was incorporated into the infrastructure bill. It's already helping create a network of EV chargers to help with the implementation of alternative fuels and the dynamic investment in electric vehicles and hydrogen fuels cars. In a side note, one of the grants was included in the district I represent between the local library district and the federal government to install chargers at public libraries. Unfortunately, the resolution we're considering today would remove certainty from EV charger construction and put good-paying jobs here in the U.S. at risk in the long term and in the short term. The lack of certainty would also further delay construction, deployment, and hinder consumers' use of EVs. With the transportation sector making up almost 30% of the country's greenhouse gas emissions, we must continue to do everything we can to transition to cleaner fuels and provide certainty for the industry to help combat climate change. We need available, reliable EV chargers to make that a reality, considering the global implications. I strongly oppose this bill and the partisan efforts to thwart EV deployment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this resolution. Congress has the power to invalidate this bureaucratic rule that, simply put, would once again sell out the greatest strength of the American economy, our American workers. The Build America, Buy America Act was bipartisan legislation that was included in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. We must ensure that any infrastructure projects across America uses American-made and sourced products when they are available. When the government spends American taxpayer money on an infrastructure project, it's common sense that the materials used in the project should be made in America. We have the world's best workers making the best materials we need right here at home. This administration's radical push to end consumer choice and force electric vehicles upon us is completely wrong. When Chinese or Russian-made products and materials are used instead of those from America, it steals jobs from U.S. workers. This administration cannot be allowed to enable brutal dictators and thugs on the backs of American workers. I urge all of my colleagues to support and oppose this radical rule from the Biden administration and support the American worker by voting for this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to recognize the representative from Virginia, Representative McClellan, for 1 minute.
Lady from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.J. Res. 38, which undermines the Biden-Harris administration's efforts to supercharge our transition to a clean energy future and deploy more sustainable technologies. With this resolution, extreme House Republicans are actively trying to hamper the progress made through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. They're threatening the burgeoning electric vehicle industry and harming our communities, our economy, and our planet. It's clear we are in the infrastructure decade. Next thanks to these transformative investments, yet House Republicans would rather try to undermine these efforts than acknowledge the clear benefits for communities across the nation. In fact, thanks to the IJA, Henrico County and my district will receive over $1.4 million to build 38 EV charging ports at 7 publicly accessible facilities throughout the community, and similar awards are going out to localities across the nation. House Republicans' resolution would impede growth of our EV industry across the country at a time when we must do more to address the climate crisis as more Americans are switching to electric vehicles. I urge a vote no, and I yield back.
Ladies' time's expired. The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this important Congressional Review Act resolution, which prevents the Biden administration from lining the Chinese Communist Party's pockets in an effort to further its rush to green agenda. Last Congress, my colleagues across the aisle in the Biden administration forced through massive spending packages with billions and billions of dollars for their Green New Deal agenda. In fact, the IIJA included $7.5 billion for EV charging grant programs. One of my colleagues' biggest arguments in support of their massive spending packages was that it was all in the name of bringing businesses and manufacturing back to America. How does waiving Buy America requirements help American manufacturing? I'll tell you it doesn't. And it benefits Chinese producers with lower wage and environmental standards and can undercut American industry. China may be producing so-called clean energy technologies like EVs and solar panels, but is being done with an energy portfolio that increases emissions. Forcing Americans into EVs as fast as possible is not going to reduce global emissions when the planet's largest emitters are enabled by our demand. I support this measure, and I yield back.
Time has expired. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri is reserved. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I want to yield 2 minutes to the representative from Texas, Representative Jackson Lee.
Lady from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Washington, the ranking member, for his leadership. There's more work to be done. And I'm glad a previous speaker, my colleague and friend from California, made it clear this is 5 months. This is about getting more jobs and getting them done now. This is to emphasize that this new emphasis on EV infrastructure is going to help each and every one of you. And I am rising because I am so proud of the state of Texas. It is one of the few states that announced American-made EV charger investments as of September 2023. We're already out front in the state of Texas that is not known often for moving fast on these kinds of environmentally focused efforts. Thank you, Texas. And it is because of the AFL-CIO, Transportation Trades, United Steelworkers, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, United Auto Workers, Siemens, Alliance for American Manufacturing, working together for these EV chargers and to make sure that only for 5 months will we have the waiver, and then we will have where all of the chargers will be required to contain 55% domestic content on the cost of components. The infrastructure in which EV chargers are housed are predominantly steel and iron, which are excluded from this waiver now. So the explanation is this is to do better, to help America do better, and to get us ready for July 2024, and to help more states, very small picture, have EV investments that creates jobs, moves us into a new level of technology, and provides the opportunity for more science-based mobility, transportation that is safe, that is clean, and that is job-creating. What more can we want? I rise to oppose this legislation because I want more jobs, I want more safe environment, and I want us to do the right
Washington
thing. I yield back.
reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Time and time again, we see President Biden picking winners and losers in the marketplace to force its radical climate agenda on the American people. In his 2020 campaign, President Biden claimed a Buy America policy. The first year of his presidency included lots of posturing on the virtues of American-made products. Yet when push comes to shove, the president has made it clear, if given the choice between buying American and pushing an activist climate agenda fueled by EV batteries made in China, he sides with the woke environmentalists over American workers. If the Biden administration is going to distort the energy market with its Green New Deal, all of its subsidies, one would hope that they would at least fund the products made here in the United States. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of this resolution to stop the Biden administration from crippling not only our domestic energy production, but also our American manufacturing economy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let's make one thing perfectly clear. The Biden administration is building their so-called green energy on the backs of children, on poor individuals enslaved by communist China. I wonder what it must be like in the Biden administration to sit in the ivory towers and drive their electric vehicles and pretend to be doing something positive for the environment. But as long as I am here in Congress, I will expose the truth. The Biden administration finds it to be perfectly acceptable to use child slave labor in foreign lands to meet their insincere and deceptive green agenda, forcing children under horrific conditions to dig up, often with their bare hands, the minerals that they need in their EV charging stations. It is immoral, it is unethical, and it is wrong. The rule to waive Buy American requirements for electric vehicle chargers is just the latest in this administration's efforts to eliminate good-paying union jobs for the American workers and instead offshore cheap slave labor in foreign countries with zero environmental standards. For the Biden administration, when it's overseas, it's out of sight, out of mind. The Biden administration continues to have their agenda on mining and energy, quote, anywhere but America, any worker but American. I ask my colleagues, do not turn a blind eye. We need to mine here, buy American. The reason the Biden administration wants to waive the Buy American requirement is they refuse to allow domestic mining to happen. And Mr. Chair, I live in a district where the biggest copper nickel find in the world is. And this administration pulled the mining leases for purely political reasons. They won't let us mine in Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Washington, Nevada, Utah, Texas, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and so many other states. They're okay with using child slave labor in the Congo, where these 15 of the 19 mines are owned by the communist country of China. The Biden administration continues to assault the American worker. We must not let that happen. Mr. Speaker, when this law passed, the infrastructure law passed, we supported Buy America, Build in America. This is a slap in the face when Joe Biden wants us now to waive the requirement. It's unacceptable. Buy America, mine here in America, period. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce. Dr. Joyce.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, and I thank the gentleman, the chairman, for yielding.
President Biden's attempt to block the sale of gas-powered vehicles and mandate electric vehicles in the next decade would have disastrous consequences for American families, American business, and the American economy. Now, in its quest to implement Green New Deal initiatives, President Biden and his administration is using American taxpayer dollars to buy electric vehicle charging stations from the Chinese Communist Party. Let me say that again. Biden and his administration is using American taxpayer dollars to buy electric vehicle charging stations from the Chinese Communist Party. They are sending taxpayer dollars to China. President Biden's attempt to dodge the bipartisan Buy American rule is a realization that his electric vehicle policies are impractical and they're irresponsible. Come on, Americans aren't fooled. An electric vehicle with a Chinese battery is a Chinese car. Last year, this House passed my legislation, the Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchases Act, with a bipartisan majority. This body has recognized that electric vehicles are unable to sustain our economy, and they are unable to sustain the American dream. It is critical that we speak with one voice and pass this legislation to stop the Biden administration from sending American taxpayers' dollars to companies run by the Chinese Communist Party. I urge all of my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Washington.
I don't have any more speakers, Mr. Speaker, and so I'm prepared to close. With that, I reserve.
Great.
Thank you.
Close.
Gentleman from Washington then is recognized.
Thank you. Could I ask how much time we have on the side?
Gentleman from Washington has 12 and a half minutes.
Appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, and also I get the hint. So I want to close by first going back to a point someone made by starting the comment by saying, since the Biden administration has come in, and I want to just quickly make some points on that point. Since the Biden administration has come in, unemployment has dropped precipitously. We've seen continued economic growth in the United States. Manufacturing jobs have increased. We've passed legislation to bring $35 copays for Medicare enrollees, and we've seen the private sector now adopt $35 copay for Medicare for their enrollees for diabetes medications. Since the Biden administration has come in, we've passed the PACT Act to support veterans needing health care. Since the Biden administration has come in, although there is still work to do that I recognize, inflation has dropped 65%. There's a lot of things that have happened since the Biden administration, including the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure law, which today is putting women and men to work around the country building the next generation infrastructure, the next generation bridges, roads, highways, the next generation transit systems, spreading broadband around the country and closing the digital divide in so many communities, as well as supporting the adoption of electric vehicle use around the country. It was noted that 14% of vehicles sold last year were electric vehicles. I didn't know it was that high. I thought it was a little lower than that. I'm even glad it's that high, because it shows an increasing adoption of electric vehicles in the United States. And to support that, the administration, through the BIL, is now beginning to implement the distribution, deployment of federally funded electric vehicles to complement what is already being done in many states around the country supporting electric vehicle deployment, including in my district. The City of Mount Vernon's received a grant to put in electric vehicles charging stations at their new Library Commons project I supported and will continue to support. So we need to break the EV bond that the United States has with China and start by rejecting this resolution. Because when we buy America, we are going to say goodbye to our bond with China. So I ask my members, all members, to reject Senate Joint Resolution 38, to support this waiver, to give our private sector the time to develop what it needs to do to support the broader economy in the United States and the broader future of American transportation. So with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Passing Senate Joint Resolution 38 is important if the Biden administration continues to push its progressive agenda on American families and consumers. At a minimum, they should have to comply with the Buy America requirements, at a minimum. In 2021, despite Congress expanding Buy America requirements, the IJA to ensure our nation's infrastructure comes from and is built by American companies, the administration is all too willing to issue a waiver of Buy America requirements for EV chargers in pursuit of its EV for all pipe dream. A Buy America waiver undermines domestic investments and it risks empowering foreign adversaries like China. We should not funnel taxpayer dollars to China in order to achieve this administration's unrealistic EV goals, which families and businesses have signaled that they are not ready for. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge support of this joint resolution, and with that, I would yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Have it. Third reading. Third reading. Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolution 38, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rule submitted by the Federal Highway Administration relating to waiver of Buy America requirements for electric vehicle chargers.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I would ask for the yeas and nays.
The joint resolution is passed. The gentleman from Missouri?
Nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. If sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to recommit, HB 788. Passage of HR 788 if ordered, and passage of Senate Joint Resolution 38. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on HR 788, offered by the woman from North Carolina, Ms. Fauci, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit HR 788, offered by Mrs. Fauci of North Carolina.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 189, the nays are 205. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Yeah. Yeas are 210, the nays are 196. On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 197. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of Senate Joint Resolution 38, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
SJ Res 38, Joint Resolution Providing for Congressional Disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Federal Highway Administration relating to waiver of Buy America requirements for electric vehicle chargers.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. has voted. Does any member wish to change the vote? On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 198. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
You're recognized.
On the last day of 2023, Texas 30th Congressional District laid to rest a legend who served in this chamber and was a champion of the Lone Star State. Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson passed away. As her successor representing Texas 30th Congressional District, I see the impact of her 30-year tenure in Congress and her half-century legacy of public service everywhere I look. Whether it was securing millions of dollars in public investment to North Texas, to the thousands of jobs she helped to create under the CHIPS and Science Act, she led with conviction and passion. As chairwoman of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, she was unapologetic in advocating for Texas as the future of space exploration. Thanks to her leadership, Texas is helping us go back to the moon and beyond, and has transformed into a technological powerhouse. I've described Chairwoman Johnson as a quiet storm. She didn't need to make a lot of noise to create change. And through her tireless work for equality and equity, she made space for louder storms like me to continue her work. Every member of the Texas delegation can remember a time when the chairwoman put politics aside and crossed the aisle in order to advance and better the lives of the people of the Lone Star State and American families across the country. The country and delegation has lost a giant, but her work and legacy will continue to live on. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all of those who are present in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, please rise for a moment of silence to remember the late Honorable Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
House will be in order. Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek to be recognized?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, or revise and extend my remarks.
Ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise before you today to recognize a special day for our dairy farmers, National Milk Day. National Milk Day originates back to January 11th, 1878, when milk was first delivered in glass bottles in the United States. Milk is consumed by millions of Americans every year because not only is it delicious, but also provides key nutrients like calcium, potassium, and other vitamins. This is one of the reasons why I'm so thankful for the passing of my bill, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act of 2023, which will provide these key nutrients to children in schools nationwide. Milk is also very important to my home state of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania dairy industry alone generates 52,000 jobs and $14.7 billion in revenue in the state. Furthermore, Pennsylvania is ranked second nationally in the number of dairy farms. I'm so proud of all that they have accomplished. As a descendant of a long line of dairy farmers, let's raise a glass of milk in honor of these dairy farmers who work around the clock to bring fresh, nutritious, and delicious milk to our tables every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, so ordered. Recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss blatant Republican hypocrisy. Yesterday, the House Oversight Committee discussed whether to hold Hunter Biden in contempt of Congress because he rejected a congressional subpoena. It is insulting and ironic given that elected Republicans Jim Jordan, Mo Brooks, Scott Perry, Andy Biggs, and former Speaker Kevin McCarthy did the same thing. And they took an oath of allegiance to America. But the issue is not congressional subpoenas. The issue is truth. Hunter Biden wants to tell the truth in a public hearing, but Republicans do not want the truth. They want a story based on lies and deceit. They want Americans to think Hunter Biden is the problem in our country, but it is failed and incompetent Republican leadership that is the problem. It is an unpopular and dangerous Republican agenda that is the problem. And their blatant hypocrisy to cover up the truth is a national tragedy. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, so ordered. Recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week, the EPA Inspector General reported that the EPA has failed to accurately report the use of $7 billion in 2022. This jarring report is the clearest sign yet that the EPA is unable and unwilling to adequately serve the American people. Under President Biden's failed leadership in accountability that we have come to expect, no one's surprised. Whether it's creating burdensome regulations on our nation's coal power generation plants or constructing extreme methane rules for natural gas producers or attempting to ban the sale of gas-powered vehicles, the EPA has repeatedly shown that it is unable to govern effectively. The Inspector General's report outlines how 99% of the EPA's total award-level outlays were not reported in fiscal year 2022. If the EPA cannot adequately account for the taxpayer funds that it distributes, how can it possibly be relied on to effectively regulate our energy industry? It is time to rein in the out-of-control EPA and hold the EPA accountable to the American people. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Officer Kyle Cunningham from the Akron Police Department as the Champion of the Week for Ohio's 13th Congressional District. Officer Cunningham heroically saved a man's life who was attempting to jump over the side of a bridge. However, Officer Cunningham held on until he and another officer were able to pull the man over the railing. Officer Cunningham represents the very best of our dedicated law enforcement officers who answer the call to serve and dedicate themselves to protect members in our community. Through swift action and incredible bravery, Officer Cunningham was able to save a life and give this person a chance to receive the care and resources they need. We are grateful for Officer Cunningham's act of heroism and his continued service with the Akron Police Department, and look to him as a leader in the birthplace of champions. Once again, on behalf of Ohio's 13th Congressional District, I offer congratulations and thank you to our Champion of the Week, Officer Kyle Cunningham. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request permission to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the life and service of Rear Admiral Brian Davies, a distinguished nuclear submarine warfare officer who succumbed to illness on December 30th. The floor of Congress is a fitting place to remember his dedication to our country, to our security, where he served beneath the seas, out of sight, ever vigilant, ensuring America's dominance of the seas. I honor Admiral Davies' full life and his dutiful service. A graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, Brian commanded our most secret and most decorated submarine, the USS Jimmy Carter, and later he commanded a submarine squadron. His service took him under the Arctic, the Western Pacific, the Northern Atlantic, and the Indian Oceans. All other details are hidden, even from his own family. I ask that our nation also remember Brian's shipmates, who continue to sacrifice so much for our nation in silence. And I would ask that we honor and remember Brian's wife, Casey, and their daughter, Caitlin, who endured with courage the many hardships of his time in the Navy, and who now mourn the loss of his honorable life. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce, with Congresswoman Ashley Hinson of Iowa, my appropriations colleague, H.R. 6956, the Bipartisan Opioid Settlement Accountability Act. This legislation will ensure that money from opioid settlements related to the ongoing crisis are used for opioid treatment, prevention, and enforcement rather than slush funds for road maintenance or local debts. The opioid crisis is far from over. In 2022, more than two-thirds of the reported 107,081 drug overdoses in the United States involved opioids. And while opioid settlements have totaled $55.79 billion, many of these funds are not being used to address the ongoing damage done by the ongoing opioid epidemic. We must learn our lesson from the tobacco settlements of the 1990s. States used money they received for transportation projects in balancing budgets instead of prevention efforts. Today's opioid settlement funds must be used to help fight the ongoing opioid epidemic and not as piggy banks for politicians to break open and play around with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back and urge my colleagues to sign on with us. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because I'm deeply concerned by the impact that recent cuts to the Medicare physician fee schedule will have on patient access to health care across our great country. On January 1st, 2024, a 3.4% Medicare cut took effect, impacting providers all across the United States. This is in addition to previous cuts. Providers have continued to bear the cost of many challenges that arose during the pandemic and after the pandemic, including staffing shortages, supply chain shortages, continuing rising inflation. All of these. Yet as the cost of providing care continues to rise, the reimbursement to physicians who provide the care continues to be cut. If we do not swiftly act to address these cuts now and in the long term, patients will suffer the most. The physician shortage will continue to worsen. Hospitals and independent community-based providers will continue to shutter their doors. And sadly, America's seniors will be left with no option for high-quality, affordable health care. I urge congressional leadership to put the health of Americans first by stopping the Medicare cuts and ensuring that patients and Medicare beneficiaries have access to the providers who care for them by not cutting them out. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of bipartisanship. There are more than 300 of us in this chamber that will support a bipartisan budget agreement. Yet, there are a few who want to see the government shut down. A shutdown will lead to any number of awful things with our economy. It will hurt millions of workers and every single American. There are more of us who are determined to keep this government open, but we need a bill, and that's what we're asking for, is a bipartisan budget bill that we can pass. Mr. Speaker, this is as serious a moment as it gets. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stress the importance that Congress address Section 174 of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and continue to allow immediate and full research and development expensing by American small businesses. Not allowing for full expensing would devastate small businesses across the country, resulting in layoffs, increased debt, and likely forcing thousands of businesses to close their doors for good. The looming January 15th deadline highlights the growing need for congressional action to provide continued tax relief to millions of small businesses and hardworking Americans. As chairman of the House Committee on Small Business and owner and operator of a small business in Texas for over 52 years, I'm uniquely aware of the relief full expensing has provided to small business. In 2017, Republicans led the way on a once-in-a-generation tax reform at Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and provided much-needed relief for the American people. But amid historical inflation and increasing rates, we must continue to build on it. We can start by making the tax cuts permanent and ensure that pro-growth policies such as the full R&D expensing are included. In God we trust. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oregon seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart. Across America, countless families have lost loved ones to the fentanyl crisis. In my home state of Oregon, it's now estimated that 5 people die every week from this dangerous drug. We're expecting an epidemic of massive proportions, and in order to stop it, we need an all-hands-on-deck approach. Just last week, I held a roundtable with law enforcement officers, community organizations, and local elected officials to understand how we can confront this crisis head-on. I've participated in many other discussions like this one, and I always hear a common theme: more resources and more flexibility. Congress needs to deliver more funding to help our communities fight back against fentanyl. And I will keep working to ensure our police and local leaders have the tools they need to get these drugs off the streets and more people into treatment. No more families torn apart by addiction. No more suffering and loss. It's time we put an end to this epidemic once and for all. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are few people in this world who can say they impacted their community as much as Eddie Bernice Johnson. She dedicated 50 years of her life to public service. She took care of her patients, veterans, and the people of the Texas 30th Congressional District. EBJ embodied a no-nonsense approach that you would expect from a woman born in Waco, Texas. She didn't care who you were, where you're from, or what party you represented. Her open arms extended a welcoming embrace to everyone, a trait that I experienced firsthand when I showed up as the junior member of the United States House in summer of 2021. As the dean of the Texas delegation, she made it clear that regardless of which side of the aisle I was on, she saw me as a Texan first and foremost. Chairwoman Johnson welcomed me to the Texas delegation and her Committee on Science, Space, and Technology. She ran a very tight ship, and she also guided me through the intricacies of becoming an effective member of her committee. I'll forever be grateful to Congresswoman Johnson for her support for her country, her state, and the Texas congressional delegation. She will be missed. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we have a housing crisis in this country. People are struggling to afford rent, and many can't even think of buying a house. Basic housing is an economic and human right. Here are 5 things we must do. First, we need 7 million new housing units to fill the gap and a $445 billion investment in the Housing Trust Fund. Second, we need to pass my Stop Wall Street Act to prevent Wall Street from buying single-family homes. Third, we need to provide down payment assistance for first-time homebuyers. Fourth, we need to pass Representative Cori Bush's protection for tenants and financial assistance before they get evicted. And finally, we need to provide grants for neighborhood stabilization like the Culinary Union did so rent doesn't increase beyond inflation. We need to address the housing crisis.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objections, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to raise awareness of Human Trafficking Awareness Day, which is today, January 11th. Last year alone, nearly 28 million individuals were victims of human trafficking worldwide. These inhumane crimes don't just happen in the far nether reaches of the world either. They're happening right here in communities across this country. In fact, Horry County, where I grew up, reside in, and represent, is one of the top 5 counties in South Carolina in reported human trafficking. Today and throughout the month of January, which is National Human Trafficking Prevention Month, I am to raise awareness and support victims of these horrible crimes and their families. I am firmly committed to working to find solutions to prevent this modern-day form of slavery and to support those who have suffered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield my time.
Yeah, the gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize one of my constituents, Mr. Bernie Singer, who just celebrated his 101st birthday. Bernie is a living testament to courage and resilience. He fought for democracy in World War II, embodying the values of the greatest generation. During the Battle of the Bulge, he was captured on his birthday and was later held in Stalag 9B in Germany. While in captivity, Bernie displayed unparalleled bravery and sacrifice in serving our nation. After serving in the military, Bernie ran his own family business for over 70 years, driven by an entrepreneurial spirit and the promise of the American dream. He married his beloved wife, Marilyn, who he called his spouse for over 70 wonderful years. In addition to being a devoted husband, Bernie is known as a loving father, grandfather, father-in-law, and uncle. In all these roles, he has enriched the lives of those around him with kindness and wisdom. On the behalf of Florida's 20th Congressional District, I'm honored to recognize Bernie for his exceptional life, marked by valor and an enduring love for others. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Earlier today, we had a subcommittee on the Oversight Committee regarding foreign affairs, the border, and the military. We had an interesting topic that the press ought to follow up on, and that is the progressive march through our military. It can be, I think, kind of summarized: an obsession with race in our military, an obsession with dividing people, and can be kind of summed up by the head of the Joint Chiefs, Brown, right now, who believes that we ought to cut the number of white officers in the military to 42% from now when it's over 60%. The supposed reason for this is diversity, which I think has an entirely racist connotation itself. We ought to be spending more time wondering what exactly do these people mean by people from different ethnic backgrounds going back generations will add something to a unit if we pick them by where they're from. If I have one out of my 4 grandparents from Mexico, how do I carry a different viewpoint towards being in the military, being in an engineering firm, being a law firm? The press has to ask these diversity experts exactly, give us examples of how you improve the makeup of a decision by having people who are 1/4 from different parts of the world. Thank you.
Yeah. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I want to pay acknowledgement and have my colleagues recognize a medaled combat veteran in the name of our Secretary of Defense, and that is General Lloyd Austin. Over the last couple of weeks, there have been enormous criticism of the nature of his health condition and the alleged communication or non-communication in the chain of command. I rise only today to be able to acknowledge the work of a soldier and one who has, through his years of service, continued to act excellently and with excellence. And with that in mind, I hope that all members of this body will allow the process to proceed, will allow a person to achieve the health services that they need, and will allow respect to be given to a medaled combat officer who now serves this nation as the Secretary of Defense. Let us do that for his family, for Secretary, for the men and women of the military, and for this nation. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 703C, the Public Interest Declassification Act of 2000, and 50 U.S.C. 3161, and the order of the House of January 9, 2023 of the following individual on the part of the House to the Public Interest Declassification Board for a term of 3 years.
Mr. Ezra Cohen of Chevy Chase, Maryland.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9 of 2023, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Crockett, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the past 12 days, the people of Texas and those serving in this chamber have been mourning the loss of a leader, a colleague, and an advocate for change, the late Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson. She was a leader who never let political differences come at the expense of public service and regularly reached across the aisle to promote policies that advance access to health care and helped our nation dominate in technological and scientific innovation. Chairwoman Johnson was a champion of bipartisanship from the Texas delegation to her colleagues on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee. There are many people in this building that have benefited from her wisdom, experience, generosity, and mentorship. I can personally say that the Texas delegation has a well-earned reputation for bipartisanship, and we continue to honor the chairwoman's legacy by finding areas where we can meet each other halfway to get things done for the 30 million Texans we're blessed to represent. While I never served with her, I was humbled to be tapped by her as her hand-picked successor. This honor is and will continually be a reminder that I have big shoes, or in the case of the great EBJ, a fancy St. John to fill. She believed I could, therefore I will. Her legacy will continually be held up by me all the days that I serve in this chamber. There's no better way to give tribute to the chairwoman than by giving space to some of her colleagues to speak about her life and legacy and the many ways she impacted the People's House. Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 1 minute to Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi.
No, let's keep it. We want to keep it, right? I thank the gentlewoman for yielding and for calling the special order in honor of a very special person that many of us have had the privilege to serve with. In my case, for over 3 decades. And she sat in that chair reigning for the whole time. She reigned. We always went to her for guidance and advice. So thank you, Congresswoman Crockett, for calling this special order for Eddie Bernice Johnson. She was so proud that you would be following in her footsteps. So it's so appropriate that you are bringing us together now for this formidable force in public service. Not only did Eddie Bernice make history, Mr. Speaker, she did make a difference as the first African American and the first woman to wield the gavel of the powerful Science, Space, and Technology Committee. Not only did she make history and make a difference, she enabled our country to make progress. We marveled at the respect that she commanded in the scientific community, the academic community, in industry, from her constituents, from her colleagues on Capitol Hill. And the capstone of her career, our CHIPS and Science Law, in her last term in Congress, will drive decades of scientific discovery while recruiting a diverse, inclusive workforce for the industries of tomorrow. Indeed, she insisted on it. She insisted on investing in STEM education so American minds of all kinds could solve our greatest challenges, the challenges of our time. Eddie Bernice was always talking about taking our nation into the future. We chatted quite a bit. She was soft-spoken toward the end, but with great force. And we chatted and laughed about and admired what is written on the walls of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, a quote from the poet Tennyson. And it's so much about Eddie Bernice. For I dipped into the future, far as the human eye could see, saw a vision of the world and all the wonder that would be. She understood that wonder. May it be a comfort to her beloved son, Kirk, dear grandchildren, Kirk Jr., David, and James, and her entire family, that we mourn their loss. We pray for them during this sad time. And we thank them for sharing Eddie Bernice Johnson with us in this Congress, but more importantly, for our country. May our darling Eddie Bernice Johnson, whom we all love so dearly, rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. Speaker Emerita. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 1 minute to the chairman of the CBC, Chairman Horsford.
Oh, I thought it was going to be you. Here. I'm going well.
I thank the gentlelady from Texas for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor our late former colleague, Chairwoman Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson. I'm honored to have served with and to have been able to learn from such a legend in our Congress. She was a true trailblazer, becoming the first registered nurse to serve in this body. She was the first black woman ever elected to public office from the city of Dallas when she was elected to the Texas State House, and the first woman to ever lead a committee in the Texas Chamber. And she was also a presidential appointee, appointed by then President Jimmy Carter as a regional director for the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. She then returned to the Texas legislature as a state senator, becoming the first black senator from Dallas area since Reconstruction. Mr. Speaker, she acknowledged the challenges of being both black and a woman, once telling a reporter, quote, "Being a woman and being black is perhaps a double handicap. When you see who's in the important huddles, who's making the important decisions, it's men." That drove her to fight for equity and to give women and people of color more opportunity and access. She came to Congress in 1993 and would later serve as the 17th chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. During her tenure, one of the things that she helped establish is the Tri-Caucus, represented through the coalitions of the Congressional Black, Hispanic, and Asian American caucuses that exist to this day. She became the first African American and the first woman to be the ranking member of the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, and subsequently become the chairwoman of that committee. So, Mr. Speaker, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson helped many of us. And as a young freshman, it was Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson who encouraged and pushed for people like me and Leader Jeffries to pursue leadership roles. And today, I'm honored to serve as chair of the CBC, and Leader Jeffries is our Democratic leader. It's that type of mentorship, it's that type of encouragement that I will always hold dear, and like Representative Crockett, we will do our part to live out her legacy. We truly miss Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, but she will be proud of the legacy she blazed, and we will honor her memory for generations to come. Rest in power, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman who hails from Waco, Texas, Mr. Pete Sessions.
I want to thank the gentlewoman not only for taking the time to initiate this important discussion about our former colleague, the gentlewoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, but also thank her for gathering together what I think is evidence of a solid performance that Eddie Bernice Johnson gave to not just the people of Texas, not just to the people of the United States Congress, but really the people who all across the country benefited by Eddie Bernice Johnson's character, her desire to be friendly, her desire to work across the aisle, and her desire to make sure that she led a life that she would be proud of. And I can attest to each of those in a strong way. I had an opportunity to work with Eddie Bernice Johnson, Congresswoman from the 30th District of Texas, for some 22 years. And during those 22 years, we had an opportunity to fly back and forth. We would meet at DFW Airport and get on the airplane and come up. And she did not offer small talk. She offered talk of things that she saw. She would offer talk and discussions about things that she would hope that we would become, not just Texas, but really people. And it was really an amazing opportunity for us, whether we were sitting waiting for a plane or whether we were on a plane and attempting to move back and forth, to hear not just the benefit of her, what I believe was an outward view of very positive things, but really how she wanted to work together and do her part in that process. She knew and I knew that I was born in Waco, Texas. She was born in Waco, Texas. Another member of Congress, Joe Barton, also was born and raised in Waco, Texas. And so I think she held that certainly in not just her mind, but in her heart, because she knew where she had come from, she knew where I had come from, and we both knew where we were trying to head. So I want to thank the gentlewoman, Congresswoman Crockett, for bringing together Eddie Bernice Johnson's friends, who will all speak about not just her authorship of good things, but how we will miss her very much. And I want to thank the gentlewoman for allowing me time to be on the floor tonight to say, job well done, Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson. You not only are, but you will be missed. I yield back my time to the gentlewoman.
Thank you so much, Congressman. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to yield 1 minute to the honorable gentle lady that hails from Houston, Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee. 2 minutes.
I'm glad the gentleman from Waco emphasized Waco, Texas. And I thank you, Congresswoman Crockett, for bringing us together. Our friend, our colleague, was mighty proud of being born in Waco, Texas. And for that reason, I want to take note of her loving parents, Edward Johnson, a tailor, and Lily Mae White Johnson, a stay-at-home mother. They, of course, instilled in our friend, our sister, the love of this country and that you could do anything you wanted to do. And she was surrounded by their love and the love of her siblings. And she had in her the gifts of faith and charity and the importance of education. As a child, she knew she wanted to be a doctor. But how many have heard the word no from those who were part of her educational journey? Some said it was because she was a woman. Others knew it was because of her race. And so Eddie Bernice Johnson was not to be denied. She left the state of Texas, ultimately went to St. Mary's College of Notre Dame, and we've heard some stories of how even the Veterans Hospital thought that they were hiring a man when she finally came back and became chief of psychiatric medicine as relates to the Veterans Administration. So as I speak about her today, I just simply want to say that she elevated the Science and Technology Committee. I remember staying on that committee for a while before going to Homeland Security, and she'd always say that she will continue to invest in that committee so that she could lead, for she was science and technology. She loved diversity. That's why the Taiwanese community loved her. And the LGBTQ plus community loved her because before anyone else would recognize their diversity and their humanity, she did that. And they loved her in Dallas. And so no matter what walk of life you may have had, what faith you may have had, what walk of life that you may have had from the neighborhoods you came, Eddie Bernice Johnson was there to be a fighter for your rights, to be a spokesperson, and to be one of strength when you needed it. She knew the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Yes, she was a friend of President Lyndon Baines Johnson and President Jimmy Carter and all those who came after. I am glad to stand here today to be able to honor her parents, her siblings, and her wonderful son, Kirk, and the beautiful grandchildren that she loved, and great-grand and greats. Her homegoing service was simply that, homegoing celebration. And I remember saying that night, she was truly a yellow rose. To the fellow Texans, she loved Texas. A yellow rose she was, and she was a strong Texas woman. She will strongly be missed, and the Congressional Black Caucus will miss her. Our colleagues will miss her. But I will tell you, Texas and the nation will miss our friend, the Honorable Iconic Eddie Bernice Johnson. EBJ is what we called her, the 30th District of Texas. It'll never be the same, but she has given to her successor the tools to carry on. God bless you, and may you rest in peace and rest in power.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to Congresswoman Loughran.
Thank you. It is my honor to join all of my colleagues in paying tribute to the incredible life and career of our friend and colleague, Eddie Bernice Johnson. You know, when I walked into Congress as a freshman, Eddie was already here. And when I walked into the Science Committee as a freshman, Eddie was already there. And those of us who worked with her know what an unstoppable force she was. She worked hard for her constituents, and she worked hard to advance American science. One of her focuses was on building a better future for everyone, where everyone could pursue STEM, no matter their race, gender, background, or zip code. That was not just because of fairness for those individuals, but because our country, unless we are able to get all the smart young people into STEM, is going to lose out. And she made a difference there. There are countless rising generations who will see the doors open because of Eddie Bernice Johnson, even though they may not know that she did that for them. You know, she always referred to the Science Committee as the committee of the future. It was also the committee of an island of bipartisanship. Now, I am now the ranking member of the Science Committee, and I can see the tremendous work she did with our current chairman to make sure that the committee was focused on our mission, just to get the work done. I know the job she did was excellent because of the excellent staff that she built to carry forward her legacy. You know, I miss EBJ. I think we can all think of her as someone who helped America have a brighter future. She was one of a kind. I miss her greatly, and I honor her, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Congressman Weber.
I thank the gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, it's with deep sadness that I rise to celebrate the extraordinary life of our friend, our Texan, our true public servant, as has been pointed out here, a trailblazer and much respected and much loved Eddie Bernice Johnson, or EBJ, as my friend from Texas pointed out. I had the honor of serving with her in the Texas delegation on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, where she served as the chairwoman. Before then, we went over to Europe on a T&I CODEL, her and her son Kirk, and I got to know her quite well. And let me just tell you, you spend time, you eat, and you drink, you laugh, and you cry, and you see other places, and you get to know people really quickly. It was an absolute pleasure to know her, and her son Kirk. Absolute pleasure. The Southern charm and the intellect that she had, there was nothing that she loved more than her family, and she let that show. Mr. Speaker, we lost one heck of a lady, a wonderful lady. My prayers are with her and her family, especially her son Kirk. We are forever grateful to the trailblazer that she was, quite frankly, the trailblazer that she is and will be for a long time, never forgotten. We're grateful for her service in the United States, grateful for her service to the 30th District in Texas. Eddie Bernice, you will be missed but not forgotten. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Oregon, Congresswoman Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Crockett, for organizing this special order. I'm grateful to join my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to remember our esteemed former colleague, the late Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson. I expect to see her sitting over there where she always sat. Affectionately known as EBJ, Congresswoman Johnson showed tremendous leadership, and that's especially true on the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology. I've been on the Science Committee since I first joined Congress about a dozen years ago. I learned a lot from her example of hard work, civility, and perseverance. EBJ was a civil rights trailblazer, as we heard from Mr. Horsford. She led with the philosophy that building compassionate relationships, fostering curiosity, and working in good faith can yield successful long-term policies. Her leadership left a lasting positive influence on the Science Committee, which continues to shine as a refreshingly bipartisan body in this Congress today and should continue to serve as an example for collaborative work for years to come. In the last Congress as the committee chair, she oversaw the passage of the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act, some of the most significant scientific research and manufacturing legislation the committee has ever passed. I will be forever grateful for her support of several issues I brought to the committee, issues important to the district I represent, including ocean health, conservation of marine life, investing in clean energy technologies that will protect our planet and address the climate crisis. I share in mourning Congresswoman Johnson's passing. I send condolences to her family and her friends. And I know her legacy will live on through the many people she inspired and mentored throughout her storied career, and through the legislation and policies she helped craft to improve our country. Thank you again, colleagues. Please remember with our open hearts and fond memories, Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Michigan, Congresswoman Stevens.
During my first term in Congress as a freshman member of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, we had a hearing in which we heard from a young researcher, a young woman researcher at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, who had taken the very first image ever of a black hole. Congresswoman Johnson, my chair, Chairwoman Johnson, took us to places that no one has been. She was constantly reaching and asking for more. In this term in Congress, I can't think of a time in which we've had a special order that has been bipartisan. But for EBJ, we do, because that's who she was. When people were glad handling and taking photos, she was cutting deals. That CHIPS and Science bill that got done under her leadership, and I spent a lot of hours on the phone with EBJ on that one, watching her mastery on how that was going to get cooked up, because we are the House, and we think it starts with us, but the Senate had their vision. She changed my life. Her story is an American story, and it's an America at its best story. Her legacy is profound. Her friendships were enormous, and I will always remember what she taught me. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield a minute to the gentlelady from Ohio, Congresswoman Kaptur.
Thank you so much for yielding the time, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, a true American trailblazer, patriot, and real friend. I'm wearing the red, white, and blue heart pin she kindly presented me over 15 years ago. Her kindness was legendary. Her keen political judgment allowed her to cut to the quick. She scaled above the walls of discrimination in her region, state, and nation, devoting her lifetime to racial justice, advanced education, high science, and healing. An adopted daughter of our region, when Southern schools refused her admission to study due to discrimination, she was accepted to seek a nursing degree at St. Mary's in South Bend, Indiana. She would become the first registered nurse in congressional history and first black woman to represent Dallas, Texas, serving ably for 3 decades and retiring as dean of the Texas delegation. She rose to chair the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, where she championed NASA, as others have referenced, and issues of import for the health, safety, and well-being for all Americans. May the angels carry her softly to her homegoing. May her loved ones and associates know they have been blessed by her life, as have we been, and a life of fierce devotion to a more beloved nation and people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. All right. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Congressman Lucas.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the opportunity to speak this evening on my dear friend. Chairwoman Johnson came to Congress in the regular election cycle of 1992, and I joined her 15 months later in a special election. So for 28 and a half years, we worked together, most of that on the Science Committee. And after I finished my time as chairman of the Ag Committee, I went over to be vice chairman of the Science Committee, and then ultimately ranking member for the 4 years that EBJ, as I lovingly call her, was the chairwoman of the committee. Eddie Bernice Johnson was an exceptional human being. She was Yes, a good liberal. Yes, she was a good steward of her constituents. Yes, she was a great member of the CBC. Yes, she was an outstanding legislator and member of presidential administrations. But the thing that I admired the most was the fact that she was willing to give anyone the benefit of the doubt. It took me a little while to convince her of our commonality, our common spirit, and our common goals. But then she worked with me hand in glove. She treated me as decently, and my side of the Science Committee as decently as any chairperson could. Yes, was she goal-oriented? Absolutely. Was she a great human being? Without a doubt. But the one thing that would stress, in my opinion, the key to the intensity of that personality, after she'd gone to Indiana for her advanced training, where after she developed that skill set, she could have stayed anywhere in a part of the country that time would have treated her dramatically better. But she went home to make a difference, to make changes, to do and enable the next generation. That's so admirable. And yes, EBJ, my dear, wherever you are, you're looking down on us, and we miss you. Yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Congressman Lucas. I can recall when she first introduced me to you, and she had a genuine affection for your relationship. So thank you so much for your kind words. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Houston, Texas, and that is going to be Congressman Green.
I thank the gentlelady. And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, and still I rise to pay tribute to the Honorable Eddie Bernice Johnson, the First Lady of Texas politics. Yes, she has given new meaning to the name First Lady, as the gentlelady from Texas was the first Black woman ever elected to public office from Dallas. She was the first woman in Texas history to chair a major Texas House committee, the Labor Committee. Yes, she was the first African-American woman to hold the position of regional director for the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. She was the first registered nurse elected to the United States Congress. She was the first Black person from Dallas to serve in Congress. Yes, she was a first. She was the first woman to chair the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, Madam Speaker. She was a history-making, glass ceiling breaking First Lady who blazed huge trails in the sands of time, such that those who may traverse later will know that where she was the first, she will not be the last. I'm proud to yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield a minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Congressman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam, and thank you for your hospitality for us while we were in Texas for this funeral. Today I rise to honor the extraordinary legacy of Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, a trailblazer, a public servant, and a tireless advocate for her constituents. Congresswoman Johnson leaves behind a legacy that will inspire generations to come, but for those of you who may not know, EBJ did not die of natural causes. She died of poisoning after neglect by workers at a Texas rehab facility, resulting in her lying in her own feces and urine, which resulted in infection setting up in the back surgery incision she was recovering from. This was malpractice, but HB 4, passed by the Texas legislature, limits damages in medical negligence cases to $250,000. HB 4, pushed by the giant U.S. Chamber of Commerce lobby, was passed to protect corporations from so-called junk lawsuits. EBJ's life is worth more than $250,000. Her pain and suffering alone was worth more than that. Her grieving family has more than a junk lawsuit. That's why so-called tort reform that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce lobbies for is bad for consumers and good for corporate wrongdoers who put their patients at risk by cutting costs and failing to properly staff their facilities. I thank EBJ for telling her lawyer to use her misfortune to help make things better for medical negligence victims by advocating for repeal of damage caps for wrongful death and pain and suffering. Rest in peace, EBJ, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Congressman Payne.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentlelady from Texas for giving me the opportunity to speak on my mentor, my hero, EBJ. Because you see, when I arrived in Congress 11 years ago, after the death of my father, the late Donald Payne Sr., EBJ put her arm around me and said, everything's going to be all right, and whatever I need, I'll be there for you. So I rise today to honor a mentor, a trailblazer, and an esteemed former member of the Congress, Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson. Representative Johnson served the 30th Congressional District in Texas with distinction for 30 years, and she was the first registered nurse ever elected to Congress. And we hear of all the firsts that our honored colleague was able to break through those ceilings. In the 1960s, Rep. Johnson fought for minority women's rights, and her work inspired her to start a long and distinguished career in politics. As we've heard, she was the first elected to the Texas House of Representatives in 1972. And I have a picture that hangs in my office of my father at the rostrum as freshman members are allowed to take their picture there when they arrive here in Congress. And my father's standing there at the podium, and right next to him is EBJ. So I am fortunate that I will have a memory of her every time I enter my office in New Jersey. She really, on the personal side, looked out for us, gave us guidance. Very quiet, but when she told you something, you understood that she was not playing around. That's for sure. And it was always to your benefit. You may not have appreciated it at the time or felt it was a little terse, but in the long run, it was always right. And so I'm here just to pay honor and homage to a great woman, a woman that defied odds, that surmountable and was able to accomplish so much. With everything stacked against her, she still was able to accomplish incredible things. And so I'm glad that my colleagues, and I'm not surprised, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, keeping it real. And we need to understand what did happen to her. So there's a crime and a tragedy. After serving this country all these years, and in her retirement, having to suffer like that is wrong. But we remember the good things. We remember the parts about her that we loved. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the other part of Dallas. No, from Texas. That's Congressman Vesey.
Thank you very much. And I want to sort of paint a picture for everybody about what Dallas, Texas was like most other cities in Texas, when Eddie Bernice Johnson came from Waco and decided to settle in Dallas. It was not a great place for black people to grow and prosper. It was very segregated, so much to the point to where if you were black and you went into clothing stores in downtown Dallas, you couldn't even try the clothes on. But that didn't stop Eddie Bernice Johnson when she had the opportunity from Stanley Marcus to go and work for Neiman Marcus, to go and work there. And instead of being happy and content with having the opportunity to work at what at the time was one of the world's most premier retail centers in the entire world, Eddie Bernice Johnson decided that she was going to shake some trees to make sure that no one else had to live through that type of indignity. And she made changes when it came to retail in Dallas that led to the integration of stores and retail establishments in the city of Dallas. She did the same thing in nursing, where there were not any nurses of color that worked at the VA. And so every step of the way, when Eddie Bernice Johnson went into a room, she always made sure that not only did she break glass ceilings, but she blazed trails for others that were going to follow behind her. And she did the same thing in the Texas Senate. And I will tell you, because so much has been said about the feats that she accomplished when it came to transportation. A lot of people don't realize this, but Dallas, Texas has one of the, probably the premier light rail, commuter rail system in the entire South. And had it not been for Eddie Bernice Johnson that had the vision that, hey, that this DART system can actually work and be something, it's hard to imagine that DART would be what it is today, because I can remember when I was a small child, a lot of people thought that there's no way that you can connect Dallas County and the surrounding counties by light rail. They said it was too spread out and it wouldn't work. But Eddie Bernice Johnson knew better, and she became a champion for DART, and that's why the downtown station is named after her. We had regional disputes between our two airports, and Eddie Bernice Johnson played a very key role in ultimately helping work out a decision that has helped both DFW and Love Field grow and prosper and become two of the busiest airports in the entire country. And that was Eddie Bernice Johnson playing a role in that. And when you think about where transportation is going tomorrow and where it currently is today, so much of the technology that's going to be needed to power the next generation of technology, the next generation of transportation. It was the CHIPS Act and Eddie Bernice Johnson on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee that really put all that together. So I want you to think about her career when she first got into politics, working on the more traditional means of transportation, the more traditional modes that we're all familiar with. And you think about how this new technology, the new chips are going to tie in the old ways how we move around and bring the new ways and power America to a cleaner, better future of being able to move people. And that was Eddie Bernice Johnson that played a huge role in that. And so we can't say enough about this woman and what she did to overcome and and stay focused and blaze trails for so many other people. Her legacy will live on forever, and the people of Dallas will always hold on to her legacy and her memories because what she did was just absolutely amazing and worthy of all of the great things that you will hear about her this evening. And I want to thank the gentlewoman from Dallas for putting this hour together.
Thank you so much. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield a minute to the gentle lady from California, Congresswoman Lee.
Thank you. I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening to honor the life and legacy of our dear friend and former colleague, the extraordinary, the Honorable Eddie Bernice Johnson. First, let me just send my deepest condolences to her loved ones. This nation has lost a powerful force for good. Now, when I was first elected, I served on the Science and Technology Committee with Eddie Bernice Johnson. And one of my very first congressional delegations, of course led by Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, was to visit technology companies in her district. She was adamant about making sure that myself as a new member focused on the inclusion of women and people of color in all aspects of science and technology, which led to my forming the Congressional Black Caucus's Tech 2020 and now Tech 2025 initiative. But Congresswoman Eddie Bernice insisted, and she told me, like you probably have heard tonight, she always said, you have got to do the work. You have got to do the work. Now, the Global HIV/AIDS Initiative, PEPFAR, more popularly known as, which has saved over 25 million lives, was actually talked about and begun when Congresswoman, then Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson was chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. She organized the first meeting with President George Bush. And I'll never forget, she asked me what I wanted to talk about at the meeting, and I said, I want to talk about all of these people in Africa and throughout the world dying of AIDS. And she looked at me and she smiled and she said, that's what you want to talk to President Bush about? I said, yes, ma'am. She said, okay, talk to him. Tell him what you think and what you think we should do. The rest is history. That was the beginning of our discussions about the Global AIDS Initiative. But had she not allowed me to raise that with President Bush, who knows where we would be. So again, the rest is history. Her mark is on so much of what has been good that has been moved forward through this House of Representatives. She cared about all people, and she cared about people of color, which was so important to her because she talked about our common humanity, and that led her to forming the Tri-Caucus, which consists of today the Congressional Black Caucus, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, and the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus. The Tri-Caucus has been a powerful force for good, not only for communities of color, but for our entire country. Congresswoman, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson's life was remarkable. I've had the privilege to travel with her all over the world, and she was greeted as royalty in many countries. And I'll never forget her forming her organization, Women for Peace. And she would invite all of us to meet with these phenomenal women from all around the world because she wanted to connect women, because she knew that we would fight for peace and security together throughout the world. That was her idea. That was her idea. I tell you, we're going to miss her. Her legacy will endure in the lives of those she touched, but also her legacy will endure right here in Washington, D.C., throughout our country, throughout the entire world. As the scriptures remind us, she fought the good fight. She finished the race, and yes, she kept the faith. May her soul rest in peace and in power. Thank you again.
And I want to hear your close.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, she's a living legend. And we lost her, but she will always live on in the halls of Congress. Leader Jeffries is unable to be here, but he tells a story that always makes me laugh. He talks about the fact that he and Chairman Horsford, as freshmen, were called in by Eddie Bernice, and she told them, one of y'all is going to lead special hour. And so they said, okay, yes, ma'am. And of course, they did that. They did whatever she asked of them because she saw leadership in them probably before they saw leadership in themselves. And so he tells this story about how they led special hour at the behest of Eddie Bernice Johnson. And Leader Jeffries always says that he could count on 3 people to be watching: Stephen's mom, his mom, and Eddie Bernice Johnson. And as I conclude this special hour, I know that if there's one person that's watching as a freshman who had to do this job and lead her first special hour, I know it's Eddie Bernice Johnson. And with that, I will yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. Yeah, it's removed to carry. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Washington, every time that you think you've seen it all, heard it all, you couldn't be surprised, amazed, disappointed, what have you, more than you already are. It never fails to deliver. I'm going to talk about a few things this evening. I'm going to start with I just attended, I'm a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I attended a hearing on the Afghan reconstruction after withdrawal, so to speak. So we left, as you know, Afghanistan. Our nation left there in a bit of a hurry. We won't get into that much, but what I do want to talk about is where we stand at this point, because whether or not the American people know it, we're still spending billions of dollars in Afghanistan. So we had a hearing today to talk about that. A couple $1 billion. And now, at the same time, we're spending billions of dollars in aid in Afghanistan, where the Taliban rules. We've got a guy named Ryan Corbett who's been detained and held in Afghanistan wrongly by the Taliban, holding him hostage, apparently among other Americans and Westerners being held hostage in Iran. But we're giving them billions of dollars in aid. Now, the gentleman that came to talk to us, Special Representative for Afghanistan and Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of South and Central Asian Affairs at the U.S. State Department, his name's Thomas West. He came to speak to us and answer questions about that. And I asked him, well, how are we leveraging this billions of dollars to get Ryan Corbett out? Why would we give billions of dollars to this country? We just had a 20-year war with them, and unfortunately, the United States left without winning the war because the Taliban's now in charge. And I said, we're giving a couple $1 billion a year here. And he said, well, it doesn't go through the Taliban. It goes to non-governmental organizations. And that's a whole other story that we'll get into. But the point is that we've got hostages, American hostages in Afghanistan. And that's a Freudian slip because Iran's on my mind too. That's another problem. But we'll stick to Afghanistan for a minute. Seems to me if they want a couple $1 billion, let's be clear. We're $34 trillion in debt right now. We just went to 34, and by May of this year, we'll be at 35. We're going to pay $1 trillion in interest this year. That's no new tanks. That's no new social programs. That's no new missiles. That's just interest. That's paying for money that's already been spent and now that you've borrowed and you get nothing for it, right? $1 trillion. So it's a long way from $1 trillion to a couple billion in Afghanistan, but those couple billion over time add up. And the people that I'm representing are paying for them. First of all, they paid a couple $1 trillion for the war in Afghanistan for 20 years, and now we're paying billions more for what? I said, when are you going to use your leverage to get this guy, Ryan Corbett, out? And in the course of the hearing, we learned about Afghan women and children, little girls that can't go to school and they're oppressed, and the women can't leave their house, and they can't get an education, and they can't work, and they're being oppressed as we knew the Taliban was going to do. We told everybody that. That's what's going to happen if you leave the Taliban in charge. And of course, one of the folks on the dais asked one of these poor panelists, said, well, what are you doing about the mental health state of these Afghan women? They're depressed because of the circumstance they're in. There was a lot of conversations about, well, we talked to them and we're trying to work with them and so on and so forth. And I'm listening to this like my head's going to explode. So when it's my turn to ask questions, I said, this poor woman here can't help these people, these women and children in Afghanistan. The lady that was sitting there testifying, can't help. Afghanistan is a terrorist superstate, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker. A terrorist superstate with multiple terrorist organizations operating in the country with impunity. But we're spending a couple $2 billion there, and we're asking people that we're paying what they're doing about the mental health and depression standards of Afghanistan women and children. How absurd can this be? So then I asked Mr. West if he could talk to me about the open source reporting. So open source is not classified. That's what you can read in a newspaper, see on the TV, hear on the radio, about this guy Abdul Rashid Munib, who reportedly traveled to North Korea to obtain nuclear weapons technology and collaborate with North Korea. What could he tell me about that? Well, he couldn't tell me anything about that because he didn't know anything about that. He'd never heard of that. But yet I see it on open source reporting. Well, shouldn't he know about that? He's the special representative for Afghanistan and Deputy Assistant Secretary. He should know. And then I asked him about open source reporting about the Taliban trying to take Pakistan's nuclear weapons. I would think that nuclear weapons in the Middle East with a rogue regime like the Taliban would be a security concern for the United States of America. So I asked, what is the end game to this billions of dollars going to Afghanistan? What's the mission? When does it end? Does it ever end? Of course, you know, I got some kind of long-winded answer that is circular and never gets anywhere. And I asked, what is our national security interest in Afghanistan at this point? And he said, well, you know, we've spent $2 trillion there over the last 20 years. And I said, stop. Please don't tell me we're spending billions of dollars to secure the $2 trillion that we spent during our 20 years in Afghanistan, because I got bad news for everybody. It's gone. The money's gone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just another example of the fantasy land that is Washington, D.C., because the Taliban's in charge in Afghanistan after kicking the United States of America out, after Americans spending $2 trillion there. Forget the $2 trillion, a couple thousand lives in Afghanistan. And here today in 2024, you're going to be expected to spend a couple $1 billion more in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, this can't continue. I'll bet one thing, though. I'll bet the Taliban controls Afghanistan's border. I bet they do. I bet if somebody tries to get in Afghanistan that doesn't belong there, I bet the Taliban doesn't allow that. I'll move on to kind of the next subject, which I think we're going to spend the bulk of the time on, which is the southern border of the United States of America. Now, I'm not advocating to hire the Taliban to come patrol the southwest border of the United States of America, but it seems to me that we could certainly do a better job. Now, we just recently took a trip. I say we, members of Congress, only on this side of the aisle. The other side of the aisle doesn't care to see what's happening on the border. I know some of them go as a token trip so they can act like they care about it. And while I'm on that subject about caring about it, we're hearing now today, in the last couple days, about people here illegally in the United States of America residing in the state of New York. They moved them into a school and kicked the kids out of the school. Kicked the kids out of the school. And so the people in New York, the leadership of New York is saying, this has to end. This is a crisis. One of the states, I think, just declared an emergency. This is a crisis. We need resources. We need to deal with all these people that are here illegally. They're here, and we don't have what we need to deal with them. You know what I'm waiting to hear? It's quiet here on the floor, but I'm waiting to hear, we in the state of New York hereby revoke our status as a sanctuary state. Or New York City, we revoke our status as a sanctuary city. But I haven't heard that. I have not. I don't know if you've heard that, Mr. Speaker, but I haven't heard that. So what that means is, yeah, we got a problem here, but the way to fix it, ladies and gentlemen, is to kick your kids out of your school, take your tax money, and let people that are here illegally stay in the school that your kids are supposed to be in there learning. That's apparently the answer. And the difference is that instead of the taxpayers of New York paying for it, they want the taxpayers of all the United States to pay for those in New York and those in Pennsylvania and those in Arizona and those in Texas and those in all the 50 states. That's what they want. They don't want to fix the problem. They want you to pay for more of the problem. And I suspect, I don't know, it's the whole cause and effect thing, supply and demand, et cetera, age-old precepts that seem to make sense, but it seems to me that if we're going to pay for more of that, we're probably going to get more of that. That's what it seems to me. I might be wrong. But anyhow, back to where I was. We took this trip down to the border. We went down to Eagle Pass, Texas. Thousands of people coming across the border at Eagle Pass, Texas for days and days on end. I'm going to recognize my good friend, the gentleman from Arizona, here in a moment. But we've seen it on TV. You've seen it. We've heard it. We've read it in the papers. Thousands of people coming illegally, just coming. Merry Christmas. You're in America now. You crossed the river, and here you are. But when we went there, we went to a processing facility where they process the people in. Understand, it's not like our Border Patrol has orders now to say, oh, dear kind sir, ma'am, I know you come from one of the 170 countries that are currently infiltrating the United States, but we're going to have to turn you around and go back. No, here, get in the truck. We're going to take you to the processing facility, make sure you're all cleaned up and you got what you need, and we're going to send you wherever you want to go in the United States of America. But on December 20th, by December 20th, there were about 10,000 people at this processing facility at Eagle Pass, Texas. About 10,000, 9,800. 260% of its capacity. Now, they knew we were coming, so when we got there, somehow it went from 10,000 to 600. 10,000 to 600. Now, interestingly enough, when we got there, even though there was only 600, we think, well, we're representatives of people. I'm seeing this. My good friend from Virginia, Mr. Good, who's here this evening, he's got eyes in his head. He was seeing it. My good friend from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, he was there. He's got eyes in his head, too. He saw it, too. We thought, well, wouldn't it be nice if we showed our bosses, the people that pay our salary, our constituents? So why don't we take a picture of this? Oh, whoa. Hold on a second. You get your camera out, and the Border Patrol says, no photographs allowed. Now, some members of Congress are a little recalcitrant. Maybe they didn't hear, I don't know. But they took pictures anyhow, or they got their phones out, and then the Border Patrol said, you have to delete that photo. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, at the very same time, this whole codel of 60 members of Congress have cameras pointed at us from the Border Patrol. Well, I said, well, hold on a second here. You're taking pictures of us, but we can't take pictures of this for our constituents? What's the policy? Who came up with this policy? What's the purpose for this policy? I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I got this letter here to the Honorable Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, asking about that policy, but we don't have the answer yet. But what is interesting, what I did find interesting is that right after we left, the media went into that very same facility. The television media. What do you think they did, Mr. Speaker? Well, they filmed in that facility. So let me get this straight. If you're a member of the leftist media, God bless you, take all the pictures you want of a facility that's at a fraction of what it was in capacity just days before. Just days before, 260%. When Congress gets there, it's down to, I guess, manageable levels, if there is such a thing. We can't take pictures and show our constituents, our bosses, but the media sure can. The media sure can go in there and take pictures to show their constituents, their viewers, nothing to see here. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing? Mr. Speaker, unaccompanied minors, the increase in these folks, up 62% increase from 2011. Number of persons prosecuted for human trafficking increased 84%. 84%. Now, we're being told that this policy of letting anybody from 170 countries come to the United States of America illegally across our borders is humane, because whatever they're dealing with in their country must be worse. Even though they have to pay the cartels, even though there's rape trees, even though there's indentured servitude and modern-day slavery associated with every single one of these individuals that come through the cartels, and the cartels have operational control of the border. You know how I know? Not because Secretary Mayorkas said so. He lied when he came to Congress and said he had operational control. Because the chief of the Border Patrol told us that they don't have operational control. And then after the chief of the Border Patrol told us that, then the secretary changed his position on it. So he lied for a while, I guess, and now I guess he feels he's absolved from lying the first time he was here and lied to the American people. The other thing that you might not realize is anybody under 14 that comes across the border illegally, no background check. No background check. Now, guess what, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker? Probably no documentation either. So if you say that you're 14, no background check, whether you're 19, 21, or 13. No background check, because no way to prove it. The other thing is that people are coming from 170 countries. One of them might be Afghanistan. One of them might be Iran. North Korea, for all I know. I saw some crazy things on there. Germany, the Netherlands, Spain. I saw them on the list. Are these oppressed countries coming to America illegally? I don't think so, but they're coming illegally. But what about the ones that don't have any relationship with the United States other than a bellicose relationship? What about the Taliban? What about Syria? I don't know. What about Iran? Are any of those folks coming? Any folks coming from Hamas or Hezbollah? I don't know. Apparently they don't know either, because you know what, Mr. Speaker? When they do a background check, they check all the United States references. That's awesome. Unless you're not a United States citizen or you're in the United States crime registry. Then we don't know what you've done. If you're an Iranian coming across the Mexican border and we ask Mexico to help us, hey, do you have anything on this Iranian person coming? He's of military age. He's not from America. He seems to be from Iran. He speaks Iranian. He speaks Persian. What do you got on him? Well, I don't know. We're Mexico. We don't have anything on him. Well, okay, so he's clear. That's what happens, ladies and gentlemen. That's what happens. And sometimes they bring a minor with them. And this is really gets ugly. To have a minor with you, the background check, first of all, they're often waived anyhow, or we can't get any information. But even if they're not a citizen, if the person that we're sending the person to is not a citizen, we got this minor that comes into the country illegally, we're sending them to somewhere, they got a phone number with them, or send me here. We don't ask if that person is a citizen, because we can't. And if the person isn't a citizen and has a deportation order, and the minor's going to go to that person, the deportation order is not valid grounds to not send that minor to that person. So we're going to send a minor to a person that the United States is going to deport. And then where's the minor going to be? Well, look, I think we all know that's not really a problem because we're not going to deport anybody in the United States of America. How about this? If you have a criminal history or you refuse to submit to a background check, but you're claiming an unaccompanied minor, that's not grounds for you to not have that unaccompanied minor. Mr. Speaker, I hate to say it this way, but it seems to me that in the United States of America, it's probably easier to adopt a stray cat or a stray dog than to receive an unaccompanied minor coming across the Texas border through the cartels. And that's one hell of a damn statement to make on this House floor, but I think it's reality. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Arizona. Maybe he's got some thoughts on it. Am I wrong?
No, let's pick up with Mayor Adams of New York. So here's a guy who presides over a sanctuary city. That's awesome. That's awesome. But he doesn't want to experience what is a daily occurrence along the border, for if you live in a border community. So they got some rain and wind in New York. It was blowing down the tents that the illegal aliens were dwelling in New York at a park. So he decides, this is what we're going to do. We're going to clear out a school. We're going to tell those 4,000 kids, with no notice to the parents, really, no notice to the teachers, no notice to the district. Boom, we're putting these families, all these individuals, they're not all just families, you got men of military age. We're going to put them in the 2,000 of them plus, they're going to dwell in the school that your kid was getting ready to go to. And he's like, what could go wrong? Why is everybody so upset? So he says about that, he saw the illegal aliens, he says, I didn't see illegal migrants. I saw children. I saw children. And this community will always stand with children. What about the 4,000 kids at the school? What about those families? I didn't see children. He didn't say that. I mean, but that's really what he's implying is you're only a child of value if you're in the country illegally. You're not a child of value if you're going to a New York public school. And that is the very attitude of this administration. So you were down in Eagle Pass. I was down in Eagle Pass with Rep. Good. When I talked to the speaker, he was a little miffed with me. He said, why aren't you coming with us on our tour? Why are you going on your own tour? I said, well, because I got to go back to Arizona a little early. I'm going to need to leave the bus. His staff tells my staff, oh, Biggs can't come then because he's got to be on the bus the whole time. So I said, I'm going down a day early. I'm going to rent a car, invite a few friends. Sorry, Scott, you're a friend, but the car filled up too fast. What could I say? So we went down early. You know what CBP did? They first, because I go down often. I know a lot of people in CBP. They routinely take us on tours. But on this instance, they said, they got a new guy coming in. He hasn't been sworn in yet. He says, look, he tells my staff, you can come. Then he says, no, you can't come. So the chief judge of the Western District of Texas, we reach out and say, look, we're going to be down there. We'd like to visit with you. I want you to tell us what's going on. And she says, you're going to take a border? I said, no, they withdrew the border. So she makes the call and says, I'll be with Biggs and his group. We want a tour of the border. So that night, you're not seeing anything. You didn't see a lot of people crossing, did you?
No, we saw a few.
Yeah, right. And I'll tell you why in a second. But that night it's cold, really cold, unseasonably cold in South Texas. It's raining cats and dogs. We're in the van. They're taking us down there. We see it. I've been down there many times. It's cleaned up. They've moved 12,000 people in 24 hours because you yahoos are coming down there the next day. And Secretary Mayorkas was down there yesterday. They cleaned it up. We can't have this. The media is coming down in a big gaggle of media. We can't see this. We can't have this on the news. They cleaned it up. They actually mowed the grass. And I asked the guy, I said, where's the garbage, man? I know there's garbage. I know there's clothing. And as we're driving along, there's this massive pile of clothing. Did you see it, Bob? Yeah. And I said, hey, this is one of the piles of clothing. Yeah, that's one of the piles right there. And as we're going down, there's people all along the way there, right? That's what you see. Now, why did you not see anybody? So we met the next day with a lot of folks you didn't get to meet with. Sorry. One of which informed us very clearly that the flow of people at the ports of entry are controlled by the CBP One app. So they'll give you a green light.
I think you got to explain, my good friend from Arizona, what is the CBP, Customs and Border Patrol app? What is that?
So if you want to come into the country illegally, they want to they want to get some of you to come on into the port of entry. So they've created an app. So you pre-register as an illegal alien. I'm going to be coming. And so I want to be able to declare asylum, which is also illegal, by the way. That's not what the law is. So you got an app.
So you're telling me I got an app on my phone where I can make a reservation to come illegally into the country, and I'm making the reservation with the law enforcement agency charged with keeping me out of the country illegally?
You are correct, sir. And that is, the reason is because they want to facilitate you getting through faster, and we want to distribute you through the country, at least this administration does. So you register with CBP One app. Well, they're going to tell you where the green lights are, and they're going to gray out where you can't come. So they started graying out the Eagle Pass. So this bridge we're talking about, there's a port of entry on the bridge. They said, no, we're not going to take any more people that way. You're going to need to go to some other port of entry. And so they do. That's how they slow that down. But in the meantime, between the port of entry, they're coming in droves.
What was the number, if you don't mind, the record number in December?
The record number for apprehensions was 302,000 plus. 302,000 people. That would have put it clearly within the top 20 largest cities in this country, when you think about that.
Would the gentleman from Arizona yield for an illustration relative to the CBP app?
Yes, I'll yield.
Think about this, Mr. Speaker. If this Biden federal government was the local police, and home burglaries are up, you've got rising crime, home burglaries, which are under the Biden administration, but there's too many break-ins into homes across the country, their solution would be for the police to schedule the break-in with the criminals, meet them at the house, and let them in. That's essentially what they're doing. These illegals are coordinating with the government to schedule their illegal entry into our country. And they count that differently within their numbers than if they just go to the border on their own with the criminal cartels instead of scheduling it with our own Department of so-called Homeland Security.
It certainly is an astounding eventuality that we're realizing. And we also know that the Border Patrol wants to do its job. I firmly believe that 99.9% of the people, the good members of the Customs and Border Protection Service want to do their job. They want to protect the homeland. Yeah. But they've been given orders. They've been given orders to process these people. Not bar entry to this country, but process them to the point where we don't even have anybody out on the line.
Yeah,
I'm sure you can talk to that.
Yeah, if it's okay with you, I'll speak to that for just a second. So a couple weeks ago now, I took a group of people to Lukeville, Arizona, Now, Lukeville is an incredibly remote port of entry. 35 people or so live by there. You come through Ajo, if you're coming from Phoenix or Tucson, and you're going to go to Rocky Point down in Mexico. Very heavy traffic. Well, they actually had to close that port of entry. Why? Because the number of people pouring through, cutting holes in the fences, and we had to bring these people. We're talking multiple thousands a day. Multiple thousands a day. 30,000 people in the last couple of weeks, right? Think about that. So what do? All they can do is take the personnel that they have, they start working the line. No, they don't. They actually start transporting them to an off-the-border facility, a soft-sided facility, kind of like the one you saw, except for smaller, for the first waiting, because it is so remote. It literally takes hours to get to a soft-sided facility in Tucson, Arizona, where they will go and they'll spend a few hours, or maybe a day or two before they're distributed. And what happens? When I was there, I thought, oh man, we missed the flood because we got there a little late in the morning. And I went and I talked to these people. I said, where are you from? Guinea, Burkina Faso, Senegal, India, Pakistan, a few from Guatemala. Where are you going? You know what they do? They pull it, they're looking around, they find a paper. It's a laminated card. It has the name of the people they're going to go contact with phone numbers, and an address where they're going to be taken. Everywhere from the Bronx to Missouri to LA to Houston. They're going all over. So anyway, I said, this is interesting. Let's go on down and we'll drive the border road for a while. We drive the border road. There's a family of 10 people or so. How'd you get here? Well, we came about 2 hours ago, or maybe, no, they were 4 hours. We came 4 hours ago. We came through a hole in the fence down here that the coyote showed us, and we walked on up and we were waiting. We're just waiting. We haven't seen a CBP agent. In 4 hours? No, we haven't. Okay, so you're waiting. Yes, because we're assured that someone will be along. They were from Mexico, within Mexico. So we were able to speak Spanish and talk to them. So we go on down. And Mr. Chairman, I'm surrounded by chairmen here. As we're going along, there isn't anybody. There's no CBP agents. So we go a few miles. We stop, and we're like, well, we've kind of missed the rush. And then one of the people I'm with says, that looks like a group right there, over here, down to the right, on the road. Sure enough, there's 30, 40 people walking, right? And so we wait, and they get by, and there's another group right behind them, and another group, and another group. And so we're asking them where they're from. They're from all over. Where are you going? All over. How'd you get in? Well, there's a hole in the fence right down here, a couple miles. So we drive down there, Mr. Chairman. Again, no CBP agents. Why? They're working their tail off, having to transport and process. They can't do what they were hired to do, what we need them to do. And so we happen to run into a contractor. Hey, what are you doing? He's got a truck, and we'd just seen the welding guy who I knew was
fixing the fence.
And he had just driven by. And so we talked to this guy and said, what's up? He said, well, he gets his notebook out and starts showing us all the holes in the fence that they've had to repair. And he said, on this day, I can't remember the day, I think it was December 14th, something like 28 holes in the fence that they had to repair. We're there at 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. They'd already repaired 6 holes in the fence. I'm like, what's happening? How does this happen? He says, well, you'll see that along the Mexico side, there's a highway. The coyote will come in, controlled by the cartel. He's got his own torch to cut the holes in the fence. They'll wrap chain around it. They'll pull out the slats, and people will just flood through. And that's what you saw. And that day, they'd already repaired 6 holes. And we said, well, where's the agents, because we're looking for agents as well. Because I love the agents. I talk to them all the time. Said, they're back at the facility
processing.
because they can't get there. And you know what? My colleagues on the Democrat side, they will tell you that there's no problem down on the border because they really don't think there is. I think it's an existential crisis.
I disagree, Mr. Chairman. They do know there is, but they want to deny that there is to the American people. They want these people to keep coming illegally in the numbers that they have been and will continue to come, and every policy that they support promotes that, and every policy that we support to stem that tide, they object to. My good friend from Virginia, I know that you were there and talked to some of the folks, regular residents, not Border Patrol, not law enforcement, just people trying to get through their day as American citizens. I talked to one a husband and wife that have a ranch there. The lady told me horrific stories. You got an 18-year-old daughter, came home. There were people that came across the border illegally, men in her home. And she was worried. Her daughter was upstairs, and she kicked those people out of her home, went to check on her daughter. Well, her daughter was upstairs listening to music and didn't even know anybody was in the house. Now, I said, well, what were they doing in your house? And she said, well, I keep a refrigerator out on the front porch because we get a bunch of migrants that come through and we put water and stuff in it, and we put beer in it too. Well, they wanted beer, but they didn't like the beer that I had out in that refrigerator, so they came in the house. Well, how would you like that? And if that's not enough, Bob Good from Virginia, she told me she went out to get in her truck, and some lady was in her truck bleeding to death because she had gotten her foot cut off trying to jump off the train that goes through their property. She said, in the period of time between the end of the year, so the end of December, and when we were there, which is the beginning of January, I think essentially 3 or 4 days, 77 cuts in their fence.
3 days.
3 days.
3 days.
Now, the U.S. government, your tax dollars are paying for the cuts in the fence that Mr. Biggs from Arizona is talking about. But these people, citizens of the United States who are taxpayers, dependent upon their government to protect them from invasion, guess who pays to fix their fence? They can't even have animals on their land anymore because they can't keep them in the fenced area because the fences get cut by people coming across illegally. Is that any way to live, my good friend from Virginia?
It's not any way to live. You know, I have heard our speaker say, and members of our conference echo him when he says this, that the border is the hill to die on, that the border is the fight to have. And my question to them, what does that mean? When members of leadership or members of our conference say, hey, the border is the hill to die on, what do they mean by that? What are they prepared to do? This was my 6th trip in my 3 years in Congress. First one led by our friend from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and then this most recent one also led by Mr. Biggs from Arizona. And what struck me about this time was even though they knew we were coming, they knew that at least the larger contingent was coming the next day. We got there a little early the day before, as you know, Tuesday night last week before the main deal on Wednesday. I had never seen the brazen, bold amount of flow that we observed dozens at a time while we were there, because in my previous experience, we're talking to ranchers, local law enforcement, we're talking to National Guard, we're talking to Border Patrol, we're talking to residents who live on the border. But we look a little bit official, and we got these Border Patrol guides, some friends guiding us and so forth, and so it's pretty sparse. Not this time. They were coming across right in front of us by the dozens. Most of them military-age males, single males coming across themselves, not concerned. They're looking for the Border Patrol personnel to surrender to get the free travel, the free housing, the free health care, the free social services, the free education if there's children involved, and to be taken up and taken care of at taxpayer expense. However, as we talked to the chief of that sector that we were at, the Del Rio sector this past week, he told us that of the 240 miles there that they were responsible for, only about 4 miles had been patrolled during this recent period of time when there was just the thousands coming across because they were all so busy processing.
Wait, can you 4 miles
out of 240? The sector chief that we met with told us 4 out of 240 miles had been secured or patrolled, I should say, during this period of time before we had gotten there because of the busyness that the Border Patrol agents were in processing illegals into the country. We talked to a judge, as Mr. Biggs mentioned, who said when she orders individuals detained, they are still released. We talked to a senior DHS official who told us that they don't know where 75% of the people that they have released in the interior of the country, where they have went over these last 3 years. So they acknowledge that they have apprehended 8 million, released essentially 8 million. Last year it was 3.2 million, and they only released or returned rather 140,000. So 3 million last year released in the country. And they don't know where 75% of them are because, as Mr. Biggs says, they get a piece of paper saying they have a notice to appear at a court date in the future, and we'll get in touch with you if we can find you and tell you when that court date is a few years down the road. They catch 100 on the terrorist watch list from the dumb ones who surrender to the Border Patrol, don't think they're going to get caught because we're so generous and we do such little vetting at the border, but they'll still catch 100 among the 8 million who come and surrender to Border Patrol. How troubling is it that there's an estimated 2 million at least gotaways, the ones who don't surrender because they're trafficking the women and children, they're trafficking fentanyl and other harmful drugs, they've got they recognize the terrorist ties and the criminal backgrounds, they don't surrender. There's estimated 2 million. How many dangerous individuals might be among that 2 million? What percentage do you think it might be? 10%? That 90% are confused and they don't know about all the free stuff? They don't know to use the CBP app? They don't know to surrender to Border Patrol to get all the free stuff? And only 10% of them are bad guys? That would be 200,000. About 2,000 people perpetrated the Hamas attack in Israel. And when we have led individuals in this country from 170 different countries, they're coming from China, they're coming from Russia, they're coming from the Middle East, they're coming from hostile nations. We don't even know where they're coming from. On top of this same administration, by the way, who brought 200,000 people here from Afghanistan in 2 weeks and didn't vet them either. And most of them were military-age males. They claimed they were doing it to bring our interpreters and our translators. And I know General Perry served in the military and wore the uniform, and our friend who has joined us here, Mr. Crane, has served in the military and worn the uniform as a Navy SEAL. I went to Fort Pickett to visit those Afghanis in my district after they had brought several thousand there to house them. I took a Marine veteran who works in my district office, and we went together to visit that fort. And we did the official tour first. They told us we couldn't come. By the way, they allowed a colleague of mine from the Virginia delegation, they allowed her to come in the neighboring district, but they didn't want me to come. She gave a very different report than I did, by the way. But we said, we're coming anyway. So we had DHS and the military personnel and so forth show us around. Well, after we were done, we went and did our own wandering around. And we went and talked to the Afghanis that were there. Now, mind you, these are the translators and interpreters. Guess how many of them spoke English? About 1 out of 10. About 1 out of 10. Now they finally acknowledge they didn't vet those people, and they don't know where they are. And you wonder to what end and to what limit. Why would our own president perpetrate this border invasion on purpose? Why would he do this? When in the history of our country has our own president done more to intentionally harm the United States than what this president has done if he sealed the border today? Irreparable harm has been done. I yield to, Mr. Perry, if you'll let me, I yield to our friend from Arizona.
Let's hear from our,
Mr.
I
Crane.
do want to tell a story about getting on the plane in San Antonio to come home, but before I do that, we're joined by the great Eli Crane from the state of Arizona, out of that uniform and into this uniform, fighting for the great people of Arizona.
Well, thank you guys for allowing me to join you tonight and talking about this crisis at our southern border. You know, Bob Good from Virginia, when you talk about how many gotaways that we have right now in this country, how many individuals on the terror watch list, it's about 300 since Biden took office. To give the American people some context, I know that number under the last administration was under 20. I believe it was about 14 people that were encountered on the southern border that were on the terrorist watch list. And that's something that really piques my interest because, like a lot of Americans who are still alive today, have jobs, families, who love this country, 9/11 changed my life. I dropped out of school my senior year and joined the Navy the week after 9/11. And I want to remind Americans, it only took 19 people to perpetrate those acts on 9/11. And when you're talking about this amount of numbers, this invasion, I hate to say it, I hate to sound like an alarmist, but as somebody who considers myself a sheepdog, somebody who considers myself the type of individual that wants to protect other people, and we have other sheepdogs around this Capitol right now. There's some up in the balcony, there's some out there. We know what this is going to lead to. And I hate to say it, but I'm going to say it because Americans need to know. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And that, it breaks my heart, but it enrages me at the same time because Americans deserve better. They deserve leadership. They deserve a government that puts their safety and their security as a top priority. And we are not, I repeat, we are not doing that. It's one of the reasons right now in the Homeland Security Committee that we are working on impeaching Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. And I hope it's something that we're actually able to conclude this time, even though a couple weeks ago we tried that in this very chamber and 8 Republicans voted against it. It's imperative that we do that, not because we're going to get a better replacement. It's imperative that we do that because the American people are watching. And they're sick and tired of this place. They're sick and tired of the politicians here. And one of the biggest reasons they're sick and tired of it is because nobody ever gets held accountable. It's been a long time since a cabinet secretary was impeached. I'm not sure it's ever even happened. Mr. Biggs, has that ever even happened?
150 years ago.
150 years ago. Well, there's been a lot of historic things that have happened in this Congress, Mr. Biggs. And I'm hoping that the impeachment of a cabinet secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, is one of the next things that happens. Because I want the American people to know that there's not, one set of rules for them, one set of rules for the people up there. They know for a fact they could not come up here and do the exact opposite of what their job description was. I mean, look at his job title. Secretary of Homeland Security. I don't know about you, I'm not an English major, but that would make me believe, Mr. Perry, that his job might be to protect the homeland. What do you think about that?
It seems like, I was around when that agency was enacted, and there was a reason we called it that, and it was supposed to help collaborate all the disparate agencies towards one singular focus, which was protecting America.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I interject something? Because we've been talking about Eagle Pass, and I have a bit of breaking news for you. Those who were with me, we drove through the golf course, right, to get to a couple of our appointments.
Well, people don't know that, Mr. Biggs from Arizona, but there's a golf course right on the river at Eagle Pass, Texas. So while people are coming illegally across the border, you could be teeing off or on the green trying to get one, in the cup. And they're walking right across in front of you, yelling. Well, they were yelling Venezuela when I was there. Now, I don't know why you come from Venezuela to America illegally yelling Venezuela. You would think you would at least have the sense to say USA. But that's another story. What's your story on the golf course?
So the breaking news is this. That park area has now been, today, Governor Abbott of Texas, because he feels so overrun, he's declared an state of emergency, and that property has been taken over by the state of Texas. And now they will arrest anybody who enters that property for a criminal trespass and prosecute them. But I guess it underlines kind of a finer point that we've been talking about. Is this a crisis of are we chasing phantoms, or is this a real crisis? Well, it is a real crisis. And as we sit here, this administration is a lawless administration, and they're not going to do anything to actually enforce the border. We can pass, and I say this often, we can pass every kind of policy we want. But believe me, Title VIII forbids Mayorkas from doing what he's doing. He can't catch and release. Courts have told him to reinstate MPP, the Mexican Migrant Protocol Protections. He won't do that. This administration is lawless. And I can only think of one thing, and the founders gave it to us, and they were crystal clear. They said, your check, legislative branch, is the purse strings. It is the funding. And I do not know how we can continue to fund an administration that chooses willfully to facilitate an invasion of the United States of America. How can we?
Well, Mr. Biggs of Texas, I'm glad you brought that up. Now, my trip home, I went to the airport in San Antonio. It's early in the morning, people around. But you know, we know what to look for because we've heard the stories. There's a brown envelope. People are carrying it. Now, you know, you either have your app on your phone, not the CBP One app, but the app for the airline you're flying on, so you get your boarding pass, or you're carrying a physical boarding pass, and it says, you know, zone 1, zone whatever, right, to tell you when you're boarding. But people from this country that have never been on an airplane before don't know when any of that is. So they want to get to the next, and I happen to be going to Charlotte, South Carolina, for my connection to get back home to the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And I saw what, you know, I'm sitting, listening to the announcements, and I'm going to show up in line at the appropriate time. But the folks that don't understand English and don't know what a boarding pass is, they just all go to the front of the line and try and, there's these people that work for the airlines, they're trying to hold back this horde of people that just want to get in the airplane. Now, it's one thing, Mr. Biggs, you speak Spanish. My mother's Colombian, so I know a little bit. You know, I can make my way through it. But if you got people coming from 170 countries, the gate agent likely doesn't know what you speak in Burkina Faso, or maybe you don't know Farsi or something like that. Trying to explain to these people, no, you have to wait your turn. Now, while all that's happening, it is going through my mind that these people that came from some other country other than Mexico, which is important because they flew into Mexico and then walked across the border, so they had some means to get there. It wasn't like they were just out in a boat floating around in the ocean and all of a sudden, oh, we're on the Rio Grande and we're coming into America now. I mean, this is all planned, right? But now the American taxpayer is paying these folks to get on this plane. They just came across illegally, and they're going to Charlotte. I don't know where they're going after that, but I know a bunch of them are going to Charlotte because I was on the plane with them. We're going to pay for that. We're talking about funding, last year's funding. We're not into this year's funding. We're still trying to figure out last year's funding. And I think, Mr. Biggs, we're going to right now we're being asked to just continue to fund what we've been talking about for the last hour. Is that not right?
You're being asked to fully fund the Department of Homeland Security today with no policy changes even. That's what you're being asked. But not more than that. You're being asked to continue all the other programs, the crazy subsidies for Green New Deal stuff, which was forecast at $350 billion, which is now forecast at $2.5 trillion. But they're asking you to basically get on board that. And so you're getting a weak sauce plan from the Senate that even senators are rebelling against. They're saying this will do nothing, which it won't do anything.
But Congressman Biggs, it's an election year. We couldn't possibly disrupt because it's an election year, right? That was one of the arguments I heard today why we can't do anything about the border. It's an election year, and there's politics on the line.
Well, so the question is really then, are you content with approximately 5 million more people illegally entering the country over the next 12 months? Or are you going to try to do something about it? Because 302,000 plus at least, they acknowledge 50,000 on the gotaways. They don't know what the unknown gotaways is, but when they count the known gotaways, a lot of people don't know this, but I'm going to explain it. When you have a group that you can't catch up to, and we get that a lot in Arizona. Arizona is the #1 known gotaway place. Why? It's rugged. It's really desolate. If you see a group and you can't tell how many it is, you know what you get to mark down? 20 plus. They count it as 20. It may be 75. It may be 50. Maybe 22. But it's inaccurate. And the people I talk to tell me, hey, it's at least 1 for 1. So if it's 50,000, it's 100,000 because they don't know what the real number is. That's 402,000 last month alone. And do you want to continue that? How can we as a country continue that? And they're coming from 170 different nations.
So in the 5 minutes we have remaining, now Mr. Crane's new here, so maybe he's excited to vote to continue that. I don't think he is, but that's between him and his constituents. But Mr. Good was here not this last Christmas last month, but the Christmas before. And we got a present from the United States Senate. It's called an omnibus. Everything's in it, all kinds of spending, trillions of dollars. Bad policy that is leading to the destruction of this country, including a wide open border. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Good, you voted no on that.
It was $1.6 trillion, later increased and scored up to $1.64 trillion. And the deal that we heard about announced over the weekend, deal between Senate and House leadership, is $1.66 trillion, $20 billion higher than what the current score is for the omnibus that we appropriately attacked, criticized, and fought against a year ago. We're now being asked to vote for an increase in spending for the very policies that we campaign against, Mr. Crane, Mr. Biggs, that we run against, that we rail against, that are destroying the country, and the spending levels that are bankrupting our kids and our grandkids while this border invasion continues.
In the 4 minutes we have left, I'm standing with great American patriots here that have decided to serve in Congress, do the right thing, no matter what Washington, D.C. tells them. It seems to me, I don't know, maybe I'm cynical, maybe I'm jaded, but we're getting no help from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle on this border issue or this spending issue. Likewise, we're getting little to no help from the other side of the building. Are we the only 4 Americans that care about this? There are other good colleagues here that care about it. Well, they're on this side of the aisle, and they're on this side of the building. Mr. Biggs, is there anybody, you come from a state where there's Democrats elected. I come from Pennsylvania. We have 12.5, 13 million Pennsylvanians. During the course of the 4-year Biden administration, there's going to be a whole new Pennsylvania in this country, right? That's how many people are coming.
That's right.
Is there no one, do our friends on the other side of the aisle have no constituency that says, hold on a second, I'm tired of paying for this? Mr. Speaker, is there anybody in your state on the other side of the aisle that will say, I've had enough? Mr. Biggs.
I will tell you this. There may be 3 people over here I could name. I won't name them to protect them because they always talk like they're going to help us out, but they don't ever help us out. I love them to death, but they never quite can deliver it. But I will tell you, when you go along the border from RGV to San Isidro, which is San Diego, and you go talk to the local folks, many of whom are Democrat leaders of those cities and those counties, they want something done. They will stand with you. And you know what you guys heard in your group? We happened to be there. They said, shut the government down until you shut the border down. And you know what? That is a common sentiment all along the border. It's common in my district in Arizona. And I've got a great plan for that, but I can't introduce it in 2 minutes. But Mr. Chairman, I will tell you, that's the facts. Even the Democrats who are facing the brunt of this, and I don't care what New York's doing, you go tell the people down in Ajo, Arizona, why they're getting overrun right now. They'd like to hear it from you.
That's right. In the remaining minute and a half, I'll kind of end this where I started it out for all of us. We've got friends on the other side of the aisle here in this building, friends in the other party around the country, in charge of cities, in charge of states. All of them are complaining. They're all complaining. This is a crisis. It's an emergency in our state. It's an emergency in our city, in our community. We have to have something done about it. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for the first one to say we're going to revoke the sanctuary city, the sanctuary state status. But until that happens, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, they're not serious about any of this. They don't care about any of this. They don't care about any of the citizens that elected them, that pay taxes in those political subdivisions. They don't care about them. They want to appear to care, but they don't care because they're allowing this. They're not only allowing it, like Secretary Mayorkas, like my friends on the other side of the aisle and the other side of the building, it's not just allowing it, they're promoting it. They want it to happen. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair would remind members to direct all remarks to the chair to formally yield and reclaim time when under recognition. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th of 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject for our special order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a new year, and the House is already busy tackling issues important to Americans. Something that should be high on our list is advancing legislation that will benefit our economy, U.S. innovators, and American workers, and that's immediate R&D expensing. Tonight, my colleagues and I want to talk about how this critical provision encourages research and development in the United States and in turn helps fuel job growth and keeps manufacturing inside our borders. Recognizing this, for nearly 70 years, the tax code allowed businesses to fully deduct their R&D expenses in the same year in which they were incurred. However, since the beginning of 2022, businesses have been required to spread out or amortize R&D expenses over 5 years for domestic R&D or 15 years for foreign R&D. As you can see on this graph, since amortization took place, the growth rate of R&D spending has slowed dramatically from 6.6% on average over the previous 6 years to less than 0.5% over the last 12 months. The slump in U.S. R&D investment is hurting the American economy at a time when rising inflation is hurting workers and holding back job creators. As companies spend far less on R&D, the sector is down by more than 14,000 jobs. 3/4 of research and development spending is on salaries and wages, making R&D amortization primarily a jobs issue. On the other hand, our main competitor, China, has seen its R&D investment increase by 400% in just 2 decades. While the United States' share of global R&D investment in 2019 had dropped to 30%, China's share had moved up to 24%. In fact, up from 15% in 2009, a jump of nearly 10 percentage points in 10 years. They achieved this impressive growth by implementing the deduction of up to 200% on eligible R&D investments. Without action, the United States will fall even further behind. But we have the solution, and it's backed by members in 43 states and from both sides of the aisle. On tax day of this year, I reintroduced H.R. 2673, the American Innovation and R&D Competitiveness Act. This bipartisan bill corrects the R&D amortization issue and will spur homegrown research and development. And we know that where R&D occurs, jobs and economic opportunities follow. Mr. Speaker, the American Innovation and R&D Competitiveness Act has 212 co-sponsors in addition to myself and the lead Democrat. And those are nearly evenly split between Democrat and Republican. It's the 17th most co-sponsored piece of legislation in this Congress, and tonight my colleagues are going to help me share the decisive difference it would make for workers and innovators in each of their districts. As I wrote in an op-ed in December, the time to address R&D amortization was at the end of 2021. The next best time is now. We need to pass R&D immediate expensing for the American people and our U.S. economy. And with that, I'd like to begin this evening by yielding 3 minutes to the chair of the Budget Committee and my good friend, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
I thank the gentleman from Kansas and representing a district that may be the second largest production ag district, only to West Texas, the food, fuel, and fiber capital of the world. Look, in all seriousness, spending is out of control like never before in this country. Our debt is unsustainable, which is an understatement, maybe the biggest one of the night, and America's fiscal health is in rapid decline. What's the formula? Reverse Biden's spending spree, right-size this bloated and weaponized bureaucracy, rein in mandatory spending and reform entitlements, root out all of this trillions in waste and fraud, and then return to pro-growth, pro-work, pro-energy policies. That last piece is critical. In order for us to bring this indebtedness in this great country of ours, which has surpassed World War II as the highest levels of indebtedness in the history of our country, we have to have growth. The growth is essential not only to reining in deficits, it generates more revenue for the country, reduces spending by giving Americans better paying jobs and allowing people to save and invest more of their hard-earned money. CBO projects over the next 10 years we'd have a paltry 2% economic growth. If we grow 1% more, we can help bring the deficit down by $3 trillion. We need $16 trillion, Mr. Speaker, in order to balance the budget. So growth will play a critical role. In 2017, Republicans and President Trump passed a tax reform. And after that, we saw unprecedented record investment in R&D, capital investment, growth, job creation, lowest unemployment, lowest poverty rates, lifting 6 million people out of poverty in this country. So tremendous value to the country as a whole. All boats rose on the tide of prosperity. And in fact, CBO projected that we would only grow the revenue from the tax cuts by $327 billion in 21, the year after. And the revenues actually grew by tens of billions more. And in the following year, in 22, CBO projected $353 billion. They were off by $100 billion. We got record revenue. And one of the biggest pro-growth provisions in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was 100% business expensing. And we need to give businesses the certainty to make the investment, supercharge America's competitiveness, create more things in this country instead of depending on other countries for important products, and making sure that we stave off what is projected to be a sustained recession, if not stagnation. We can do this, address inflation, save this country from a debt crisis, reverse the curse of these failed economic policies and this unbridled spending, and we can do it in part with pro-growth, pro-work energy policies. So I'm proud to serve alongside of my friend from Kansas, a true leader on the Budget Committee, on Ways and Means, and on all things pro-growth and making America the most powerful, most prosperous nation in the world. So thank you, Ron Estes, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Arrington. You obviously have dove into this issue and particularly focus on economic growth and what the impact is in terms of the value for not just the economy and workers across the country, but also the tax revenue to help make sure we can fund the operations here in government. You know, it's now my pleasure to recognize the chair of the Republican Study Committee, a fellow member of the Ways and Means Committee, and my friend and neighbor to the south, a gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, it's great to see you there, my colleague from Oklahoma in the 2nd District. It's great to see you there, our newest member of our Oklahoma delegation. Thank you, and I certainly know where your heart is on these issues that rely on American taxpayers to look at us as being responsible for their money and put it into good use. And we have a critical tax cliff fast approaching at the end of 2025 with the majority of the TCJA's pro-growth tax policies expiring. We are already seeing the devastating economic effects of TCJA's expired provisions, including the EBITDA interest deduction limitation, immediate deduction of R&D, and 100% bonus deductions and depreciation. Ernst & Young projects that over the next 10 years, if the increased limitation on the interest deductibility is not repealed, 900,000 jobs will be lost. Employee compensation will be reduced by $58 billion, and GDP will fall by more than $108 billion. 26 OECD countries use earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization, otherwise known as EBITDA, as an earnings stripping limit, and 0 countries in the OECD use the new U.S. EBIT-based limitation. This stricter limitation on businesses will fall on the American worker in the form of lower wages and employment and make the U.S. less competitive in the global marketplace. We need to restore the EBITDA interest deduction limitation immediately. Since the harmful R&D amortization requirement took effect in 2022, R&D spending rate of growth has slowed dramatically, from 6.6% on average over the previous 5 years to less than 1% over the past 12 months. China continues to offer a 200% super deduction for R&D, and the United States remains uncompetitive at 20%. We need to restore immediate deduction for R&D costs, something that's been around since the middle 1950s. Bonus depreciation will continue to ramp down for ensuing years, 80% in 2023, 60% for this year, 40% for 2025, 20% for 2026, and 0% beginning in 2027. Last year, the UK announced its commitment to make permanent its pro-growth policy for full expensing. The U.S. should be looking to do the same to remain competitive in the global marketplace. Mr. Speaker, this is more than just an economic issue. This is a national security issue. How can we expect to compete with China when it is more expensive to invest, innovate, and grow here in the United States of America? I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Hearn. You highlighted it's just so important for us to have a strong America. It means we need to have a strong economy. We need to have good paying jobs for workers, which means we need to have these provisions that make things work and make the economy grow. And now I'm honored to be able to recognize a member of the Ways and Means Committee, a good friend of mine from the great state of West Virginia, Ms. Miller, for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's nice to see your smiling face up there. I rise today to express my support for American innovation and to highlight the importance of pro-growth tax code. The United States was built on resourcefulness and good ideas. The desire to be successful in whatever we do has made America the top place to live, work, and raise a family. Part of what makes the United States the best place in the world to do business is that we respect our workforce and we encourage them to think outside of the box. Because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, our tax code was strengthened, jobs were created, and the economy flourished. Some of the provisions have now expired. It's a problem. It is imperative that we make the TCJA permanent. For example, if we cement the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we can reverse the current limitation on the deductibility of interest payments on business loans. That will save over 850,000 American jobs. Another example is in research and development. While it was once a paid expense, R&D is now a cost that many small businesses cannot afford. China is subsidizing their R&D costs, giving them a huge advantage over the United States. Modernization and national security shouldn't suffer because of an elapsed tax change. Our tax code should work for American workers and businesses and not against them. I thank you, Mr. Estes, for doing this tonight, and I yield back.
Well, thank you, Ms. Miller, and I'm glad you highlighted the impact on small businesses, because that's one of the things that sometimes we think about. Business provisions affect large businesses, but small businesses are greatly affected as well by some of these provisions, just because of how being able to manage their cash flow. And now I'd like to introduce and allow another good friend of mine from Tennessee, also on the Ways and Means Committee with me, Mr. Kustoff, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank our colleague from Kansas for getting us together this evening to discuss these important issues so the American public can hear from us. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about 3 pro-growth tax policies that are critical for business workers in West Tennessee and across the nation: bonus depreciation, business interest deductibility, and immediate expensing for research and development costs. These policies help businesses grow, they create jobs, and they invest in our communities. It's crucial that Congress extend these policies to ensure our tax code remains competitive and encourages economic growth. Mr. Speaker, Republicans passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, and it led to one of the strongest economies in our nation's history. One important piece of the Tax Codes and Jobs Act, known as bonus depreciation, allows businesses to fully and immediately deduct the cost of certain capital investments. If we want businesses to continue investing in their workers and in their future, bonus depreciation must be extended. Domestic investment will also be strengthened by restoring business interest deductibility. Interest deductibility has served as a vital tool for manufacturer and other capital-intensive businesses. Restoring this provision will protect American jobs and keep manufacturing right here at home in the U.S. And Mr. Speaker, for decades, America has been the global leader in innovation and the go-to destination for startup and entrepreneurs. It's important that we keep it this way. Allowing U.S. businesses to immediately deduct research and development costs will lead to more innovation, more domestic investment, and more jobs. I've heard from West Tennessee businesses, large, medium, and small, and they're asking Congress to pass these 3 provisions. I ask all my colleagues in the House of Representatives to stand with American businesses and workers and extend these critical provisions. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this evening, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kustoff. It's so important, as you highlighted, to have innovation and support that so that we can have good economic growth. And that's a key thing that's always helped America over the long term. Next I'd like to recognize our Vice Chairman of the House Republican Conference and a fellow member serving alongside the Ways and Means Committee with me as well, gentleman from Utah, Mr. Blake Moore, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening, along with my colleagues, in support of critical pro-growth tax policies House Republicans are supporting to bolster good-paying jobs and strong wage growth for earners. These solutions that will ultimately help Utah families flourish, and they'll help the entire nation. We've seen that tax policy can make a difference for the American people. In 2018 and 2019, following the passage of TCJA, real median household income rose by $5,000, and real wage growth increased 4.9%, the fastest 2-year growth in real wages in over 20 years. Since then, we've seen the expiration of 3 important tax provisions that support these job creators and workers. It's not an exaggeration to say that my team and I have had thousands of conversations over the last few years about how these provisions contribute to the ability of businesses to expand, innovate, and invest in workers, and also into the communities and into the economy. These include the ability to immediately deduct R&D expenses, the more generous limitation on business interest expenses, and the 100% bonus depreciation for equipment and vehicles. These provisions of the tax code were crucial for job creators, workers, and their families in Utah. Lastly, according to SBA, over 600,000 Utahns are employed by small businesses. My Small Business Growth Act, which would lift the deduction cap for qualifying equipment for small businesses, would help these small businesses grow their workforce in northern Utah. I want to close by noting these policies are fundamentally about the American worker in every congressional district across the country, and the investments that we can make in them, as well as their families and their communities. I strongly urge my colleagues to work together to get these policies over the finish line, and I yield back.
Well, thank you, Mr. Moore. It's important to talk about these very important issues. Mr. Speaker, if I might, could I ask how much time is left for us to talk about this important topic?
The gentleman has 11 minutes.
How many?
11 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Excellent. Well, now I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana who's shown great interest in being engaged in this issue of how do we actually reinstate R&D immediate expensing, Mr. Yocum.
I thank the gentleman from Kansas, my good friend, for the time in organizing this important event and for this special order. I also want to thank you for your leadership on promoting pro-growth research and development policies. Mr. Speaker, we are living through a time of great economic uncertainty created by the Biden administration. This Republican House has an opportunity to provide some certainty to all American families and businesses by bringing back full and immediate deductions for research and development, capital expenditures, and as well as by undoing lower interest deductibility limitations. Doing so would help create high-quality, good-paying jobs across our economy for businesses of all shapes and sizes. My district in northern Indiana is no different, and many Hoosier companies have reached out to tell me what fixing those provisions would mean to them. A major medical device company in my district had a $60 million impact in 2022 because they couldn't fully deduct their research and development expenses. And they expect a similar hit for 2023. That's a huge sum of money to be sucked out of our local economy unnecessarily. But the impacts aren't just felt in large gashes. There are thousands of less visible cuts across main streets in my district, in our state, and across our country. Family-owned restaurants have told me they're putting off buying new kitchen equipment. Engineering firms that build our roads and bridges are holding off on new cutting-edge software. And suppliers to the RV and auto industry are spending less money on new machinery. Mr. Speaker, the small businesses that are the engines of our economy have sand in their gears, and we have an opportunity to fix it. About a month and a half ago, I was proud to lead a letter to Speaker Mike Johnson signed by 145 of my non-Ways and Means colleagues, calling for the return of full expensing for R&D and capital expenditures, as well as pro-growth interest deductibility. The high turnout shows just how important these provisions are to small businesses and workers across our great nation. I know my friend, Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith, is hard at work on negotiations to fix these provisions. I hope both sides can come together on an agreement that provides wins for hardworking Hoosiers of Indiana's 2nd District. I want to close by thanking Mr. Estes once more for your leadership in organizing this special order, and I yield back.
Well, thank you. It's so important, and you've taken such an active interest. So, and now I'd like to recognize a friend of mine, a good guy, a gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Kansas for yielding. I rise to support the extension of critical provisions from President Trump's signature tax law, the 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act. This tax policy unleashes America's ingenuity and the full potential of the American economy. It helps individuals and families take home more pay each month. It supports American investments in research and development. It signals to our business community that America values and supports domestic innovation. This tax policy is also necessary to stay ahead of global competitors. Small businesses in North Alabama directly benefit from research and development expensing. It allows them to reinvest in their products and people. It stimulates the economy, encourages investment, and creates jobs. President Trump's legislation started an era of increased investment in the U.S. and produced an economy with record gains. If we fail to extend this critical tax provision, we fail American businesses. I urge Congress to act and extend these provisions. I yield back.
Excellent. I'm glad you're able to talk about some of the important impacts on businesses within your district.
Sure. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. And now I'd like to recognize a member of the Texas delegation, a good friend of mine, Ms. De La Cruz, for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much for hosting this. I stand before you today as a mom and a lifelong small business owner to champion the cause of small businesses by encouraging my colleagues to work swiftly to extend 3 vital tax provisions from the TCJA. These provisions include the full expensing of critical research and development, the full expensing of investments in new equipment, machinery, and technology, and also business interest deductibility. These provisions are tools that empower small businesses to drive innovation, create jobs, and make el sueño americano, the American dream, a reality for families all across America. I urge my colleagues to join me. Thank you. I yield back.
Well, thank you. It's great that we have so many people from so many different districts and talking about issues that are important to them and seeing the wide impact across the country. And now I'd like to recognize another member of the Texas delegation, a good friend of mine, Mr. Moran, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More jobs, better pay, and a stronger economy. That's the result when taxes are low. I rise today in support of extending the pro-growth tax provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 that are critical to families and businesses. Items like immediate R&D expensing and allowing for full bonus depreciation in the year in which those expenses were incurred. Through provisions like these, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 ushered in a competitive tax code that encouraged companies to invest in American jobs, and it served as a catalyst for innovation nationwide. These provisions lifted more than 6 million people out of poverty, grew wages by 4.9%, and spurred American innovation to new heights. And these pro-business and pro-family tax provisions will play a vital role in advancing the American economy, boosting wages, and maintaining U.S. competitiveness worldwide into the future, but only if we make them permanent. Unfortunately, allowing these pro-growth tax provisions to expire or remain expired would be devastating to our economy. They would slow the economy, decrease wages, halt job growth, and stifle investment and innovation. This is not the direction that hardworking Americans want us to go. This is not the direction of America. Mr. Speaker, I stand with American businesses and hardworking Americans everywhere, including in East Texas that I represent. And I encourage my colleagues to make these expiring tax provisions permanent. We must act now to make these provisions permanent and reduce the tax burdens on our businesses to see our economy thrive and grow and to see our families benefit as a result. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you participating and highlighting how important it is in your district and the impact on your part of the country in Texas. You know, Wichita, where I'm from, is known as the air capital of the world for its pioneering role in the early days of American aviation. Today in South Central Kansas, it's brimming with companies continuing to push the limits of the aerospace industry, including in general and commercial aviation, but also space, defense, and unmanned aircraft systems. All of these new advances in Kansas that developers, engineers, and manufacturers want require technology and they require research and development. But these innovators tell me that the incentive just isn't there, knowing that they have to amortize their R&D costs prohibits them from pursuing these technological advances. Let's change that by restoring immediate R&D expensing. You know, as I mentioned earlier, R&D expensing is primarily a jobs issue. And without an incentive for homegrown R&D, the U.S. loses out on creating new jobs. As the R&D Coalition says, for every $1 billion of U.S. R&D spending, 17,000 jobs earning $1.4 billion are supported in the United States. And they also note that if the R&D amortization policy is not reversed, the United States stands to lose 410,000 jobs, $57.5 billion in labor income, and $71 billion in R&D spending over the next year. And it's going to make America less competitive in the world stage. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the members who shared their experiences and what we've heard from districts all across the country on this very important issue. As we've discussed here tonight, R&D expensing legislation is critical for our job creators, innovators, and everyday Americans. The health of our economy depends on us passing this bipartisan, common sense legislation. The legislation has broad support from members in 43 states and both parties. As I said in my opening remarks and in the op-ed last month, the time to address R&D amortization may have been at the end of 2021, but with the start of the new tax filing season a few weeks away, the next best time is now. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields under Speaker's announced policy of January 9th of 2023. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to take a moment tonight to share with people across America a little bit about the life of an extraordinary person from my district, Bob Wren. There are so many things I could say about Bob. He was a great friend of mine. He had the best sense of humor. He was an extraordinary leader, and he was just a great man. In the world of politics, you will not find a better man. He was just so clearly in it for the right reasons. He believed in this country. He wanted to do everything that he could to make his community, Nevada County, a better place. There's so many things I could tell you about Bob, but whatever I might say would actually pale in comparison to a beautiful tribute that was prepared by his wife, Cindy, as well as his friend and associate and successor, Mac Young. Cindy is a wonderful, wonderful woman who was always by Bob's side at events. They were truly a team. And Mac worked very closely on him with everything he did in Nevada County and is now doing a tremendous job of filling his very, very big shoes as the head of the Nevada County Republican Party. This is the tribute that was prepared by Cindy and Mac. Robert Ralph Wren was an outstanding citizen who dedicated his life to making a positive difference in the world. A loving husband of 50 years and father of 2 sons, he was a beacon of light for his family and community. Born in Chisholm, northern Minnesota on September 19, 1948, and he passed away peacefully from multiple strokes on September 26, 2023. Bob had a way of seeing the goodness and the potential in people. Even when facing adversity, Bob gained respect from others for his fair and calm manner. He was a mentor and guidance counselor to many. He approached life with his dry sense of humor, kindness, determination, and forward thinking. Bob gained more than 40 years of experience in the electric power generation field. He combined his technical expertise as a mechanical engineer and legal knowledge with his law degree to work as a project development manager for Bechtel Enterprises Incorporated. He focused on the development, construction, ownership, and operation of electric generation facilities. He traveled worldwide to develop projects in Japan, New Zealand, Brazil, Mexico, Canada, and across the United States. Bob joined International Generating Company, Intergen, as vice president in 1999 and opened an office in Sacramento in 2001 to respond to the California energy crisis and develop new power projects. His 2 notable natural gas projects that he legislated and oversaw the development of are now bringing power to citizens through Roseville Electric and the Ocotillo plant in Palm Springs. In 2002, Bob became an independent consultant through his company, Vista Enterprises, and brought his expertise to advise solar energy companies such as Nextlight and 8 Minute Energy. That's the amount of time it takes to receive energy from the sun. He retired from the energy consulting business in 2016 to dedicate his time to his family, hobbies, and traveling to favorite destinations in the US and abroad. Bob loved gardening and was known for growing an abundance of large, luscious tomatoes. He would plant up to 98 plants in raised beds, creating a tomato forest. When his wife objected after processing them, he said, "Okay, I only planted 49 this year." Bob was passionate about making his award-winning wines that he distributed and enjoyed with family and friends, and having sampled some myself, I can tell you they're truly outstanding. In 2017, Bob was elected chair of the Nevada County Republican Party. He dedicated over 6 years to growing the party into what it is today. He recruited candidates for local county offices and supported their efforts to win. He led fundraising events by organizing and presenting dinners and other events to establish the largest reserve fund in our local party's history. He recruited volunteers to help at events, established a Republican headquarters, and managed the daily activities, meetings, and issues of the party. Bob was good at managing people, keeping calm and order even when debates became heated. He could subdue controversy and disputes and recognize the innate good in people. Bob used his practical experience in negotiations with both friends and adversaries to advance the prospects for Republican candidates and issues. His colleagues at the Nevada County Republican Party knew Bob as a thoughtful and reasoned leader who carefully weighed the ramifications of each decision. He applied his engineering mindset in planning large and impactful projects. His technological mind understood the value of digital campaigning for the 21st century. He was a key figure in several statewide initiatives that fundamentally changed the political dynamic in California. Bob left a legacy that made a positive difference in many, many lives and in our entire community. His presence is greatly missed, and his legacy will be felt for a long, long time to come. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Labor has just announced its so-called independent contractor rule, which severely restricts or even eliminates gig work, freelancing, self-employment, and alternate work arrangements that 70 million Americans have chosen. With this unilateral action, the Biden administration has taken a sledgehammer to the American workforce, putting millions of livelihoods at risk. This is not a matter of speculation. We have already seen the damage this policy has caused in California. Biden's rule is modeled on California's infamous AB 5 law, which was signed by Gavin Newsom in 2019 and which Newsom's own deputy chief of staff called, quote, one of the most destructive pieces of legislation in the past 20 years. Countless livelihoods have been destroyed, with the law's victims coming from over 600 professions. That is the stark reality. And that is what is now in store for workers across the entire country. As a warning to those who could see their life's work taken from them by this new policy, I wanted to take a few minutes to highlight each and every one of those 600 professions. 600 professions that have been devastated by AB 5 in California and that the Biden administration is now targeting nationwide. 3D animators, 3D designers, accompanists, actors, acupuncturists, adjunct faculty, adult performers, aerobic instructors, after-school program vendors, animal shelter consultants, animal trainers, animators, announcers, antique property appraisers, appointment setters, architectural designers, architectural rendering illustrators, art appraisers, art consultants, art curators, art teachers, art therapists, artists, ASL CDI interpreters, athletic coaches, auctioneers, audio engineers, audio mixers, audio techs, audio visual techs, authors, babysitters, ballet companies, ballet dancers, ballet musicians, balloon artists, band leaders, barbershop quartets, bartenders, beekeepers, bloggers, boat captains, boat hole divers, body painting artists, body piercers, bookkeepers, brand ambassadors, brand advertising and design professionals, bubble fairies, bubbleologists, bug bounty programs, building inspectors, burlesque dancers, CAD designers, cake decorators, cam girls, camera directors, camera operators, camera techs, cancer registrars, captioners, caricature artists, caregivers, cartographers, cartoonists, casino night dealers, casting assistants, casting directors, catastrophe adjusters, caterers, celebrity impersonators, certified athletic trainers, child birth educators, children's theater companies, chiropractors, choir directors, choreographers, Christmas carolers, churches, cinematographers, circus performers, clergy, closed captioners, clowns, club industries, college admissions consultants, color guard instructors, columnists, comedians, commercial drone pilots, commercial producers, commercial playhousers, composers, computer consultants, computer programmers, computer technicians, computer validators, computer independent testers, concealed carry weapons instructors, construction workers, consultants, content artists, content developers, contract reviewers, contract tech writers, contributing editors, convention booth installers, convention decorators, copy editors, copywriters, costume designers, costumed characters, counselors, court reporters, digital court reporters, notaries, CPR first aid instructors, creative directors, crop dusters, crowdfunding specialists, music, dance, and dance groups, dance studio owners, dance teachers, dance troupes, dancers, dental billers, dental consultants, dental technicians, deposition reporters, designers, dietitians, digital animators, digital imaging technicians, digital marketing consultants, digital marketing specialists, directors of operations, disaster cleanup services, DJs, dog groomers, dog trainers, doulas, drafters, drag queen performers, dress designers, drivers, editors, education counselors, education specialists, embroiderers, MCs, emergency disaster response services, engineers, entertainers, environmental engineers, environmental inspectors, environmental planning consultants, environmental technicians, equestrian professionals, ESL teachers, estheticians, ethical hackers, event carpenters, event coordinators, event crew, event EMT paramedics, event florists, event planners, event producers, event production assistants, event production managers, event riggers, event staff members, event technologists, executive coaches, executive recruiters, exhibit installation technicians, fabricators, face painting artists, family caregivers, farm consultants, farriers, festival producers, festivals. In film, TV, and presentations, you have animators, art directors, assistant cameramen, assistant directors, assistant video editors, boom operators, cameramen, casting personnel, colorists, composers, costumers, COVID compliance officers, craft services, deck managers, dialect coaches, drone operators, editors, electricians, executive producers, Foley artists, Foley engineers, gaffers, grips, hairstylists, jib and crane operators, line producers, location scouts, makeup artists, narrators, producers, production assistants, production coordinators, production managers, prop personnel, script supervisors, script writers, set construction personnel, set designers, set medics, sound design artists, sound recordists, special effects artists, special effects personnel, stage managers, stunt coordinators, stunt men and women, talent agents, teleprompter operators, transportation personnel, visual effects artists, voice teachers, wardrobe artists, storyboard artists, digital info technicians, and finally, within film, TV, and presentation, directors, finance experts, fire performers, fitness instructors, fly fishing guides, food deliverers, forensic cleaners, forensic nurses, foresters, franchise business owners, funeral officiants, game developers, genealogists, golf caddies, grant researchers, graphic designers, handymen, health coaches, healthcare IT professionals, hearing reporters, high school and college sports reporters, holistic healers, home health care providers, home health rehabilitation therapists, home health social workers, home organizers, homeschool program vendors, home services providers, horse ranches, horse trainers, horseback riding instructors, hypnotherapists, illustrators, independent filmmaking crews, independent owner-operator truckers, indie film documentarians, indie film producers, insurance adjusters, insurance brokers, insurance inspectors, interpreters, interventionists, IT consultants, IT techs, journalists, audio journalists, radio journalists, TV, film, and theater production journalists, jugglers, keynote speakers, lactation consultants, landscape designers, legal support, legal transcriptionists, life coaches, lifeguards, lighting designers, lighting directors, lighting technicians, live caricaturists, live streamers, loan agents, loan officers, location managers, logging-based owner-operators, luthiers, guitar makers, magicians, makeup artists, manicurists, mariachi bands, market analysts, marketing and ad agencies, marriage and family therapists, massage therapists, medical billing specialists, medical models, medical transcriptionists, medical translators, meeting and convention planners, mental health professionals, medical fabricators, midwives, model builders, models, mold makers, mortgage brokers, mortgage bankers, mortgage field inspectors, movement instructors, Mrs. Clauses, multimedia artists, museum consultants, museum mount makers, music arrangers, music composers, music contractors, music copyists, music directors, music producers, music tour managers, music transcribers, musical instrument makers, musical instrument teachers, musical theater, musical production crews, casual musicians, church musicians, headliners at venues of 1,500 attendees, musical theater, orchestral musicians, symphony musicians, theme park musicians, touring musicians, newspaper delivery carriers, nonprofit assistants, notaries, nude models, nurse anesthetists, nurse educators, nurse midwives, nurse practitioners, nurses, nutritionists, occupational therapists, off-duty security, online event producers, online teachers, opera companies, opera singers, optometrists, orchestra conductors, orchestra managers, orchestrators, PA announcers, paralegals, party planners, pattern makers, pediatric therapists, performing arts instructors, personal assistants, personal chefs, personal property appraisers, personal trainers, pet sitters, pharmacists, phlebotomists, photo booth operators, photo digital technicians, photo editors, photojournalists, photo shoot animal therapists, photo shoot assistants, photo shoot digital techs, and hairstylists and groomers, and location managers, and makeup artists, and and nail techs, and on-site teachers, and PAs, and photographers, and post-production, and producers, and production design, and set construction, set designers, wardrobe, techs, and finally within photo shoots, stylist assistants, photographers assistants, physical therapists, physiology specialists, pianists, piano teachers, picture editors, Pilates instructors, Pilates studios, placenta encapsulators, podcast producers, political petitioners, pool cleaners, post-production captioners, premium auditors, presentation designers, presentation specialists, press photographers, princess parties for children, process servers, production assistants, production managers, production runners, programmers, projectionists, proofreaders, property inspectors, property managers, psychic readers, psychotherapists, public relations practitioners, public relations spokespeople, publicists, publishers, puppeteers, pyrotechnicians, rabbis, radio engineers, real estate appraisers, real estate photographers, real estate singers, real-time captioners, recipe developers, recording studios, recruiters, referees, rehab specialists, Reiki therapists, Reiki meditation and mindfulness teachers, remediators, researchers, resin casters, respiratory therapists, rig welders, rural safety and loss control inspectors, Santa Clauses, Santa's helpers, school picture photographers, scopists, screenwriters, seamstresses, seasonal festival crafters, security officers, set designers, sheep shearers, sheet metal workers, sheep dismantlers, shorthand reporters, show callers, sign makers, signature gatherers, singers, small business owners, small social media managers, social workers, software developers, software product managers, sommeliers, songwriters, sound designers, sound engineers, sound mixers, sound practitioners, special education services, special effects artists, special instructors in construction, speech-language pathologists, speech therapists, speech writers, spoken language interpreters, spokesmodels, sports psychologists, sports registrars, stage directors, stage managers, stagehands, state contractors, statisticians, stay-at-home moms, stenographers, stilt walkers, storytellers, storyboard artists, strike crews, theatrical strike crews, exotic dancers, students, studio owners, stunt specialists, stylists, substitute teachers, subtitlers, summer day camps operators, survival skill experts, tailors, talent agents, talent managers, tarot card readers, tattoo artists, tax preparers, teaching artists, tech support technicians, tech startup founders, technical directors, technical writers, telemarketers, telephonic interpreters, teleprompter operators, tennis coaches, tennis pros, terminal operators, test proctors, testers, theater actors, theater companies, theater designers, theater directors, theater electricians, theater stage managers, theatrical technical designers, timber cruisers, timber fallers, tour guides, tour managers, transcribers, translators, travel directors, traveling butchers, truckers, independent owner operators, tutors, TV post-production, umpires, vacation rental cleaners, vacation rental site managers, variety artists, ventriloquists, venue owners, video crews, video editors, video engineers, video game developers, video production companies, video switchers, videographers, virtual assistants, virtual call center agents, virtual office managers, vocal coaches, voiceover artists, wardrobe stylists, web designers, web developers, wedding contractors, wedding florists, wedding makeup officers, wedding officiants, wedding photographers, wedding planners, wedding stylists, wedding videographers, window and door installers, women's self-defense instructors, workshop leaders, writers, yacht captains, yoga instructors, yoga studios, youth athletic coaches, youth orchestras, youth theaters, and YouTube creators. Mr. Speaker, those are the 600 professions where people in California have had their livelihoods taken from them by AB 5, and where people across the United States will have their livelihoods taken from them under this new regulation that has just been issued by Joe Biden's Department of Labor. In fact, the long and short of it is an economic analysis by the Chamber of Progress shows that the full-time or part-time jobs of between 3.2 and 3.8 million independent contractors could be lost because of this new rule. That is equivalent to roughly half the jobs lost in the Great Recession. And up to 70 million Americans who engage in independent work could be negatively affected and lose the workplace flexibility that they have chosen. Now, because AB 5 is so toxic, There's been an effort to try to dissociate this new rule from AB 5 by saying, no, this is not the same thing. In fact, Julie Su, when she testified before our Education and Workforce Committee, when I asked her if AB 5 was a good law, she couldn't even say one way or the other, even though she herself was the architect and chief enforcer of that law. But the reality is this. We know that the independent contractor rule just announced by the Biden's Labor Department is designed to do the exact same thing as AB 5. How do we know that? First, President Biden has cited AB 5 expressly as his, quote, model for labor policy nationwide. Second, Biden tried to get the exact language of AB 5 through Congress with the PRO Act and only resorted to agency rulemaking when that failed. Third, the factors set forth in the independent contractor rule are plainly designed to mimic AB 5 as closely as possible, while giving the enforcer of the rule maximum discretion to enforce it as they see fit. And fourth, and perhaps most tellingly, Biden has nominated the architect and chief enforcer of AB 5 itself, Julie Su, elevating her from her state role in California to be his Secretary of Labor and enforce the new independent contractor rule. Biden, in fact, is so desperate to nationalize AB 5 that he has even lawlessly installed Julie Su as permanent acting secretary despite the Senate rejecting her nomination. What's more, the damage from this rule will be even more far-reaching than AB 5, not just in terms of the scale and scope of a nationwide policy, but also because AB 5 contained many exceptions. Well over 100 professions were exempted from being subject to the law. There are no such exceptions in the new DOL rule, meaning many more professions will be ensnared. We are going to fight this new rule in every way that we can. First, as soon as the rule gets transmitted to Congress, which will be any day now, I am introducing legislation under the Congressional Review Act to nullify it. This is a fast-track procedure by which Congress can override a rule imposed by an executive agency. Second, I have secured language in the base text of the Education and Labor Appropriations Bill, providing that no funds may be spent by the Department of Labor to enforce the rule. That would effectively render it a dead letter. Third, I have joined with Representative Elise Stefanik to author the Modern Worker Empowerment Act, which creates a clear definition and standard across federal laws to protect independent workers. Fourth, I have introduced the Department of Labor Succession Act, which has already passed the Education and the Workforce Committee, to stop Julie Su, the architect of AB 5, from continuing to act as Secretary of Labor despite the Senate rejecting her nomination. Fifth, I expect there will be legal challenges to the new rule based both on the dubious legality of Su remaining in power and the overly broad nature of the rule itself. And finally, as chair of the House Subcommittee on Workforce Protections, I will continue to conduct rigorous oversight of the Department of Labor, and we will do everything possible to protect workers against overreaching policies, which is going to become especially necessary now, because we know the way that Julie Su handled AB 5. She even previewed it. This is what she said after the law had been signed, but before it went into effect. She said, "We will be doing investigations and audits." She threatened fines and penalties so that, and this is what she said, this is a quote, "so that those who want to comply with the need to reclassify can do so, and those who don't will understand that's not the kind of economy we want in California." Not the kind of economy we want in California. Julie Su didn't want an economy in California where you can pursue your calling, support your family on your own terms, and thrive. She doesn't want that for America either. That's why Joe Biden has selected her for Secretary of Labor, to wage his war on independent contractors. Our committee has a very different vision for the American workforce. We believe in promoting work and supporting workers. We believe independent contractors are critical to the 21st century economy. We will protect the freedom of Americans to earn a living as they choose, and we will fight every effort to take that right away. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion regarding adjournment?
I move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.